Newsers. Welcome to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen, and we have got a new trial for you. I know that much of last week was spent watching the Casey Anthony trial. We do have that on board if we want to finish that up today, and we had left off at an especially interesting point in time, which was the cross-examination of Jose Baez of Casey Anthony's father, George. So if necessary, we will go back to that and be able to analyze it a little bit and look at it in perspective of Mr. Baez's cross-examination of Alexander Bradley and the Aaron Hernandez case. But we don't think we're going to have to do so because we hope to have a brand new trial for you today. You might notice that we're starting a little bit early. It's 8:30 and not 9 o'clock. But this particular case that's starting in Ohio is scheduled to start at 8:30 this morning. It is the case of Joseph Jurek. He is a surgeon originally from Poland who practices surgery in Ohio. He was out boating on the Berlin Reservoir in Ohio late at night, and he struck a fishing boat. He killed Neil Cuppett, who was 58 years old. There you see on the screen the mugshot of Dr. Joseph Jurek. That is the man who is scheduled to start trial at 8:30 this morning in Ohio. He is accused of aggravated vehicular homicide for killing Neil Cuppett, who was 58 years old, who was out that evening fishing, and aggravated vehicular assault for injuring Bruce Lindawood, who was with Neil Cuppett out fishing. The allegation is that Dr. Jurek was drinking and did not notice the fishing boat even though it was at rest, it wasn't moving, and even though it had its lights on. Dr. Jurek is obviously contesting those charges. He is going to have a bench trial. We've seen that a few times here at LawNewz Network. One of the things that we've seen about bench trials is they tend to move pretty quickly. That may be why they want to start at 8:30 this morning, because that way it gives them the opportunity to get a little bit of an earlier start. When we don't have juries that we have to worry about as far as getting daycare, taking care of their families, taking care of their jobs, the courts can start earlier and go earlier, as we saw in the bench trial of Curtis Reeves, where I think one night we were here together until about 8 o'clock at night. These judges can make these cases go quickly. This particular case is going to be very interesting, and the fact that it's a bench trial is going to be interesting, and I'm going to get to why in just a minute. But I want to tell you about the other charges against Dr. Jurek. Not only is he charged with aggravated homicide, aggravated vehicular assault, but he's also charged with failure to stop operating a vehicle while he was intoxicated. A big part of this case, obviously, anytime you have a DUI, DWI, whether it is in a car or in a boat or sometimes on bikes, remember guys, no matter what it is that you are operating, if it's a vehicle, you can in fact get arrested for operating that. We've actually seen, in my practice, I've seen a tractor. So you have to know that if you are out drinking, especially with boating in the summertime, that you cannot drink and drive a boat. It's just a no-brainer. Unfortunately, Dr. Jurek allegedly was drinking and driving the boat. He struck this fishing boat and one of the gentlemen was killed. Lieutenant Johnson is the one who initially interacted with the doctor after this accident, and he got some statements from Dr. Jurek. In addition, he also got a blood sample from Dr. Jurek. Dr. Jurek's attorney filed a number of motions about both the statements and the blood sample. Let's talk about the blood sample first. The argument about the blood sample was, I think, threefold. Number one was that the doctor had not appropriately given consent for that blood. The judge rejected that argument. Another was that the blood had not been properly taken. The judge rejected that argument. The argument that the judge did not reject, though, is that the blood and the urine that was taken were not refrigerated. Now, toxicologists have testified in pretrial hearings in this case that that does not make a lick of difference. You don't need to refrigerate the blood. It's no longer the standard of care to refrigerate the blood. It makes no difference in the outcome of these tests to refrigerate the blood. But in Ohio, there is a statute that says that they have to do so. And these police officers who did this investigation did not follow that statute. I think everyone will admit that it's an outdated statute that probably shouldn't be on the books. And yet, here we are. That evidence has been excluded, and that will not be part of the case because the police officers didn't put the blood in the refrigerator. It's a bit of a shame because the blood alcohol count for that blood was 0.152, which is almost double the .08, which stands for being intoxicated. So if that blood and that urine had been able to get in as evidence in this case, it would certainly be very compelling evidence. Now, as we've seen in the past, when you have a bench trial, keeping that type of evidence out doesn't have the same impact as it does with a jury trial. Because in a bench trial, the person who made the decision that this evidence was not going to get in is the judge who's going to be hearing the case. And as we've talked about before, as much as a judge wants to be able to unring a bell and not keep something into consideration as they're looking at a case, judges are only human and it has to be difficult. The judge in this case is Judge John Durkin. He will be trying the case as a bench trial, and he obviously knows about these blood alcohol content levels and the testing, but he's not supposed to consider that in his consideration of the evidence of the case. He can, however, consider Dr. Urich's statements to that Lieutenant Johnson. Apparently, we will hear that Dr. Urich gave a statement to Johnson that he had had a couple of beers, that he was alone, that the fishing boat had no lights on it, and that he didn't mean to kill anyone. Those statements, the defense argued to keep them out. They said that they were improperly received, that Lieutenant Johnson had not read Dr. Urich's rights, that he had not properly obtained those statements. The judge found that that was not the case, that they were given voluntarily, and that therefore they were admissible. Now, one of the things that we've been talking about here at LawNewz over the weekend is this early start at 8:30. Does it mean that the doctor is going to take a plea, and therefore we will not have a trial starting at 8:30? Sometimes that does happen. And in a case like this, there's a reason why we at LawNewz are sort of considering that. You know, there's some pretty strong evidence here against Dr. Urich. The prosecution also has a good reason to take a plea because they no longer are able to get in that blood alcohol testing results. And so that type of a situation really sets you up for a perfect storm for a plea. But selfishly, I would like to see this trial go. It would be very interesting to see whether or not Dr. Urich testifies. It's also, if you were to ask most criminal defense attorneys, a big part of most practices is DUI, DWI, drinking while intoxicated defense. And so this is the type of case that many of us see often, and that most often they do tend to plead. You don't tend to see them as often with boats, but the issues are the same. The defenses are often the same. The arguments are the same. And the arguments that we saw here, I actually had dinner with my friend Jonna Spilbor, who's been our guest here last night, and we were talking about this case. And she was saying that her strongest argument in a case she has coming up involves the blood alcohol testing and whether or not it was done properly. So here, the fact that this was precluded and won't get into the case is certainly going to be very important moving forward. The judge, you know, he knows the information, but the fact that those police officers did not follow that old statute means one of two things. Either they need better training to make sure that they follow that statute, or, to my mind, that statute needs to be taken off the books. When you've got old statutes like that, and many of you may have heard, you know, on social media over the years about some very strange ordinances in small towns about, you know, how many donkeys you're allowed to have or something. This is a statute that is outdated. It is not necessary to refrigerate the blood. It's not necessary to refrigerate the urine. But if it's a law, the police have to follow it. And so the better argument here may be to take that particular statute off the books. So we will see what happens today. The fact that there's Dr. Urich on the screen, he is our our defendant today, the only defendant, and the prosecutor is claiming that he killed one gentleman, Neil Cuppet, that he injured another gentleman, Bruce Lindawood, and that he did so operating while impaired. He allegedly has admitted to having, quote unquote, a few beers. And we'll see what happens here. It does appear as though they are readying the courtroom. We are keeping our fingers crossed that this will be an actual trial and not a plea hearing this morning. But we will continue to watch the courtroom. As soon as we go live in that courtroom, we will begin and go live there. If this case does not go live, then we will continue to play Casey Anthony. But it's looking pretty good that they're setting up the courtroom here. We often in here at LawNewz and anytime, you know, back in the court TV days, the cases that we saw are very graphic murder cases, and yet this is going to be very interesting because you need to understand that this is what the majority of the cases. If you were to walk into into any of the courtrooms here in New York City or in Philadelphia, where I primarily practice, in the criminal courtrooms, this is the type of thing that you would be seeing. The big murder cases, the big cases, the Casey Anthony cases, the Aaron Hernandez cases, the Michelle Carter cases, they're unusual and they're fascinating and they're fun to cover. But these cases are really important as well, because these are the types of things that unfortunately happen every day. And especially when we talk about the impact of drinking and driving, so often we're talking about driving cars, but in the summer you have to remember, if you're driving a jet ski, if you're driving a boat, if you're any kind of vehicle, you should not be drinking before you're going out to drive, because the danger is real. And in a situation like this, where I am sure that Dr. Urich did not intend to kill Neil Cuppett, he did in fact do so. And we see in so many drinking and driving accidents that both the family of the deceased and the person who actually committed the crime, their lives change forever because of one dumb mistake. And so we'll see how this plays out here. We'll also see whether or not Dr. Urich will testify. As I've stated, the statements that he gave to Lieutenant Johnson are probably the strongest evidence for the prosecution. Lieutenant Johnson, I would anticipate, definitely will testify to get those statements in. The judge has ruled that those statements will come in. But the question then becomes, will the defense call Dr. Urich to testify as to what he meant about those statements, the circumstances surrounding those statements, how many beers is a couple of beers, when did he have those beers? He's going to make the claim that the light was not on the boat. I anticipate, therefore, that we will likely hear from Bruce Lindewood, who is the person who survived the accident, to say, yes, in fact, we did have the lights on. Yes, in fact, we were staying still. We weren't moving. All of these things to play into whether or not it was really Dr. Urich's fault, or whether there's some fault on the part of the victims. This case, the events at issue happened, I believe, in May of 2015, and here we are in 2018, 3 years later. One of the reasons that this case did not go to trial more quickly is because the defense had some experts examine the two boats. So it could very well be that we will hear from experts in this case speaking to the issue of whether or not the boats were struck in such a way that it makes sense that Dr. Urich is the one that struck a boat that was at rest, sitting still. And we see this oftentimes in car accident cases, where we do accident reconstructions to see whether or not the events happened in the way that one party described as opposed to the way that another party described. So we will likely hear from that type of an expert. I don't think that we'll hear from any toxicology experts in this case, because the toxicology has been kept out of the case as irrelevant because of the way that it was preserved. We likely will hear from Lieutenant Johnson. He is the person who not only took the blood, but also took the statement from Dr. Urich. Dr. Urich, as I said, is a surgeon from Poland, and is practicing there in Ohio. And so this is definitely going to impact that community there as well. We are still looking at an empty courtroom. I will continue to watch this for you. As we wait for this, we may actually have to go to some tapes of the Casey Anthony case. I want to talk to you a little bit about that case, because last week you started to watch, and I know many of you were again bemoaning the outcome of that case. But it's interesting to me to watch how attorneys grow over the course of their career. If you look at Jose Baez, and I know many of you felt that he was not the greatest attorney and that he pulled a rabbit out of a hat with that case. Many of you dislike him because of the outcome of the Casey Anthony case. But you have to give him some credit, and you have to give him some credit for the amount of growth that he has had since then. Many attorneys get a great result, and there's no arguing that that was a great result for his client, and then they sort of sit on their laurels and don't continue to work at their craft and to work to get better. But to my mind, if you watch him do his cross-examinations in the Casey Anthony case, and you compare that to his cross-examination in the Alexander Hernandez case, specifically his Aaron Hernandez, rather, specifically his cross-examination of Alexander Bradley, you can see how much Jose Baez has grown as an attorney, especially the later days of that cross-examination of Bradley. Right now, rather than having you continue to listen to me drone on about this case, I'm going to take you to the cross-examination of George Anthony, Casey Anthony's father, involved in that Casey Anthony case. Jose Baez and he went at it for quite some time. It's very reminiscent of the Bradley cross-examination. He was the star witness, and we're going to watch a little bit of that cross-examination while we wait for the trial of Dr. Joseph Urich to begin. I also ask you to bring on your questions this morning. I'm happy to answer them on breaks. If you have any questions about DUI while boating, a case like this being a bench trial, you know, the case that we have coming up today, I'm happy to answer those questions as best I can. And if I can't, maybe you can answer them for one another. So please bring them on, whether you bring them on via Twitter, via Facebook, or if you send them to us on the chat rooms. I will be keeping my eye out. In the meantime, though, we're going to go to clip 9 from the Casey Anthony case, and we will be back the minute that they are live in this courtroom for the trial of Dr. Joseph Urich. Thanks.
Did he call you at your office to tell you what the letter was about?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
All right. Did he tell you that the car, Casey's car, was in Orlando?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
At a tow yard?
Yes.
After receiving that information, did you attempt to contact your daughter?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a hold of her?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about the car being in Orlando?
I told her that she had a lot of explaining to do, that her car, from what I had found out at that point, the car had been towed from a facility. I wasn't sure at that point what facility, and had been there for a couple weeks. So I said she had a lot of explaining to do.
Did she explain?
No.
Okay. Did you tell her that you were going to call her back, or that she needs to come home immediately?
Yes, I pretty much in essence said that she needed to, you know, to be home so that we could talk this out.
So what did you do next?
Well, when George got the certified letter, he went directly down to the Johnson's tow yard, and they handed him a receipt and said that it was like $488 and some change. And he said since both of our names was on the title, that we both had to go down there. So I went ahead and stopped and got $500 out of the ATM and met George at the house so that, you know, one of us could drive her car home.
So you left work about what time?
I didn't look at the clock. I just left after he went down to the, within minutes of him going to the post office, he was at the tow yard because it's, you know, not that far away. So I would say maybe if I had to guess, sometime maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock.
All right. So you met your husband at the house, and the two of you went in one car.
Yes, ma'am.
To the tow yard. Right. Did you get any access to the car while you were at the tow yard?
I did not. I was close to the car when George came around after he, you know, was able to drive it. He came back around, and I was waiting for him because it was raining, and I had my window down. And he said, "We need to get home right now. This car stinks, and you know it's raining, and let's, you know, I'm going." He in other words, he just said, "Let's not chit chat. Let's get home."
All right. Were you able to detect an odor at that point?
No, I was not.
Okay. So where did you go from there?
We drove back to our home, and George drove the car right into the garage and parked on the right-hand side of the garage, my normal spot. Pulled the car right into the garage, and then I left my car out.
All right. Now you indicated it was raining.
Yes, it wasn't raining very hard. It was kind of like a misty rain.
Once the car is in the garage, do you access it in some fashion?
Yes, as soon as I got out of the car, my car, George was already out of the car, and I could, as I walked up to the car, I could smell the car. And
what did you say?
I said, oh my gosh, what, you know.
I asked her what she said.
Overruled.
I said, oh my gosh, you know, what's wrong with the car? And George proceeded to tell me that excuse me, okay,
That's what
got you.
Mr. Anthony said.
Got you.
All right. Did you make some comment at that point about the smell?
Yeah, I said it smelled like something had died in the car.
Okay. Did you learn about any garbage being in the trunk at some point?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So what did you do, if anything, to the car?
It was after George went to work. I encouraged him to go because it was getting close to between 2 and 2:30. And we had opened all the trunk, the hood of the car. George took the battery out of the car because we were afraid that Casey might come home and take the car and we wouldn't be able to speak with her. So I went ahead and noted that Casey's purse was on the front seat and that Kaylee's baby doll, her favorite doll was in the car seat, like it was sitting where Kaylee would have sat. Then I noticed Kaylee's backpack in the trunk of the car. And I noticed some clothes and some shoes of Casey's. So what I did is I took Kaylee's doll out of the car. And I took the backpack out of the car. And I took Casey's purse out of the car. And a pair of slacks. I left the shoes. And I think there was a blue plastic collapsible basket that we kept in the back of her vehicle, like for groceries or just odds and ends. We keep them in all of our vehicles. And I think there was a belt and some odds and ends in there. I left the stuff that was in the trunk except for Kaylee's backpack. I took that out. And Kaylee's doll smelled like the car, so I took it out. And in our garage we have a ice chest. And I set the doll down and I went and got a Clorox wipe and wiped the face and the hands. And the body is soft, so it smelled pretty bad. So I went and got some Febreze and I sprayed the doll. And I sprayed Febreze all through the car, thinking that that might help the odor. I sprayed the front and the back. I used pretty much a whole can of Febreze.
All right. Now, let me just stop you there. At that time, you indicated that you said to your husband what died.
Yes.
Okay. The smell in the car, was that a smell that you recognized?
The smell in the car was like something I had never, it was pretty strong. I mean, I use that expression, you know, what died, you know, and at that point I never put, you know, anybody in the trunk of the car or in the car. I was satisfied with what George had told me happened at the tow yard.
All right. Now, you have a nursing background, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the experience of being exposed to either rotting or decomposing flesh?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What is your experience in that area?
I debried a lot of very bad wounds and work with a lot of patients who have amputees, and a lot of times their tissue starts to rot. And I remember one experience as a student nurse that we did get to go to the morgue and see some bodies that had come in that had been out there for a while.
All right. Now, you said that you used the expression, what died, with your husband. At that point, were you considering that something died in the car?
No. At that point, I did not.
You said that you encouraged George, your husband, to go to work. Did you see whether or not he took any action as it relates to the car?
No, no, ma'am. I was pretty much in the garage the whole time that George was home. He went inside to get his things and then he left.
All right. If I may have states D for identification. Oh, this is not even working, so I don't know if I.
You see,
There's nothing on.
you're not supposed to be seeing it.
It says unpublished.
Says unpublished to the
Is it there now?
As we stipulate to the photo, if that makes it easier.
Yeah.
The photo marked D for identification, what do you recognize that to be?
The Pontiac Sunfire that Casey was using.
All right.
It's the back end view.
All right. At this point, Your Honor, we would introduce D for identification into evidence and seek permission to appropriately publish.
Okay. The defense is previously stipulated to this. It will be introduced as states numbered. You may publish.
If I may show you what's been marked as E for identification.
Huh? Is it coming up again? Okay. Let's take a brief recess, please. Okay, you may continue.
Thank you. Mrs. Anthony, we're going to look at what has been introduced as 47 in evidence. And I've been told to give it a second. All right. What is it that is being shown in 47 in evidence?
The back of the Pontiac Sunfire.
I'll unpublish that one and ask for E for identification. And I'm showing you what has been marked as E for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the front view of the Pontiac Sunfire.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the way that the Sunfire looked back in July of 2008?
Yes, except for the writing on the windshield and the yellow tape on the
All right.
hood.
The car itself.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce E for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Okay. You testified this is the front of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll unpublish that, and if I could have F for identification. Do you recognize what's shown in that photograph? I'm sorry.
It's the driver's side view of the Pontiac Sunfire.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict the vehicle in July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce F for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
Be received in evidence as states numbered.
And permission to publish to the jury.
You may publish.
If I could have H for identification. Ma'am, do you see H for identification?
Yes, that's looking in the front interior of the car, the Pontiac Sunfire, through the passenger side.
All right. You had mentioned when you first had access to the vehicle that there were some items in the front. Do you see those items on the seat, or were items removed?
There was another item that was in the passenger seat that I removed. That was Casey's work purse.
All right, guys, we are live in the courtroom of Dr. Joseph Urich. I'm going to take you right there, and we'll be back during the first break.
Counsel, again, good morning.
Hi, Kath.
We are here in the matter of the State of Ohio versus Joseph Urich. It's case number 15 CR 893. Record should reflect that Attorney Dawn Cantal-LaMesa and Mary Beth DeGravio are present representing the State of Ohio. Joseph Urich is present with his counsel, Attorney Lynn Morrow and John Uhas. There are several preliminary matters to address before we begin. Initially, the court met with counsel before coming into court to take care of some housekeeping matters, and the defendant's oral motion to supplement their witness list by adding the expert, Dr. or is it Miles Beam, without objection from the State of Ohio, is sustained. Defense did provide a report from Miles Beam to the State of Ohio, so there's certainly no prejudice if he is added to the witness list, as I believe everyone anticipated based upon the report that he would testify during the trial. On June 29th, the defendant filed a motion for a Daubert hearing. On July 7th, the State of Ohio filed a memorandum in opposition. This court is going to find that a Daubert hearing is not required, is not necessary. The issue of accident reconstruction is one that relies on matters such as physics and mathematics and is not, quote, junk science, close quote. So a Daubert hearing would not be required. The question would become whether or not the expert who is going to testify would be qualified to render an opinion, and secondly, whether or not there is sufficient information and data available to that expert to render an opinion, and that would be a matter subject to direct and cross-examination and the court's ultimate determination as to the expert's ability to render an opinion. So the motion for Daubert hearing is overruled, and again, this court will make a ruling during the party's case in chief as to whether or not any proposed expert would be qualified to render an opinion and whether or not the ultimate opinion could be rendered. There's also a motion in limine that was filed by the defendant on July 3rd. That motion is asking the court to exclude any testimony of Steve Perch or his findings or opinions. The State of Ohio did not file a reply, and after meeting with counsel, it's my understanding that the prosecutor has no intention of attempting to introduce the testimony of or any reference to Steve Perch or any of his previous findings or opinions. And finally, we were set this morning for a jury trial on Thursday, July 6th. This court received a letter from Attorney Lynn Morrow and John Uhas indicating that Dr. Urich was going to execute a waiver of his right to be tried by a jury and elect to proceed with the trial to the court. Counsel, would you approach with your client? We do. Yes. Good morning. You've just heard what I have said. First of all, do you understand that you have a right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir.
You have a right to require that the state of Ohio prove, of course, beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of the charges filed against you, and a trial by jury in the common pleas court would mean that the state would have to prove their case to 12 jurors, and each of them individually would be required to render a verdict after hearing all of the evidence, the arguments of counsel, and the instructions from the court, and each would be required to make a finding beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that? All right. Of course, you've been indicted for one count of aggravated vehicular homicide, one count of aggravated vehicular assault, one count of operating a watercraft under the influence of alcohol and or drugs. For the record, the state is going to dismiss count 4 from the indictment, the OVI, as it relates to the .08 or greater requirement, and in count 5 with failure to stop after an accident. You understand all of those counts, right? And you understand the elements that the state would have to prove as it relates to each count. Do you also understand that if convicted, there is a range as to count 1? It is a felony of the second degree. It carries with it a prison sentence of from 2 to 8 years, and that would require a mandatory sentence. I would have no option as to imposing anything other than a prison sentence within that range. Do you understand that? The offense also carries with it a maximum fine of up to $15,000. Do you understand that? All right. It also carries with it a mandatory driver's license suspension for a period of life. Do you understand that? All right. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm never certain what Court of Appeals might do as it relates to possible penalties if convicted of this offense. If convicted of count 1 upon completion of any prison sentence, it would also require a period of post-release control that would be supervised by the Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections and the Adult Parole Authority. And the period of supervision in that case is, I believe, 3 years. Do you understand that? Yes, sir. All right. Some question? Yes. As to count 2, if convicted of aggravated vehicular assault, it carries with it a potential prison sentence of up to 3 years. Again, that would be mandatory time, so I would have no discretion as to imposing any period of probation or community control. Do you understand that? It carries with it a fine of up to $10,000 and a license suspension from 2 to 10 years. Do you understand that? Again, if convicted of that offense, there is the potential of a additional period of supervision known as post-release control. The term would be 3 years. Do you understand that? Again, as it relates to post-release control, a violation of that could result in an additional prison sentence of up to 1/2 of whatever the original stated term was. Do you understand that? And if the violation was a new felony, any time on the felony must be served consecutively to any time on post-release control. Do you understand that? As it relates to the operating a vehicle or a watercraft under the influence of alcohol and or drugs, that carries with it a maximum sentence of 6 months in the Mahoning County Justice Center with mandatory minimums. In this case, if convicted, mandatory minimums would include 3 days in jail or the driver intervention program, a fine in the range of $375 to $1,075, and a license suspension of from 6 months to 3 years. Do you understand that? Finally, as it relates to count 5, the failure to stop after an accident, it also is a misdemeanor of the first degree. It carries with it a maximum sentence of 6 months in the county jail, a maximum fine of $1,000, and if convicted of that offense and another, any sentence imposed on count 5 must be served consecutively to any time as to the other counts. Do you understand that? All right. Do you have any questions at all about your right to a jury trial? All right. You've had an opportunity, obviously, to discuss this right with attorneys Morrow and Uhas. All right. Understanding your right to a jury trial under the Constitution of the United States and Ohio Constitution, understanding the charges that you are facing, and understanding the possible penalties that can be imposed. Is it your wish to give up your right to that jury trial and to elect to proceed with the trial to the court? All right. I'm going to hand you a waiver of jury trial. Ask that you go over that with counsel. Kathy, let the record reflect that Joseph Urich has appeared in open court with his counsel, that he has knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily elected to waive his right to a trial by jury, has elected to be tried by me. He has signed this waiver along with his counsel. Dated today, court will order that it be filed and accept that waiver. Thank you, counsel. Let the record also reflect that there has been some difficulty in providing photographs that were taken by the defense expert Miles Bean and providing them to the state of Ohio. Apparently there are over 560 photos which there had been some difficulty receiving and transmitting. So counsel for the state of Ohio has requested the balance of this morning to review those 560 photos and has requested that this trial begin at 1 p.m. Without objection from the defense, the court will grant that brief period of time to go over those 500-some photos, and we will begin this trial at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Is there anything that I have left out or not addressed? Thank you.
All right. This court is in recess. Welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen. Well, it looks like there's a lot of good news and a little bit of bad news. Let's start with the good news first. The good news is we do have a trial. Dr. Urich waived his right to a jury trial, but is going forward with a bench trial in front of Judge John Durkin, who was the judge we just saw on the stand. Another piece of good news that someone in the chat room just noted, we have a great feed from that courtroom. So far, so good. It looks like the sound is good. You can see things, and so it's going to be a really great trial to watch. The judge seems very thoughtful, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the rulings that he just made. The bad news for me, since I leave around 1 o'clock, is that it looks as though the actual trial isn't going to start until 1 o'clock this afternoon. But that's because there are some photographs that have been recently provided that the prosecutor did not have the opportunity to review. And so rather than continue the entire case, which would not be good news for us, the judge and the defense attorney have agreed that the prosecutor can take the rest of the morning to review those photographs, and then they will start the trial at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So be sure to stay tuned with us today. We will be talking with our guest. Amy Dash is coming in about an hour. When she comes in, maybe via Skype, I will talk to her about this case. I know there's some of you in the chat rooms who have been talking about they think cases like this should be murder and not vehicular homicide or aggravated vehicular homicide. We'll talk about that a little bit because I know a lot of people feel very strongly about drinking and driving, and rightfully so. We'll also talk about, with Amy, the rulings that were just made. So Judge Durkin just ruled on something called a Daubert hearing. Daubert hearings happen in almost every one of my cases. They are the motion by one of the sides that there should be a hearing about some of the evidence. Usually it's expert evidence, saying whether or not that evidence is actually enough, scientifically based enough to come into evidence. And here the defense had said that some of the accident reconstruction experts were not based enough in some sort of logical scientific basis to get into evidence. The judge denied that motion. So we will in fact be hearing from accident reconstructionists, which I had anticipated given the fact that this case had been continued so that the defense reconstructionists could look at the boats and come to an opinion. So we'll definitely hear that type of testimony. There was also a motion to preclude the testimony of Steve Perch, and the prosecutors did not object to that. So it looks like Steve Perch was planning on testifying and is no longer going to testify. The next thing that happened there, and a lot of you had questions about, was the judge called up Dr. Joseph Urich and asked him about waiving his right to a jury trial. When he did that, he went through the mandatory minimums. So the mandatory minimum for the first count of aggravated vehicular homicide is 2 years. The prison goes up to 8 years. So he wanted to make sure that the defendant understood that he was, when he tried this case, giving up the right to a jury, and the repercussions are, if he is found guilty, he must serve 2 years. For the second count, I believe, if I took my notes correctly, count 2 is up to 3 years mandatory. And then there's also a mandatory suspension of his driving license. That might be something that's of an especial concern to Dr. Urich because he is a surgeon. You know, doctors in and of themselves tend to need their cars to get to their offices, but surgeons especially, and he's a general surgeon, which means that he does anything from a hernia repair to an abscess repair, and it may be that he's often on call. And so the loss of his driving license could have a huge impact on his ability to work, even if he were to serve his 2, 3, 4, up to 8 years and then get out. He's now 38 years old, he would be 46 years old, still have the possibility of continuing to practice medicine, and yet without a driver's license, that might be very difficult for him. So that could be yet another reason that Dr. Urich is unwilling to take a plea, because the impact of this would be very great on him. Arguably, the impact on the gentleman who died as a result of the car crash, far greater, but everyone is innocent until proven guilty, so we need to go into this case at least looking at the way that Dr. Urich may be looking at it as well. I did take the opportunity to look up some of the online reviews of Dr. Urich. There's all kinds of online reviews these days for doctors. It's sort of like Yelp out there, where you can get on and make some statements about your doctors, and he has received some pretty good reviews. His patients seem to like him, find him very sympathetic, and that he gives them a listening ear. So, you know, we'll see whether or not he testifies. Someone who is that good with patients oftentimes is very good in front of a jury, and may be very good with this judge. So we'll talk about all of this with our guest Amy Dash when she comes in at 10:30 in about an hour, and we'll be live with this case. Stephanie Willis will be here at 12:30, 1 o'clock to start, and then Aaron will have it this afternoon. And I do anticipate it will go on for at least a couple days this week, so we'll be able to cover it and sort of watch one of the more basic cases in our jury system, in our criminal justice system. This is the type of case, especially as it applies to cars, that's going on throughout the United States today, without a doubt. In the meantime, though, I am going to take you back to the Casey Anthony stuff. But before I do, I had said if you ask me questions, I'll try to answer them. And so I'm going to do that. One of the viewers had asked about the Curtis Reeves case. As you may recall, back in, I think, March, the judge ruled that Curtis Reeves did not meet the stand your ground standard and therefore had to go on to a jury trial. And that jury trial, there's a hearing scheduled for August, but the jury trial itself has not been scheduled. The defense had stated in the papers right after that ruling that they plan to appeal the decision of the judge in that case, and that appeal could take some time and bring us up for a while. But right now, I could not find anything online, guys, that told me whether or not that appeal has been finalized. I would be surprised if it had. The appellate process takes a very long time, and oftentimes that is why we see plea deals, because it's better for some people to have some certainty than to go through a trial and then an appeal and an appellate process. Here, as we talked about, when Curtis Reeves went through his trial, he's an older gentleman who is under house arrest, and an appeal not only may buy him the ability to actually win that argument, but also just buy him some time at home as opposed to in prison. So we'll continue to keep you updated on that case. Another viewer asked about the Durst case. That is the guy who is allegedly has killed a number of people, and he was the subject of the movie The Jinx. I did some reading on this case last week, and it's very interesting. They're having a number of pretrial hearings in the case against Durst to determine, oftentimes pretrial hearings do happen, and they happen because the judge wants to save the jury's time and be as efficient as possible. So they have pretrial hearings to see, is this person going to be relevant? Is this evidence going to get in? Is this person not going to be relevant? There were two of Durst's very good friends from high school who had been asked to testify by the prosecution in that case. They live in New York. The prosecution in this case is in California. They had asked these two, husband and wife, and the name is escaping me, to fly out to California and testify, and they did not want to do so. So they hired an attorney, fought the subpoena. The judge in New York just last week ordered that they do in fact have to go to California and testify, and that's rather common. Most judges will actually honor a prosecutor's request in another jurisdiction, but those two friends of Durst are planning to appeal that order. Now, one of the things that I thought was interesting when I read about that is the fact that many of these people who are being asked to testify are doing so, according to the prosecution, because they're afraid that they will die either of old age or by Durst's order, because one of the allegations against him is that his friends oftentimes, when they are threatening to testify against him, suddenly turn up dead. So that case continues to be extremely interesting, and we here at Law News will continue to cover it as things go on. There are pretrial hearings going on, and we'll continue to keep you updated as anything super exciting happens. Right now, though, I am going to take you back to the hearing in the Casey Anthony trial, rather. We will bring you back with Amy Dash at 10:30 to answer your questions about this Dr. Joseph Urich case. So while you're watching Casey Anthony, I'm going to be looking at your questions, doing some research to make sure that I answer your questions appropriately, so please bring them on. Send any questions that you have about Dr. Joseph Urich's case, drinking and driving while driving a boat, waiving a jury trial, the mandatory minimums, all of those things. I'm happy to answer them if I can. I'm sure Amy is too. In the meantime, I'm going to take you back to where we left off in the Casey Anthony case, and we will be back in about an hour.
Aside from that item, were the items that are shown in the photograph on the front seat whenever you first had access to the car?
Yes, the purse was covering those items, and I saw those after I removed the purse.
All right. Does that photograph then fairly and accurately depict the condition of the front seat, with the exception of the work purse that you mentioned?
I think there was I think I could see one of my steak knives.
Hold on. Aside from the things that I mentioned, the work purse, is that what was there?
Yes.
Okay. Is the photograph fair and accurate depiction of the interior of the car?
Missing one other item. that
Okay. Is the photograph a fair and accurate depiction of what we had discussed was remaining in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce H for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
We have no objections. However, we think a sidebar is required.
If you have no objections, why is there a necessity for a sidebar?
In reference to some testimony.
Okay. It will be admitted in the evidence approach. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're hereby instructed to disregard the testimony regarding one of my steak knives that was mentioned by Miss Anthony concerning the photograph. You may continue.
All right. Your Honor, is F for identification, I'm sorry, I believe that's H for identification introduced into evidence?
Yes, it is, Madam Clerk.
And permission to publish that to the jury. All right, Mrs. Anthony, I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as states 35. And permission to publish during the testimony since it's already been introduced. All right, Mrs. Anthony, do you see the items?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those items in the vehicle when you first accessed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you had mentioned that there were some other items in, which part of the vehicle is this?
The back seat of the Sunfire looking from the passenger side.
All right. You had mentioned that there were some other items in the back seat. What was that?
On the back seat, covering the shoes, was a pair of Casey's dress slacks. And in the seat well on the passenger side behind the driver, or the side back seat behind the driver, there was a pair of Casey's boots, dress boots.
All right, so you removed the boots, and you removed the slacks?
I did not remove the boots.
Oh, you did not remove those. You removed the slacks.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with those?
They also had the same odor that of the car, so I went ahead and put them in the laundry.
Okay. Your laundry is right there in the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as L for identification. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of a portion of the vehicle as you found it on July 15th of 2008?
And that picture's taken after, because the boots were in the well and the dryer sheet was not there. I placed that there.
Okay. Aside from the changes that you've made, accurately show the back seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mrs. Anthony, Your Honor, at this point I would seek to introduce L for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, sir.
Be admitted in evidence. It states numbered.
Mrs. Anthony, Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
You indicated that the boots that are shown on the back seat were in a different part of the car when you first accessed it.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they on the floorboard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also mentioned a dryer sheet.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you put that dryer sheet there?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Do you remember having a deposition taken on July 29th of 2009?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At that point, you were sworn to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. You remember that I was there asking questions. Counsel for your daughter was there as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember giving a different response as to whether or not you put the dryer sheet in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At that point in time, did you say that you put the dryer sheet in the car?
At that point in time, I couldn't remember if I did or not.
All right. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
Page 323.
Which volume? Volume 1?
Volume 2. 2 of 2.
What page?
Page 323, lines 15 through 25.
You may approach.
We object to further impeachment.
Overruled.
If you could read lines 15 to 25 to yourself. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you actually put the dryer sheet in the back seat of the car?
Yes, you did. Proper impeachment.
Overruled.
At that time when I made the statement that I did not know, at that time I did not remember. Since then I've had flashbacks of that day. And on that day of my deposition, I was under new medication, and I explained to everybody before we started the deposition that it was a very stressful day and that my medicines, I was in transition between 2 medications, and that I was going to do the best that I could with the memory I had at that time.
Mrs. Anthony, at the time of your deposition, did you not indicate that you did not know of a reason why you would have put a dryer sheet in the car?
Impeachment.
Overruled.
At the time, all I remember the day of my deposition is that I was tired, had not been sleeping, and very emotional. And I did not at that time remember why or doing so. Later on, I have had flashbacks. A lot of my memory has increased.
Mrs. Anthony, do you remember at the beginning of your deposition me asking if there was anything that was affecting your ability to remember or recall? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. And do you remember me asking if you felt that it was okay to go forward with the deposition, even given that you had medication at that time?
Yes, ma'am, and we discussed that that was the best we were going to get at that point from me.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been marked as V for identification. Tell me if you recognize what is shown in V.
It's the blue collapsible bin from the trunk of Casey's car. It has Casey's doll, Kaylee's doll, Casey's purse, and Kaylee's backpack. And there's a hanger at the bottom of the basket.
All right. Are these items that you turned over to the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these items that were in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The doll that is on top, is that the doll that you had indicated in your earlier testimony was in the car seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the bin and other items that were removed from the car and subsequently turned over to the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce V for identification into evidence.
No objection, sir.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Mrs. Anthony, aside from wiping down the doll with a Clorox wipe, did you do anything with the work purse that is in the blue bin?
Later that evening, after I came back from work, I went through Casey's purse because I hadn't heard back from Casey, and she wasn't returning my calls, and I found the yellow envelope that was inside her purse. And I removed the items inside the envelope, and they were resumes of her friend Amy Huizenga. And
Is there contact information for Amy Huizenga on that resume?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you do anything with the backpack that you have indicated is at the bottom of that blue bin?
I looked through the backpack just to see what was inside of it.
All right.
And I think that's all I did.
If I may have W for identification. Can you see W for identification, Mrs. Anthony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are the item, what is it a picture of?
The inside of Kaylee's backpack.
All right. Is that photograph fair and accurate representation of what you saw in the backpack in July of 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce W for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
We received an evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
All right, you said you looked through the backpack. Did you find anything and remove it?
Briefly, I took out her toothbrushes. We always had a toothbrush, like a comb and different things in one of the pouches, and I just went through and held some of Kaylee's things just because, and then I placed them back where I found them.
Okay. Where was this item in the car?
In the trunk of the car.
On the floor of the trunk or inside something else?
I believe it was on the floor of the trunk.
The blue bin that we saw in 52 in evidence, where was that?
That was in the back of the car as well. Or in the trunk of the car as well.
Okay. What items were in the blue bin before you removed it?
Some hangers, plastic hangers.
Did you vacuum the trunk of the car?
No, I did not.
Did you otherwise clean it in any fashion aside from spraying Febreze?
I think I just kind of brushed my hand across some things and threw a couple little pieces of debris away.
All right. You had indicated that you went to work.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. When you went to work, in what condition did you leave the vehicle?
Left the car with all of the doors open, windows down, sunroof open, trunk and hood up, and it was left in the garage.
Okay. Did you close the garage door behind the car when you left and went to work?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. How long were you at work?
Oh, maybe an hour and a half, 2 at the most, but probably an hour and a half.
Right. while you were there or when you were going there, did you make an attempt to contact your daughter, Casey?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, I was not.
Once you were at work for an hour and a half, you said you either ended your shift or decided to leave. What happened?
Well, when I got there, everybody knows I don't usually leave work in the middle of the day. So when I got back, I just kind of explained what was going on because I left abruptly. And I went back to my desk and tried to get a few things done so that I could get out of work. And I spoke to a couple coworkers about the car and, trying to find out what happened with Casey. And my immediate supervisor was telling me just go home, and I told her I needed to get a few things squared away because I had worked very hard on a project that I was, for Coumadin levels, and I was trying to make sure that the nurses had gotten the doses right for the patients that day. It was very important for me to get a few things done at my desk where I felt comfortable I could leave. And as I was wrapping some stuff up, my director came and said, why don't you just go home? We'll take care of whatever you need to do.
Had you told the people at your workplace that you hadn't seen Kaylee for a month or more?
Well, they pretty much knew that I hadn't seen her because during that period of time I had, we always ask how our family is, and Kaylee is always a subject of conversation with my coworkers and me. They watched Kaylee grow up because she was always at my work. Casey was always dropping her off, or she'd just come for a visit, have lunch with me or whatever with Kaylee. So everybody knew Kaylee since she was a baby. And, of course I vented, how's your vacation? And then come in and say crappy because I didn't get to spend it with the girls. And,
right.
So they were aware.
You said that you had discussed with your coworkers the condition of the car. Did you tell your coworkers that it smelled like something died in the car?
Yes, it was a figure of speech that I said that it smelled like something, that the car smelled really bad. And I explained to them what George had told me while he was at Johnson's.
All right. So you did tell your coworkers that it smelled like something died in the car?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. So once you were encouraged to leave by your supervisor, did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you go home?
Yes, straight home.
Once you got home, is that when you looked through the work purse that you described earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you were home, did you make efforts to contact your daughter, Casey?
Yes, I tried calling her again, and she still wouldn't answer. So I thought it was strange that Casey had Amy's information there, and I don't know what possessed me to call Amy rather than some of her other friends, but I did. Something just told me to call Amy.
You called Amy. In the meantime, had you sent a text to your daughter that there was a major problem that she needed to get in touch with you immediately?
Yes, I'd been trying to get a hold of her all day to find out why the car was at the tow yard, and obviously I realized that she was lying again where she was at.
All right. So when you made an effort to contact Amy, did you reach her?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you make arrangements to pick her up?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that? Did you pick her up?
Yes, I did.
Where did you pick her up from?
The Florida Mall.
And did you ask Amy to take you to Casey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was she able to do that?
Yes, the reason I picked her up is because she explained to me that she had seen Casey a few hours prior, that Casey picked her up at the airport. And I told her that I hadn't seen Kaylee and that Casey was lying to me, and I needed to find Casey to find out what was going on. So while we were driving, she said she knew exactly where she dropped Casey back off because she had loaned Casey her car during the time that she was in Puerto Rico.
All right. So where did she take you, or where did she direct you?
Yeah, I was just driving. She was just telling me where to go. And we went to University Avenue, Winter Park, a place, I can't even remember the name of his apartment complex, but she took me directly to Tony's apartment.
Are you talking about Tony Lazaro?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this somebody that you had met?
No.
So once you get to Tony Lazaro's apartment complex, where do you go?
Well, I was kind of shocked that Amy knew exactly where to go because she kind of indicated that she had just kind of dropped Casey off at the complex. But Amy seemed to know exactly which apartment, and it was in the back, and which floor. I mean, she just led me right up in the different, because where you park, there's a couple buildings, and she knew right where to maneuver right up to the apartment complex. And I followed her up to the second floor, and we decided that Amy go to the door, and I just stayed in the hallway so that when Casey would come to the door, and see Amy.
All right. Now, you mentioned a hallway. Is this door open to the exterior or into an interior hallway?
It's outside. We climbed the outside staircase. And Tony's apartment, there was like a little balcony area. And I just stood kind of towards the stairwell.
Okay. So did you see Amy knock on the door and get a response?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you see come to the door?
Well, I didn't see Casey at first. I heard her voice when the door was open, and then Amy kind of motioned for her to come out. And then Casey stepped outside, and that's when I popped around.
Okay. What did you say?
I just asked her what she was doing there, and I told her that she needed to talk to me, that we needed to talk. And
did you see Kaylee?
No.
Did you go into the apartment to look for Kaylee?
As soon as I got to the, once Casey agreed with me to come with me, I asked where Kaylee was, and she said she wasn't there. So
did she tell you where she was?
She said she was with the nanny.
Okay.
And so I told Casey to get her things and come on. And when she went into the apartment, I stepped up, and I could smell the cigarette smoke just emanated out of the apartment. And I didn't even take more than a step in. I knew Kaylee wouldn't be in that environment. So I didn't even go in to look.
All right. So Casey told you that Kaylee was at the nanny.
Yes.
What was your response to that?
Well, we're going to go get her because we have to all sit down and talk about what's going on.
Okay. And was Amy around for that?
Yes, Amy by then realized that I was quite upset, and she kind of already went back downstairs, and she was down back by my car.
Okay. Did Casey agree to go with you?
Reluctantly, but yes.
All right. Did she gather her things as you told her to?
No, she just put her sandals on or her flip-flops on, and then she came with me. She didn't have her purse or her cell phone or anything with her.
Did she tell you that she was coming back to Tony's apartment?
Yeah, she had made the reference that she was going to come back to Tony's, and I told her that would be fine at some point, but not until we resolved everything that was going on, not until I had an explanation.
And not until you saw Kaylee?
Right.
Does everyone get back into your car at that point?
Yes.
You're driving?
Yes, I'm driving. Casey sat in the front passenger seat, and Amy started to get in behind Casey, but realized Kaylee's car seat that I had in my vehicle was there, so she ended up coming around the vehicle and getting in to the back seat behind me, and then we left.
All right. Did you continue to question Casey as soon as she got into your car about Kaylee's whereabouts?
Yes, I did, and I realized that that wasn't an opportunity to really talk to Casey because Amy was in the car, and I didn't want to really embarrass Casey or Amy. So Amy gave me directions to take her home. So the conversation was very limited during that period of time.
All right. How about once Amy got out of the car? At that point, did you ask where Kaylee was?
Yes, I dropped Amy off on the street. She said it would be fine for her to walk, and we kind of watched until we could see her get back to the condo or townhouse, whatever it is, because she was living with JP Chat and Ricardo Morales at that time. And I made a comment that that before we started to go, that she needed to start answering my questions. And she told me that she would take me to see Kaylee, so we started to drive. And
did she tell you to go anywhere specific?
We started driving around, and then Casey started making excuses why it would not be a good idea for me to go see Kaylee. And I was getting very, very frustrated. And I was asking her questions about why the car was at the tow company. And
did you get answers?
No, I didn't. We drove around for quite some time, and at one point she asked me to take her back to Tony's, and I told her she wasn't going anywhere until I got the answers. And I was driving closer towards our home because since I wasn't getting a specific location where to pick up Kaylee, I just figured might as well head home. And as I was going down Pershing, I noted the Orlando police station that was on Pershing, and I told her that if she wasn't going to give me the answers, that I was going to get someone to help me get them.
All right. So at this point, you pulled into a substation for the Orlando Police Department on Pershing.
Yes, ma'am. And I pulled up to the door and started to get out of the car and realized that they closed at 5 p.m. and it was way after 5. So I just got back in the car and told Casey that this was her last chance to tell me what was going on, and she was trying to explain to me that we talked about issues that we were having, and we were kind of arguing a little bit in the car, and I wasn't getting the answers that I wanted, so I dialed 911 from the car.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess at this time. So if you need your special one, this is a good time to take the special. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves. We'll take a 15-minute recess at this time. Okay, stay recognized, persons of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
The defense. Ms. Burdick, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time we would seek to introduce State's M.L. for identification into evidence.
Okay, noting previous objections which are placed on the record, it will be received in evidence of objections as states numbered. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two things to read to you. One is a stipulation dealing with the disc itself. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony made a recorded call to 911. that was received by the Orlando Police Department at 20:09, 1800 hours. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence that you're about to receive through this 911 call is to be considered by you only as to Mrs. Cindy Anthony's state of mind and also as an excited utterance at the time, and not for any other purpose, such as any alleged criminal acts of the defendant, such as stolen car or a bank account. Remember, however, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. You may proceed to publish.
Thank you.
Please, this sound is being recorded. How can I help you?
Come on.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, I drove to the police department here on Pershing, but you guys are closed. I need to bring someone into the police department. Can you tell me where the closest one I can come into?
What are you trying to accomplish by bringing them to the station?
I have a 22-year-old person that has grand theft sitting in my auto with me.
So the 22-year-old person stole something?
Yes.
Is this a relative?
Yes.
Where did they steal it from?
My car and also money.
Okay, is this your son?
Daughter.
Okay, so your daughter stole money from your car?
No, my car was stolen. We retrieved it today. We found out where it was at. I retrieved it. I've got that, and I've got affidavit for my banking account. I want to bring her in. I want to press charges.
Where did all of this happen?
Oh, it's been happening.
No, but I need to establish a jurisdiction is what I'm trying to do.
Oh, I live in Orlando.
Yeah, but what address did these thefts occur at?
Well, I guess my residence, I guess. 4937 Hope Spring Drive.
That's actually going to be in the jurisdiction of the sheriff's office, ma'am, not the Orlando Police Department.
All righty.
Let me transfer you over to the communications section for Orange County.
Okay. Now, is the Orlando Sheriff's Department the one on 436, is that open this afternoon, this evening?
The substation you're at on Pershing, if it's Orlando Police, we're open primarily during the day.
Uh-huh.
But that's not the sheriff. That's the city police, which does not have jurisdiction for your
I know there's a sheriff's department on 436.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer you to the sheriff's communications section, and you can determine that. Hold on.
Okay. Because my next thing will be down to trial thing, and we'll have a court order together. If that's what you want to play, we'll do it. And you'll never. Well, then you have one more day. No, I'm not giving you another day. I've given you a month. All right,
Mrs. Anthony, did you stay there at that location on Pershing where you made the call?
No, I did not.
All right. Where did you go from there?
They told me either to go home or to drive to the side of the road and recall. So I figured I'm not going to do this at the side of the road. I drove home.
At any point, once you had your daughter Casey in the car, did you call your husband George?
No.
Okay. Did you call your son Lee?
No.
From that location on Pershing, you went back to your residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Directly?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes. It's only like 1.5 miles, 2 miles away at the most.
All right. Once you arrived in your neighborhood, could you tell whether or not another member of your family had arrived at the house?
Just as I was approaching our subdivision, I received a phone call from my son, and Lee stated that his dad had told him that he needed to come home, and he informed me that he was at the house waiting for me, that something was going on. And I told him, well, I'll be there in just a second because we're turning into the development now. I'll see him in a couple minutes, a couple seconds.
All right. And is that what you saw upon your arrival, your son Lee waiting at the house?
Yes, the garage door was open and Lee was standing in the driveway.
All right. When you arrived, did you pull into the driveway?
I don't think I pulled into the driveway, but I think I left my car out in the driveway.
Okay. And did everyone go into the house?
Yes, Casey immediately jumped out of the car and ran past her brother and went into the house, and Lee followed her in, and then I followed both of them into the house.
Okay. Once you got inside, what happened?
I think I briefly just kind of told Lee what was going on because he had no idea at that point. I just kind of explained to him that I needed some answers from his sister and that I was urgently trying to get her to take me to see Kaylee and that she was refusing to do so.
Did you immediately call the police from your home so that you could have the Orange County Sheriff's Office respond to you at that location?
No, because by talking to Lee, he thought that if we sat down together and she was, relaxed in the home, that maybe we could get some answers. So he wanted to try to talk to her. So that's what happened.
All right. Did the two of them speak alone? Or were you there?
I was there too. With three of us, we're kind of in a, like a 6-foot proximity of each other. Speaking, one of us was in the hallway, Casey's doorway, and in her room where we could all see each other and speak to each other.
Did you continue to insist that you wanted to know where your granddaughter was right then and there?
Yes. I mean, I wanted her to take me because she kept insisting that Kaylee was spending the night with Zanny. And I said, well, she doesn't need to do that anymore. So we need to get her. And Casey kept insisting that Kaylee would probably already be asleep by that time and she didn't want to disturb her, that we could go the next day. And I didn't care if we were up all night, if it disrupted Kaylee's sleep, that I would stay up all night and not go to work the next day if it became an issue that Kaylee wasn't able to sleep and someone wasn't going to get any sleep. I volunteered to be the one. I didn't care. I wanted to see Kaylee.
All right. Did she tell you that she would take you to her at this point?
No, she continued to insist that it was not a good idea to get her that night, and I was getting more irritated and was not happy with that answer, that I threatened again to call the police, and I gave them a few more minutes to try to reason with the sister, and I just had enough of not hearing anything. So then I made another phone call to 911.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce M.M. for identification into evidence, and there is a stipulation.
What said to defense, noting previous objections?
Subject to all previous motions and objections, Judge.
Okay, it will be received in evidence as ladies and gentlemen, on July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orange County Sheriff at 20:44:30 hours. The recorded is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may publish.
your emergency?
4937 Hope Spring Drive.
4937 Hope Spring
Drive, Orlando.
Okay, what's happening?
I have someone here that I need to be arrested in my home.
They're there right now?
I have a possible missing child. I have a 3-year-old that's been missing for a month.
A 3-year-old?
Yes.
Have you reported that?
I'm trying to do that now, ma'am.
Okay, what did the person do that you need arrested?
My daughter.
For what?
For stealing an auto and stealing money. I already spoke with someone. They said they would patch me through the Orlando Sheriff's Department and have a deputy here. I was in the car. I was going to drive her to the police station, and no one's open. They said they would bring a deputy to my home when I got home to call them.
So she stole your vehicle?
Yes.
When did she do that?
On the 30th. I just got it back from the impound. I'd like to speak to an officer. Can you have someone come out to my house?
Okay. Okay, I got to ask you these questions so I can put them in the call, okay?
Okay.
30th of June?
Yes.
Okay, how old is your daughter?
22.
Okay, what's her name?
My name?
Her name.
Her name, Casey Anthony. C-A-S-E-Y.
And your name?
Cynthia Anthony.
Cynthia, can I get a phone number that I can reach you at?
407-808-4731.
And you said you have this vehicle back?
Yes. I have the statement.
Casey's there right now?
Yes, I got her. I finally found her after a month. She's been missing for a month. I found her, but we can't find my granddaughter.
Okay, how tall is Casey?
5'1.5".
Thin, medium, or heavy build?
Thin.
Color hair?
Brown.
What color shirt is she wearing?
White.
What color pants?
Oh, they're shorts. They're plaid. They're like pink and teal and white and black plaid.
Does she have any weapons on her?
No.
Is Casey not telling you where her daughter is?
Correct.
Okay, we'll have a deputy out to you as soon as one's available, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Same instruction be read.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence that you've just heard is to be considered by you only as to Miss Cindy Anthony's state of mind and excited utterance at the time and not for any other purpose. You are not to take into consideration the alleged criminal acts of stolen car or money. Remember, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. You may continue.
Thank you. Mrs. Anthony, the car that you're referencing in that call, is that the Sunfire?
Yes, ma'am.
That is a car that your daughter had permission to have, correct?
Yes.
Did the police respond immediately to that second call that you made?
Not fast enough.
Okay. Do you know how much time passed between when you made that call and their arrival?
It seemed like forever.
Okay. did you continue in the interim to try to speak with your daughter about your granddaughter's whereabouts?
I popped in from time to time. I was trying to stay close to the garage in case they came so I could hear them. So I was pacing back and forth between the hallway from the living room to the garage, into the living room to Casey's room, and back and forth. I was just pacing because I was getting angrier and angrier and more upset as I was waiting.
So you're trying to keep an eye out for the police at
Yes.
this point. Is Lee Anthony in the room where Casey Anthony is?
Yes, by this time, they're both in the room. And I think at some point Casey was sitting on her bed and Lee was leaning up against her dresser.
At any point, did you overhear your daughter make a statement to her brother about Kaylee's whereabouts?
Yes.
What did you hear?
One of the times that I walked to the room, Casey was sitting on the floor crying, and I overheard her tell Lee that Kaylee had been gone for 31 days and that Sandy had taken her.
How did you respond to that?
I lost it. I just went into the room and started yelling at Casey and said, what do you mean she's been gone? Why didn't you tell me? I swore at her and hit the bed and ran out and called the police again.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce what's been marked as MN for identification into evidence.
What says the defense, noting previous objections?
Subject to just previous motions and objections, Judge.
It be admitted into evidence of the defense objections as states numbered.
And there is a stipulation as it relates to the accuracy as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will read to you the following stipulation. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orange County Sheriff's Office at 21:41:20 hours. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may publish.
911, what's your emergency? I called a little bit ago. The deputy sheriff said I found out my granddaughter has been taken. She has been missing for a month. Her mother finally admitted that she's been missing.
Okay, what is
here now?
Okay, what is the address that you're calling from?
4937 Hope Spring Drive. We're talking about a 3-year-old little girl.
4937 what?
Hope Spring, HOPESPRING Drive, Orlando. My daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her.
Your daughter admitted that the baby is where?
The babysitter took her a month ago that my daughter's been looking for. I told you my daughter was missing for a month. I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. And she just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself. There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car.
Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name?
Kaylee, Caylee, Anthony.
Kaylee Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, is she white, black, or Hispanic?
She's white.
How long has she been missing for?
I have not seen her since the 7th of June.
What is her date of birth?
8/9/78. 2000, oh God, she's 3. She's 2005. George Carey's missing. Carey's missing. Casey said Danny took her a month ago. She's been missing for a month.
Okay, I understand. Can you calm down for me for just a minute and I need to know what's going on, okay? I'm gonna try and talk. Is your daughter there?
I'm on the phone with them.
Is your daughter there?
Yes.
Can I speak with her? Do you mind if I speak with her? Thank you.
I called them 2 hours ago. They haven't gotten here. Can you see? Finally admitted them. Danny took her a month ago. Just trying to find her.
Ma'am.
Can you stand upstairs? They want to talk to you. Answer the question. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Well, can you tell me what's going on a little bit?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me a little bit what's going on?
My daughter's been missing for the last 31 days.
And you know who has her?
I know who has her. I've tried to contact her. I actually received a phone call today, now from a number that is no longer in service. I did get to speak to my daughter for about a minute.
Okay, did you guys call and report a vehicle stolen?
Yes, my mom did.
Okay, so there's been a vehicle stolen too?
No, this was my vehicle.
What vehicle was stolen?
It's a 98 Pontiac Sunfire.
Okay, I have deputies on the way to you right now for that. So now your 3-year-old daughter is missing. Kaylee Anthony.
Yes.
White female.
Anthony. Yes, white female.
3 years old, 8/9/2005 is her date of birth?
Yes.
And you last saw her a month ago?
31 days. From 31 days.
Who has her? Do you have a name?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Who is that? Babysitter?
She's been my nanny for about a year and a half, almost 2 years.
Why are you calling now? Why didn't you call 31 days ago?
I've been looking for her and have gone through other resources to try to find her, which was stupid.
Okay. Can you give me the name of the nanny again? Like, spell it out for me?
Zenaida, Zenaida.
Last name?
Fernandez. Hyphen Gonzalez. I think the officers are here.
The officers are there?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Don't hang up with me yet. I need to... Okay.
Have a break, sir.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Anthony.
Hello.
Mrs. Anthony, is it fair to say you and Casey are very much alike?
In many ways, yes.
Okay. In fact, is that not what you hear quite often, that you are exactly alike?
In most ways, yes.
And you raised Casey to be a good person.
Yes, I did.
And you raised Casey to be caring.
Yes, I did.
And loving as well.
Yes.
And you raised Casey to always tell the truth.
I thought I did. Yes, I did. I tried.
And you got to see what kind of mother Casey became, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of mother Casey is?
Casey was a very loving, very caring mother. She had a very easy, quick maternal instinct that was very evident as soon as Kaylee was born. And she reminded me of myself when my kids were born, how just natural she was with Kaylee, and they were just great together.
And how did Kaylee respond to Casey?
Kaylee adored her mom. Her eyes would light up. She'd run to her and love on her. And in fact, Kaylee didn't want to sleep without her mom. Kaylee adored her.
Kaylee followed Casey everywhere she went, did she not?
Pretty much.
And would cry all the time, every time she left?
No, not when it was either George or myself, because she would cry a little bit, but she knew we were there, so it wasn't a big separation anxiety when I was there. Now, I didn't notice if I was already gone and Casey left her with one of her other sitters. I don't know how that was.
You never witnessed Casey abuse or torture Kaylee in any way, did you?
No, I did not.
And Kaylee never went without food or shelter or anything that she ever needed in life?
No, she had everything.
Now, you testified under direct examination that the first time you went to the the first time Casey went to the doctor was on June 30th of 2005.
No, that was when...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
June 30th is when I found out that Casey was pregnant. To my knowledge, she went to the doctor a few days before.
And you went to your brother's wedding on June 7th, did you not?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Without showing this to the jury, madam, I'm going to now show you Defense Exhibit A. Did you recognize that photo, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of you and Casey at your brother Rick's wedding?
Yes.
And at that time, when that photograph was taken, you did not believe that Casey was pregnant?
No, I did not.
And at that wedding, you were actually confronted about Casey's pregnancy by your brother, were you not?
We were sitting at the dinner table, and Casey had flown in earlier that day, and she was sick and wanted to go lay down. And my brother asked if she might be pregnant, and I told him no. I did not believe so.
So you were confronted by your brother at that time?
He brought the subject up that she might be pregnant, and my parents and my husband and I were there. And
at that time you told him no, she was not?
At that time, yes, I told him no, we did not believe that she was pregnant.
And George was present during this conversation?
Yes.
And both of you indicated that Casey was not pregnant?
Correct.
And you mentioned under direct examination that Casey, during that time period, was sedentary.
Pretty much so. I mean, for her work, previously she was walking the entire park at Universal, doing photos and such, and then she had taken a sedentary position in human resources. Her and I would walk, but she wasn't running or walking all day. We'd walk in the evening for a few minutes, but to me that's still sedentary.
Ms. Anthony, if you can just answer my question, I appreciate it. The question was, you had testified that she was sedentary. Is that correct? Okay. And for those of us who don't know what that means, that basically means lack of physical activity, correct?
Yes, that she pretty much have a sit-down job.
And are you certain it wasn't that she didn't get these? Well, let me strike that and ask you this. Are you certain it wasn't because she was overly active or participating in sports that she got that way?
What way, sir? I don't understand the question.
With the large protruding belly, are you certain that it wasn't because she was participating in sports?
Casey wasn't participating in sports during that time.
Okay. So it's the complete opposite. It's because she was not engaging in physical activity. That you thought that way?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Now, you're aware that Casey has been incarcerated for the last 3 years, are you not?
I've been aware every day of my life for the last 3 years, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware that she spends 23 hours a day in a cell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That would pretty much classify her as sedentary during that time period. Would you not agree?
Yes, sir.
As you see Casey today, does she have a large belly or a protruding belly?
I haven't been close enough to see her, but I know she's not eating, so I don't know what activities she's allowed or can do.
Your Honor, may I ask Miss Anthony to please stand with your permission so that Mrs. Anthony can identify her?
Approach. The defendant may stand.
Mrs. Anthony, can you see your daughter?
I can see just from her chest up.
May the witness stand down, Your Honor?
She may.
Can you please look at your daughter and then go back to the witness stand once you've had an opportunity to view her? Does your daughter appear to have a protruding belly as she did at your brother's wedding?
She's not as big as she was during that period of time, no.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about when Casey actually did go to the doctor. Okay?
Okay.
Now, she went on, you said you think she went a couple days before the 30th.
She told me she went a few days before. Casey was having some female issues, and we were concerned that she might have an ovarian cyst. She was bloated, she was hurting, she was not feeling well, and her periods were more often than normal. So I had implored her to go to see the doctor, and she told me that she had gone earlier that week to see the doctor.
And she eventually was referred to a Dr. King, was she not?
That was on her, after her second visit, from my understanding.
And that was a gynecologist?
Yes.
And that was the first time that she had actually seen a gynecologist, correct?
Yes.
And she was 19 at the time?
Yes.
Now, you've testified that your daughter had irregular periods?
Yes.
And that you thought that she might have had a cyst?
Yes.
And when did Casey first get her period?
When she was 12. Actually, excuse me, when she was 10.
She was 10. And from the age of 10 to the age of 19, being a medical professional, you never considered taking her to a gynecologist?
Going to a gynecologist is pretty traumatic for a child. I remember I didn't go till I was like 17 or 18 years old. No, I considered it, but she wasn't having issues that weren't what I considered, pretty much like me. When you compare that her and I are a lot alike, we're a lot alike in that way as well with our periods.
Despite the fact that she was having irregular periods?
That just started just a few months prior to me finding out she was pregnant.
Do you know when she had her first sexual partner?
First of all, please don't.
Now, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of Casey's imaginary friends. First of all, let me ask you this. Who's Kaylee's father?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Any knowledge will be based on hearsay.
Overruled to the extent that the answer comes from Casey Anthony. If it comes from someone other than Casey Anthony, you can't answer the question.
When Casey first told me she was pregnant, naturally, the first thing I asked her is who the father was, and she, at that time, told me that it was Jesse Grund.
Now, you didn't wait till Kaylee was born to ask her who the father was.
No.
You asked her right away?
Right away, yes.
Because that's what a concerned parent would do.
Yes.
And there came a time where you found out that Jesse Grund was not Kaylee's father. Did you not?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, who did you think Kaylee's father was?
She gave me a name of Eric Baker.
And did you ever meet anyone by the name of Eric Baker?
No, sir, I have not.
Did Casey what did Casey tell you about this Eric Baker?
That he was 2 years younger than her, and that he... Your Honor, I'm going to object to any further hearsay on this issue.
Well, Miss Anthony, as long as you're telling us something that your daughter told you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please continue.
He was 2 years younger than her, and he was an old friend, and she had seen him about the time that she started seeing Jesse. He was in town and upset about a girlfriend or such, and I guess they got together. It was one night, and Eric lived out of state and was back in a relationship with his girlfriend that he was having difficulty with when Casey said they got together.
And what state was he from?
I'm pretty sure she said like Kentucky, North Carolina, somewhere there.
And at this point, did you make any attempts to meet Eric Baker?
No.
Did you want to speak to Eric Baker at any time?
No.
Did Casey tell you that she wanted you to meet Eric Baker?
No.
Did there come a time where meeting Eric Baker was not possible?
Yes.
And how did that all come about?
It was about a week or two after Kaylee's second birthday that Casey called me at my work, and she was hysterical on the phone. And she told me that Casey's father was involved in a car accident. And she had just found out. And she also told me at that time that Kaylee had a half-brother.
And what is Kaylee's half-brother's name?
I have no idea.
Is Eric Baker on Kaylee's birth certificate?
No, no father's listed on Kaylee's birth certificate.
Now, do you think Eric Baker exists?
I'm going to object to her opinion.
Part.
To any opinion, testimony.
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker is Kaylee's father?
Objection would be based on any hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker ever existed?
Next question,
Objection.
Mr. Baez. Objection is sustained.
Tell me about Jeff Hopkins. You've testified quite a bit about him during direct. He is a I guess, a wealthy man?
Do you want me to tell you how I learned about him? Or
Sure.
Casey was engaged to Jesse, and it was sometime around Valentine's Day of 2006. And she was telling me, this is about the time Casey was starting to vocalize issues of her and Jesse's relationship. And she started telling me about this young man that she worked with that was an IT at Universal. Actually, I guess he worked for Nickelodeon Studios at the time. And he had a little boy, and she said that she thought he was a nice young man, and he had befriended her, and she was confiding in him about her relationship with Jesse.
Did Casey tell you these things on pretty much a daily basis, or is this all information you heard on one day?
No, this is over the course of a period of time. I mean, I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins from that point on through, Kate, until I found out about Kaylee.
And Jeffrey Hopkins had a child named Zachary.
Yes.
And did you ever see a photograph of Zachary?
I saw a picture of Zachary and Jeffrey on Casey's cell phone months later. It was probably towards the fall or winter of 2006 that when Casey's phone was on, I guess was just sitting there, the picture was of Zachary and Jeff, and she had him listed as boyfriend in her phone.
Have you since come to find out that Jeffrey Hopkins does not exist?
I never knew for sure if he did or not, so if you're telling me that he doesn't exist now, then...
Are you aware that law enforcement looked for him?
Yes.
And are you aware that no such Jeffrey Hopkins ever...
All right, everybody, welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen, and I now have Amy Dash, who is the legal correspondent for Crime News Daily, and here with us to talk a little bit about this trial that we have coming up with Dr. Joseph Urich, who is accused of aggravated vehicular homicide for allegedly drinking and driving his boat, hitting another fishing boat, killing a gentleman named Neil Cuppett, and injuring someone else named Bruce Lindawood. He is also on trial for aggravated vehicular assault for the injuries to Bruce Lindawood. Amy, I wanted to welcome you. Thank you so much for being with us via Skype.
Hi, Heather. Thank you for having me.
So I want to talk to you. There's a lot of questions, and a lot of questions are coming in from the chat room about this case. I want to start with the decision to waive a jury trial and go with a judge trial, a bench trial. We saw that in the Michelle Carter case just recently. Why do you think the defense would choose to do that in this case?
There's several reasons. First of all, with a judge, you know that the judge is going to follow the letter of the law. And I think it's going to be very hard if you're following the letter of the law and you don't have evidence of the blood alcohol level being twice the legal limit, which it was because that was ruled inadmissible. Right. So you and I were talking before this, and you brought up a great point where you said that the judge was the one who made it inadmissible. So he has the knowledge that this guy was drunk. But technically, if he's following the letter of the law, he's not supposed to weigh that into his decision.
Right.
So I think there's less sympathy with a judge. There's more sympathy for the victim's family with a jury.
Right. I would agree with that. The other big piece of evidence that makes the prosecutor, according to reports, think that they have a case here is the statements that Urich made immediately after the accident. Apparently, he said that he had had a few beers. He said that he didn't mean to kill anyone, and he said that he didn't see them. Do you think that those statements in and of themselves are going to be enough to overcome, as you point out, the lack of the blood alcohol?
It's tricky. So with the statements that he had a couple of beers, I don't think I think that acknowledges that he could have been drunk, but without having the actual blood and alcohol tests that prove that he had an alcohol level above the legal limit, you can't make that logical assumption, even though we all know that he was, right? Because we know what the results were. But if you're following the letter of the law, and this may be another reason why they want the judge, you can't make that logical leap to satisfy the requirement of the statute. So that might be something that weighs in favor of the defense.
What do you think about the decision by the judge to preclude that blood alcohol content evidence? It was based purely upon the fact that there's this old, outdated statute that says that the blood and urine had to be refrigerated, and here the police did not refrigerate it. Do you think it was the right ruling by this judge to leave out this evidence, though it's so important to this case?
I'm not a medical expert, so I know that the argument was that this is a very outdated law, but I think it really comes down to the amount of time that it was unrefrigerated. I don't believe that you can have blood or alcohol tested validly if it hasn't been refrigerated at all for days. So I know this was a 62-hour period. So I think it may be outdated in the sense that maybe you can go 10 hours, 15 hours, 24 hours, maybe even 48 hours without refrigerating it, and it would still be a valid sample. But there may be something to the fact that this was 62 hours and it was not refrigerated.
Well, and I think that may be true. And I think also there may be something to the fact that if there's a law on the books about the way these investigations are supposed to happen, then it's incumbent upon the police to follow the law that's on the books. And
yeah, and you know what? It's a battle of the experts at that point.
Right, right. And that will all be left out. The experts we will hear from in this case are the accident reconstructionists talking about, you know, where the boats were and how one was when it hit the other, and whether or not the boat where the victims were had lights on it. Do you think that's another reason why the defense went with a judge? That's really some dry testimony and difficult sometimes for jurors to want to be as invested in.
Yeah, because what the judge will consider, and probably weigh more heavily than jurors, is the fact that if the lights were not on, as the defense says they were not, then that means that those people were violating the law in Ohio, and that becomes a contributing factor to the crash that may mitigate the responsibility of the doctor.
I want to talk to you about DUI just in general, because the judge this morning read to the defendant the charges, the potential charges, and I want to take just the vehicular homicide, because now we're talking about a situation where someone is left dead. And the sentence in Ohio is 2 years to 8 years. This became a really big issue back in 2013 when a young man named Matthew Cordell went on YouTube and admitted to having killed someone in a drunk driving accident. Guys, can we find that YouTube? I want to show it for the audience and then talk to Amy about the maximum and minimum sentence in Ohio and across the United States and what she thinks about that. So, okay, let's watch that video. This is Matt Cordell, who admitted on YouTube prior to pleading guilty to killing someone in a drunk driving accident that he had done so.
I was out with some friends. We were all drinking really heavily. Just hopping from bar to bar. Just trying to have a good time, and I lost control. You know, sometimes I drink because I have depression that I struggle with every day. And I just drink to get out of my head for a few hours. You know, I really don't like the person I become when I drink. I've ruined relationships in the past. I start fights. You know, I just generally become a person that people don't like being around. On that particular night, I made a mistake and got in my truck. Completely blacked out and decided to try to drive home. I ended up going the wrong way down the highway, directly into oncoming traffic. And I struck a car. I killed a man. Immediately following that, I consulted some high-powered attorneys who told me stories about similar cases where the drivers got off. They were convinced that they could get my blood test thrown out, and all I would have to do for that was lie. Well, I won't go down that path.
My name is Matthew Cordell, and on June 22nd, 2013, I hit and killed Vincent Canzani. This video will act as my confession. When I get charged, I will plead guilty and take full responsibility for everything I've done to Vincent and his family. If I took a different route, maybe I would get a reduced sentence and maybe I would get off. But I won't dishonor Vincent's memory by lying about what happened. By releasing this video, I know exactly what it means. I'm handing the prosecution everything they need to put me away for a very long time. But I'm willing to take that sentence for just one reason, and that reason is so I can pass this message on to you. I beg you, and I say the word beg specifically, I'm begging you, please don't drink and drive. Don't make the same excuses that I did. Don't say it's only a few miles, or you've only had a few beers, or you do it all the time, it'll never happen to you, because it happened to me. And all of those are just excuses to make yourself feel better about a decision that you know is wrong and could cost lives. I can't bring Mr. Canzani back, and I can't erase what I've done. But you can still be saved. Your victims can still be saved. So please.
So, Amy, there's a situation where Matt Cordell, a lot of people felt very badly for him. He clearly, knew he had made a mistake, came out and apologized for that mistake, and then he was sentenced to 6.5 years. A lot of people felt that that was too much, given that he had admitted to making a mistake. But the family of the person that he killed, reiterated the fact that their loved one will never return. And they felt as though even the 8 years, that is the maximum in Ohio, wasn't enough. Before we came on air, you and I were talking about the different states have different limits. And in Florida, in some cases, people have actually done up to 24 years in jail. And yet other people in Florida have done less than 2 years in jail. Do you think that this wide disparity between states and even within a state is appropriate?
I don't think it's appropriate. I've always felt that sentencing should be uniform across states when it comes to criminal law. But this is one of those impossible situations where you have a tragedy, you have somebody who is irresponsible, and the question is, how much should that person suffer or take responsibility for what they did? Now, 6.5 years for this guy, even though he felt remorse, I think it was adequate. Was it enough? I don't really know, but I think he wanted to take responsibility, and I think definitely that is taking an amount of responsibility. But like you said, the family will never see their loved one again. So if we want to deter this type of conduct, the question is, if we make harsher sentences, will that accomplish that?
Right.
We don't know.
Yeah.
But it's all across the board. And really what it comes down to is the facts of the case, the remorse of the person, the criminal history of the person, has it happened before, and very important, the contributing responsibility of the person who was either killed or in the car of the person that was killed. Because there was a very big case out here in Suffolk County where very recently, where there was a limo driver. He had a bachelorette party of young girls in the limo, and there was a drunk driver, and he T-boned into this limo, killed 4 of the young girls in the bachelorette party, and he faced 0 jail time. 0,
yeah.
Because they determined that the limo driver had made an illegal U-turn, and that may have contributed. And the problem is, we don't know how much that contributed. And same in this case, we don't know how much the lights being off contributed. So the question is, if the person who was killed had followed the law, or the person operating that vehicle that was struck had followed the law, would it have happened? We don't know.
That's right. That is a fabulous point, and it is going to be a huge part of this defense because they've already talked about the fact that they want to use the accident reconstructionists very heavily, and so that is going to be a huge part. Another thing that many of the people in the chat rooms have asked is, does Dr. Urich have a history of any sort of alcohol or drug abuse? Now, and then someone else brought up—
That's very important.
Very important.
I think there should be a lot less mercy for somebody who has a problem and has perhaps driven multiple times, and the laws reflect that. If somebody's driven drunk in the past and been caught, they'll have a harsher sentence. In New York, they'll be charged with a felony instead of a misdemeanor.
Right, and to your point, someone else in the chat room had said that they think these types of cases should be charged as murder. And when someone has a past DUI, there are some states that allow it to be charged as murder because it goes into the reckless and depraved heart situation where they actually can try it as murder. So I would be shocked if this doctor, because a lot of times the other thing is if doctors do have a drug or alcohol problem, often their license to practice medicine is affected. And I have tried to do some research on Dr. Urich, and I can't see any marks against his license to practice medicine. So I would be shocked if he has any sort of a history of this. At the same time, again, before we came on air, we were talking about the fact that he hasn't taken a plea. And while I'm happy so that we have a trial to watch this afternoon, I'm surprised. Are you?
I'm really surprised. I would think both sides would want a plea deal. This is the perfect case to plea out.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. My only thought is that because Dr. Urich is a surgeon, and if plea deal would necessarily mean that he would lose his license to drive for the rest of his life, that really could mean losing his career that he's put so much time and so much effort into for the rest of his life. And that in and of itself may be enough reason for him to want to fight this.
Yeah, absolutely, because I think that's really interesting, actually, that in Ohio, in a situation like this, you lose your license to drive forever. That's incredibly harsh. So when you talk about somebody going to jail versus losing their license, that's a pretty harsh element of the statute that you don't see in other states.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it definitely, I would think, would affect a lot of people's willingness to take a deal because for so many people, the way that they can support their families, I mean, like you look at this doctor, he's 38 years old. If he does the maximum, just taking the vehicular homicide, so if he does the 8 years, he gets out at like 46. He would still have 20, 25 years of work ahead of him, and yet the thing that he did at his residency and his internship and maybe a fellowship for would be very difficult for him to do. So I wouldn't be—
but he can't go anywhere.
Right.
That's a very harsh form of punishment that people may feel is almost the equivalent of being in jail because you can't go anywhere.
Yeah,
it's like you're stuck at home. You have to rely on people to even go to the deli and get a sandwich.
Right, especially if you live in the, here in the city, we're spoiled with Uber and so many other alternatives.
That's true. He would have to move to a populated metropolitan area.
Right, somewhere that he could do things. Now, do you think in a case like this, and I've talked to you about this in so many cases, Amy, but in this particular case, do you think that the doctor will testify?
Good question. I don't think he'll testify. No, I don't, because he made some incriminating statements to the police, and I think he's then opening himself up to be cross-examined on those statements, which obviously he can't lie under oath. So I think it's better for them to perhaps try to challenge those statements in other ways than to put him and make him vulnerable on the stand. But I could be wrong. I mean, if he's a sympathetic character, then possibly. I think he's Polish, right? Is he a foreigner?
I don't know if that's clear. I'm not sure.
Sometimes the accent, defense attorneys might be hesitant to put somebody on if they don't know the English language well. I don't know what his capabilities are, if he was born here or somewhere else.
I actually think he might be from Poland, Ohio, but I'm not positive about that. But I made the same mistake this morning, and then someone corrected me, and I haven't had a chance to look that up for sure. But I agree with you. If he has, and that would make another reason why a jury would be less amenable to someone who does have trouble with the language than somebody like a judge. So, we'll see.
Yeah, but we saw, Heather, really interesting, real quick. We saw there's a kayak case, the kayak murder case in New York.
I know the case well.
Where the girl was out with her fiance on the boat and he drowned, and the question is, did she take the plug out of the boat and then not help him when he was drowning and basically coordinate this murder? And so the way she confessed, allegedly, and the way that they challenged the confession was saying that she didn't understand the questions because she was a foreigner. And so they use that whole approach to try to undermine the confession. So that's something that could possibly happen.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly how that plays out. I do think if he is convicted, we will hear from him in the sentencing phase, because that's where you get into the level of remorse and the level of the other things. One thing that I want to make clear, because a lot of people on the sites are asking about this, we here at Law News don't know whether the lights on the boat were on or off. The defense, we anticipate, will say that the lights on the boat that was hit, where the victims were off. At least that's what reports are saying that Dr. Urich said initially after the accident. However, you're correct. The prosecutor is going to say and has said that the lights were on. So this is going to be a big issue in this case. It sounds like, Amy, and I think you'd agree, maybe one of the biggest issues.
I think it's the biggest issue because then, like I said, the question is, if the lights had been on, would this have happened? How much responsibility do you allocate to that violation of the law versus the violation of driving while intoxicated?
Right,
and this is a question in every one of these cases. When there's somebody who's injured and they or somebody that they're with contributes to the accident, how much responsibility can you put on them? We don't know, because we don't know what would have happened. It's this hypothetical case of how would things have gone, and we can never truly know. And I think that's why a lot of people get off on lenient sentences in cases like this.
The other thing that's a big issue with a lot of people on the chat rooms, and certainly will come up in this case, is the fact that he didn't stop. The Dr. Urich, after hitting the fishing boat, didn't stop. Now,
he fled the scene, which is worse than not, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm sure that I would anticipate that he would say, no lights on, didn't realize what I had struck, thought it was perhaps a log or something, and the size of the boat will make a difference. Sure. But I think that the fact that he did not stop also may be a good reason for not having a jury, because that's the type of thing that angers a jury, but also may come into play for a judge as well.
Yeah, because when you talk about remorse, if he's going to show remorse now that he's been caught, but he didn't demonstrate any type of remorse or care to try to even get people help. I mean, that's another thing, is if you flee the scene and you don't call for emergency medical care, and you're a doctor,
or provide it, right?
Doctors have a duty to care, to try to get emergency medical care if they come upon somebody who's injured, because of their role as doctors, or at least to try to help in that situation. So for a doctor to leave somebody there dying and not try to resuscitate them or help them, that is definitely not going to play well with the jury.
Absolutely, absolutely, or the judge. I mean, no one. I don't think anybody. That's right. I don't think anyone's going to have a whole lot of sympathy for someone if they believe that he knew he had struck something other than a log. And we're going to see pictures.
But I think you have to know, because the force of impact had to be enough to kill somebody and injure somebody else.
Well, right.
So one boat hitting another boat, I'm telling you, I don't think anybody in their right mind thinks that they've hit a log. That could be his excuse, but nobody's going to buy it.
Right, and the splash of the bodies hitting the water. I mean, I'm with you. I think that this defendant has a lot of explaining to do about those particular issues. The key witness in this case, it looks like, is going to be Lieutenant Johnson, who is the person who took his statement immediately after the event. You know, the whole fact that the statement is coming in, that's where apparently Urich said that I had just a couple of beers, the lights weren't on, all these things that we're talking about. Don't you think that that is the person that these defense attorneys have got to be really preparing an airtight, wonderful cross-examination of, so that they can try to do the best to get their client off on a case that seems almost indefensible?
Yeah, I mean, do you know, Heather, whether this was recorded or just there were notes about this confession? Because
I believe there's notes.
I don't understand that's the thing. I don't understand why these confessions, so-called interrogation confessions, in this day and age, they should all be taped.
Right. Agreed.
Because why would you leave yourself vulnerable to any type of doubt over these statements when you can tape them and there's no dispute over what the guy said? The detective's memory cannot be challenged. His notes cannot be challenged because it's recorded for all to see. So that just doesn't make sense to me when they don't record.
I just want to, the thing we were talking about Poland, it is Poland, Ohio, and it's not Poland, the country. No, but it's a couple of the articles said, you know, this doctor from Poland, and especially, I think.
They call him Poland surgeon. I guess they would have said Polish surgeon.
That's right. But so the language issue will not become an issue, but I'm not sure he will testify in any event. So we're starting that case at 1 o'clock this afternoon. That's when they'll come back and start with openings. So many of you have so many questions about this case that will be answered in openings. Some of these things are going to be disputed in the case. The lights, I think, will be one of them. Another will be, and I want to ask you about this, Amy, whether or not they were in a no-wake zone. So I've done a little bit of boating in my life, and I know a no-wake zone means you're supposed to be going slowly enough that you don't create a wake. If they were, in fact, the victims were, in fact, in a no-wake zone, and the doctor was driving fast enough to create a wake, doesn't that then impact his defense as well?
Yeah, but, you know, I don't know, because I would have to say that, just to be honest, I don't have a lot of boating experience. But I wonder if there's something the equivalent of like a black box in the boat that can record the speed, or if that's just something that we'll never know, or if that's reliant on the reconstructionists or the experts who talk about the impact and how fast he would have been going to create that type of impact. But that's all speculation.
I think that you are 100% right on. I think that that's what we'll hear from the experts. And I think that's why, you know, at the beginning of the day today, one of the things the judge did was to rule on the motions in limine, and he ruled on a Daubert motion, which was a motion by the defense to sort of question whether or not the prosecution's accident reconstructionist was based on the appropriate science. And so I think you're right. I think we will hear from one side that he was going, you know, super slow, just putt-putting along, and the other side saying that he was, you know, speeding through the waterways. And that's going to be, right to your point earlier today, a battle of the experts. So it's going to be an interesting case, and one that is very similar, although on the water, to many cases that are happening throughout the United States today. You know, you cover such big murders, and we're watching Casey Anthony right now, but cases like this, DUIs, are really the bread and butter of so many criminal defense attorneys. Yeah,
I think though, you know, when somebody dies like this, there's usually like a distinction between boating accidents and car accidents. I think really it should be the same thing. I know that statutorily they're treated the same, but I just feel like there's not enough strictness when it comes to these statutes just in general.
Yeah,
I agree. I have to agree with the people. I don't necessarily think that it should be tried as a murder in all cases. It has to depend on the circumstances, but it just seems so lenient to put somebody away for a couple of years, if that. Like I said, a lot of these people they don't go to jail at all, and somebody's died. I mean, this is very similar to what we were talking about last week or the week before with Police Chief Lewis and that demonstration where somebody died in the middle of a police demonstration, a volunteer citizen during a police academy. And, you know, the question is, should this guy even be charged? And I said, yes, he should have been charged because somebody's gone forever. Right. And I feel that way in all of these cases. When somebody's gone forever, just because you feel remorse, just because it was an accident, just because you didn't intend it, you took away that life the second that you made the decision to violate the law by drinking and driving or operating a boat. It's illegal. You're not allowed to have a drink, get in the car, and operate a vehicle, or get in a boat and operate it after you or while you're intoxicated. So if you're just going to do that, like you said, have a reckless disregard for human life by doing that, because everybody knows in this day and age that there's a risk someone's going to die. So if you're going to take that risk and you don't care about the lives of other people on the waterways or on the roads, then if somebody does die, there should be a harsh sentence for that.
I agree. I think the problem under the law is whether or not someone is too drunk to even create intent to make it a murder, fall under the definition of murder. And that's what happens with so many of our statutes. I mean, this case has really played out the problems with some statutes. The statute that led to the blood alcohol being precluded, and now the way that this case is charged, and in Ohio, relatively lenient sentencing. But before we get there, we have to make sure that we presume that he is innocent until proven guilty, and see what exactly Dr. Urich's defense will be. Before I let you go, Amy, I do want to talk to you because until the case starts at 1 o'clock, we're going to go back to the Casey Anthony case. Right now, Casey Anthony's mother is on the stand. And I do think the interesting thing that I've seen in watching this testimony and watching the people watch it, whether it's on social media or the chatters, is they're seeing a lot of things that they didn't notice the first time around.
Interesting.
Do you think that that for jurors in a Casey Anthony case, to hear that case still be spoken about and to hear that their decision to still be so violently opposed, do you think that that's something they continue to live with and to trouble themselves over?
I don't know, because I can't put my minds in the minds of the jurors. There's so many of them, and each one probably feels differently. But I'll say, when it comes to this case, it's very simple for me. Very, very simple. There is one thing, if I were on that jury, that I just would not buy the drowning theory over. If Caylee Anthony accidentally drowned, and this was a cover-up by George or Casey or whoever, why the heck was there duct tape over this little baby's mouth? If the baby is dead and you're disposing of the body, why are you duct taping the mouth? That's all it comes down to for me.
Yeah, it's an upsetting case. I know many of our viewers are getting all fired up about it again. We're going to continue to watch that only until 1 o'clock. And then at 1 o'clock, we are going to go live to the trial of Dr. Joseph Urich. Amy, thank you so much for being here with us. We love having you on, and I'm sure I'll see you again this week.
I love talking with you. Thanks.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right, guys, we are going to take you back to the Casey Anthony trial. I know that many of you are watching very closely and seeing some things that you didn't notice the first time that you watched this case. It's also interesting, as I said, to watch Jose Baez and the way that he has changed in his approach, the way that he's changed in his manner, and the way he has, to my mind, improved as a trial attorney. So we're going to take you back to that testimony. We will be breaking in if anything goes on in the Dr. Urich case, and we will be going live to that courtroom right when they begin at 1 o'clock. So have a good hour or so watching this, then we'll bring you in with another bit of analysis for the afternoon, and then we'll start that case.
Work for Universal Studios.
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence, other than the photograph that you saw, that there ever was a Jeffrey Hopkins?
Same basis.
Sustained.
Do you ever speak to Jeffrey Hopkins?
No.
You had, that you testified under direct, a girls' day at the mall with Jeffrey's mother?
We were supposed to meet up with Jeffrey's mom and Zachary for Christmas pictures with Santa Claus, Christmas of 2007.
And what was Jeffrey's mother's name?
Jules.
Jules. And did you ever speak to Jules?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see a photograph of Jules?
No, I did not.
Did you ever have a phone number for Jules?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever call it?
No, I never had the opportunity where I needed to.
Now, it turned out that Jules had cancer?
Casey told me that those last few weeks in July of 2008 that Jules had cancer.
And did you get an invitation to go to her wedding?
No. As my understanding, it was an impromptu thing that just occurred that week.
Do you know if Casey got an invitation to go to her wedding?
Casey told me that she was attending Jules' wedding and that was delaying her from coming home from Jacksonville.
And it turns out that Zach's mother was also deceased.
Yes.
It's your understanding that Jeffrey Hopkins was how old compared to Casey?
How old?
Yes. Were they the same age, Casey and Jeffrey Hopkins?
No, I believe Jeffrey was at least 2, if not 3 or 4 years older than Casey.
And they both had children who were approximately 2 years of age.
No, Zachary was a year older than Kaylee.
They both had toddlers?
Yes.
And both of these toddlers' other parents, were deceased?
Yes.
So Jeffrey Hopkins was a widower.
My understanding is that Jeff took custody of Zachary when he was 2, that Zachary's mother, previous to that, was a single mom, and Jeff had no idea that he was a father, and then found out when his old girlfriend passed away that he actually was a father.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is Zachary's mother was deceased. Yes?
Yes.
And Kaylee's father was deceased.
Yes.
And Casey wanted to move in with Jeffrey Hopkins and the 2 children together.
At some point, I believe that that's Casey's wishes.
And that's what Casey had dreamed of.
That's what Casey, told me that was what she would like to do someday.
Were there ever any plans set in place to make this family happen?
There were lots of plans that we were supposed to get together with him and meet him and his family, and that never happened.
In fact, there was one time where you guys planned a barbecue.
There were several times that we planned things, and something always came up that we never got to meet him.
Do you recall planning a barbecue?
Not specifically a barbecue, but I remember we're supposed to go to SeaWorld and different things.
And when did those plans get canceled? Were
Always
they the day of or the day before?
Always the day of.
The day of. And did you ever have a situation where you went out and bought food because you were going to meet Jeff?
Yes.
And you had planned a dinner that you were going to prepare, or barbecue or anything like that?
There was lots of times when I thought he was going to come over that I would either make a cake or something. If I knew I did that for all of the kids' friends. If someone new was coming, I always tried to have food, and you don't want someone over to your house sitting there unprepared.
And did you share this with people, this information of this wonderful guy named Jeff Hopkins?
Absolutely.
You told your coworkers?
Yes.
Did it ever occur to you, Cindy, that these people weren't real?
No, sir.
And this was long before June 16, 2008, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you had heard these stories of these imaginary people for quite some time.
I did not know they were imaginary people.
I know that, but you had heard these for quite some time.
Yes.
Juliet Lewis, who is she?
I was told she was a coworker of Casey's through not only Universal Studios, but also someone she worked with at Hard Rock Cafe.
And did you ever speak to Juliet Lewis?
No, I did not.
What does she look like?
I can only tell you a description that Casey gave me. I've never seen her.
And why did she describe her to you?
I remember one day we were sitting in Universal parking lot waiting for her boss and Juliet to arrive. Because I was volunteered to help Casey with a fundraiser.
And how long did you wait for Juliet before she never showed up?
Hour and a half.
Did you call Juliet?
No, Casey called Juliet.
And did you ever have an opportunity to speak to Juliet?
No, sir.
Do you have any evidence or any knowledge as to whether Juliet Lewis ever existed?
The only thing I remember, Kaylee, when I'd ask her about Juliet's daughter, Annabelle, Kaylee would repeat the name Annabelle like it was familiar to her. So.
And how would Kaylee mention Annabelle?
If I would say to Kaylee that day before I go to work or whatever was if I knew that Casey was going to see Juliet and Kaylee might see Annabelle, because sometimes Zanny was supposed to have watched Annabelle for Juliet as well. I would say, "You're going to play with Annabelle today," and her eyes would light up and she would say, "Annabelle."
She would just repeat the name.
Yes.
How old was Annabelle?
The same age as Kaylee.
Did you ever see any photographs of Annabelle?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever have any play dates with Kaylee and Annabelle?
No.
Who is Raquel Farrell?
I believe Raquel Farrell to be Zanny's roommate.
And what does she look like?
I've never seen Raquel.
Did you ever speak to Raquel Farrell?
No.
Did you ever see a photograph of Raquel Farrell?
No.
Do you have any evidence that Raquel Farrell ever existed?
No.
Is Raquel Farrell the one that worked at Fridays?
I don't know where Raquel Farrell worked at.
Now, I'd like to talk about Zanny the nanny. Did you ever see a photograph of Zanny the nanny?
No.
Did you ever speak to Zanny the nanny?
No.
When was the first time you heard of Zanny the nanny?
The same time I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins, around Valentine's Day of 2006.
This was 2 years, over 2 years and basically 2.5 years before June 16, 2008.
Yes, sir.
And what did Casey tell you about Zanny the nanny?
She didn't call her Zanny the nanny, by the way. She called her Zanny, and she said that that was Jeff's girlfriend, and that they lived in the same apartment complex. And Jeff pretty much offered Zanny up as a extra person if Casey ever needed a babysitter, because at that time it was her girlfriend Lauren and the Gruns, or George and I, that was watching Kaylee those hours that my schedule overlapped with Casey's.
And you had no idea that Zanny was not a real person?
No, I did not.
And she described to you that Zanny looked like what?
Over the course of the 2 years, Zanny had gotten her hair cut several times, but when I first heard about her, she had long black hair and was very attractive.
Did she say she was a perfect 10?
That came up later. I didn't hear that prior, right in the beginning. I heard that she just was a beautiful person on the inside as well as the outside and had a great smile.
Was Zanny Hispanic?
I don't think the conversation ever came up. I don't think I ever asked. That was not a qualification for Casey's friends or anybody to babysit Kaylee.
Did Zanny the nanny speak Spanish?
Possibly. Casey spoke some Spanish. She took, I believe, 3 years of Spanish in high school.
And did Zanny the nanny teach Kaylee how to count in Spanish, or was that Casey that did that?
I believed it was between Zanny, Casey, and Dora the Explorer that Kaylee was able to speak Spanish and count.
How would Casey prepare on a daily basis to pack up and take Kaylee to Zanny the nanny?
I was never home to see her pack for Kaylee to take her to Zanny's, so I could not tell you that.
Were you there when they came home?
Yes.
And did Kaylee appear to be excited from spending the day with Zanny the nanny?
When Kaylee either would come through the door, or I would come through the door, the first thing was we would run to each other, and it didn't matter what Kaylee did for the day. It was what her and I were going to do with the rest of the day. So we really never talked about that.
But surely you asked her, did you have a fun day? Or?
Oh, yes. There was one occasion where I was actually kind of concerned that Kaylee had some scratches on her legs, and I thought that they looked like cat or dog scratches. And I asked her what had happened to her. And she said a doggy had scratched her. So I asked Casey about it, and she said that Zanny had gotten a new puppy, and the puppy had scratched Kaylee.
What was the puppy's name?
I don't recall.
And were there ever times... Well, let me ask it this way. How often throughout the week for almost 2 years did Kaylee stay with Zanny the nanny?
Not that often. Most of the time, there was weeks at a time where Kaylee wouldn't stay with anybody other than myself. Zanny was someone that filled in. If Casey had to work while I was at work or George was unavailable. Otherwise, Casey, most of the time, Casey dropped Kaylee off at my work or would meet me in the parking lot, and then I would have Kaylee in the evenings.
Did Casey ever describe, prior to June and July of 2008, did Casey ever describe any problems that Zanny the nanny was having in her life, in her personal life?
Just that period of time. Well, there were different times during those 2 years where Zanny had to move. She talked to me about Zanny's mom being ill and different things like that. And Zanny had another part-time job, and she just babysat. And I guess when her and Jeffrey broke up, Zanny got a job as a bartender to fill in financially from not being able, making money from, watching Zachary. So, I mean, there was different, she would talk to me about Zanny's life like she was one of her friends, and that's what she considered her, and that's what I considered her to be, is a friend of Casey's at that point.
And did Zanny's mother have cancer too?
No, sir. She had heart issues.
Heart issues?
Yes, sir.
And what was her name?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Gloria.
Okay. Who is Rosa?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, Zanny had a sister, did she not?
Yes.
And what was Zanny's sister's name?
I did not find out about Zanny's sister until after July of 2008.
What was Zanny's sister's name?
Samantha.
And was she older or younger than Zanny?
I believe she was older.
Was Samantha also a nanny?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Did she live with Juliet and Raquel and Zanny together?
Juliet did not live with Zanny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And as far as I know, her sister was either married or lived on her own with her children.
Did you ever see a photograph of Gloria, Zanny's mother?
No, sir.
Did you ever speak to Gloria to wish her well on her heart condition?
No, sir.
Do you have any knowledge, or did you have any knowledge that Gloria was an imaginary person?
No, sir.
What about Samantha?
I never had the opportunity to meet Samantha. I did not know about Samantha until after July of 2008.
What did Casey tell you about, or what information do you have about the uncomfortableness of Zanny and Jeff Hopkins being former boyfriend and girlfriend, and Casey now wanting to marry and move in with Jeff Hopkins?
Object to the relevance of this, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll just sum this up, Miss Anthony. Do you have any information that you've received over the last 3 years or since these people ever were mentioned that they are anything but imaginary people?
I just found out that they are imaginary people.
And you testified under direct examination that up until about 6 weeks ago, you were looking for Zanny the nanny.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And that was for 3.5, or for 2.5 years, you were looking for Zanny the nanny?
I was looking for Zanny ever since I found out that Kaylee was missing.
And what efforts did you engage to try and find Zanny the nanny?
We had tip lines. We looked up every Zenaida Fernandez or Zenaida Gonzalez or Zenaida Rodriguez or whatever came close that was in the state of Florida, New York, North Carolina. George and I, when we were in New York, even followed up on a tip and went to the apartment that we believed that she lived in.
Was this at George's urging or yours?
At mine and George's when he found out that she was in New York or could be in New York.
Well, this was something that you really wanted to pursue.
This is something we both wanted to pursue. When I got the tip that with a physical address, I mean, we went to California to follow up on her.
Did you find Zanny the nanny in California?
No, we did not. But we had met a couple that was pretty convinced that she was possibly at a restaurant that they had seen Kaylee.
You hired someone by the name of Dominic Casey, did you not?
I never hired Dominic Casey. Dominic Casey worked for you. And when you and Mr. Casey had a falling out, he volunteered to continue to follow up on tips for Kaylee.
And he did that for you?
Yes.
And I believe you once made a statement that somebody was being watched in Puerto Rico?
Yes, sir. Mr. Casey thought that Kaylee might be in Puerto Rico.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay and relevance.
Sustained.
As to relevance, Your Honor, this was brought out during direct examination as to some of the methods that...
Hearsay.
I understand that. May I inquire in another manner?
You can ask another question, but...
Yes, sir.
Objection sustained.
Did you order your private investigator at the time to follow someone in Puerto Rico?
Yes, I had received a tip.
That objection again, Ms.
Relevance and hearsay.
Sustained as to relevancy.
Did you hear that, or let me rephrase that, did you ever become aware or did you ever believe that Kaylee was flown by a private jet to Puerto Rico?
Sustained. Another subject.
Yes, sir. Let's go back a little bit further in time. I'd like to talk about Casey's high school graduation. When did you first find out that she was not graduating?
Relevancy sustained.
Your Honor, I think some of this was brought out during direct examination, not the specific.
Sustained.
Now, Mrs. Anthony, throughout all of these years, it never occurred to you that these stories and these people that Casey was talking about were not real?
No, sir.
So therefore, the reason during the 30 days that you had not seen Kaylee, you understood all of these things to be true just as the imaginary people?
I trusted Casey. She'd never given me any reason not to believe in her.
So the answer is yes, that the reason you believed in Casey was because certainly you had no knowledge that all of these people were imaginary, and Casey had no reason or no issues that would lead you to cast doubt on what she was telling you.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did there come a time where you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was Amy Huizinga or Jesse Grund?
Object to the relevance, per se.
Overruled.
Yes.
And why did you think that Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizinga or Jesse Grund?
Well, actually, when I spoke to the FBI about it, I wasn't convinced that it was Amy, more like it might be Ricardo Morales. And when I was bringing up the information to the FBI, it was Scott Boland who put the Zanny and Huizinga correlation together.
So you think that the FBI is the one that thought Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizinga?
Object to relevance and then her opinion on the issue.
Sustained as to opinion.
Why did you think Zanny the nanny was Jesse Grund?
I never said that I thought Zanny was Jesse Grund.
Can you explain why you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was?
Sustained a while ago in a different form, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir. Have you ever testified that you gave the sheriff's department Zanny's number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you give law enforcement Zanny the nanny's phone number?
I gave one of the deputies on July 15th or the morning of July 16th what I thought was Zanny's phone number.
And as far as you know, that number was never followed up on? What happened with that number?
From my understanding, that number was not to a Zenaida Gonzalez. It was to one of Casey's other friends.
Which police officer did you give Zanny the nanny's phone number to?
The officer that was in charge that evening.
Would that be Sergeant Hosey?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Anthony, do you believe Kaylee's alive?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of this.
Sustained.
I'd like to talk to you, Miss Anthony, about your home.
Yes.
Okay. We saw photographs of the inside of your home. Do you recall those?
Yes.
You have white carpet.
It's like a cream color carpet.
And we saw photographs of the sliding glass door that goes out towards the pool.
Yes.
And there is no bar that would prevent Kaylee from opening that door.
We never placed a bar there, no.
Okay. And there's no child safety lock or anything like that for that door?
No, Kaylee had difficulty opening the big door.
Okay. Have you ever testified that Casey would get out quite easily?
Casey could, yes.
I'm sorry, Kaylee could.
I may have.
Okay. And that's what led you to believe that Kaylee could have drowned in the pool, did it not?
I don't know if I put those in the same sequence.
But it was your opinion that the number one thing that you thought could have happened was Kaylee drowning in the pool.
Sustained.
How many times did you tell law enforcement about Kaylee possibly drowning in the pool?
I have sustained objection to that question, so move on to another area, please, sir.
The day, within 24 hours of law enforcement getting called, Miss Anthony, did you not tell Detective Melich about the ladder incident?
I'm not sure what ladder incident you're talking about.
About finding the ladder down attached to the pool on June 17th?
Facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
I know at some point I remember telling the detectives that the ladder, I found the ladder on the pole and the gate open.
And that was on June 17th, was it not?
I believe it was the 16th. Could have been the 17th, but I feel like it was the 16th.
So the 16th, you came home from work and you saw the ladder there.
And I came home from work and let the dogs outside. And when I went outside with the dogs, I noticed that the ladder was on the pole. And when I walked to get the ladder off the pole, I noticed that the side gate was open.
And that alarmed you?
Yes, because the dogs were in the backyard and I didn't want them running into the street, and we never left the gate open.
And this alarmed you so much that the next day when you went to work, you actually told coworkers?
Yes, sir.
You told Debbie Bennett about someone was swimming in your pool?
I had called George that night and asked him if he had worked in the yard and could have potentially left the gate open, and did he cool off in the pool before he went to work. And he said no. And from my knowledge, Casey had not been back home that afternoon. So if it wasn't Casey or George, then it had to be someone else.
My question, ma'am, was that you told Debbie Bennett that someone was swimming in your pool.
Yes, sir. Okay. I just answered that saying that it wasn't one of us, so I thought it could be someone else.
I understand. You also told Debbie Polisano that someone was swimming in your pool.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And are you close with Debbie Polisano?
She was my supervisor for 1.5 years before I left Gentiva.
So is that a yes or no?
She was my boss. We weren't friendly. Debbie Bennett and I hung out after work. Deborah Polisano and I never hung out after work, so I don't really call being close with her, no.
Did you tell anyone else at work about the ladder being attached to the pool on June 16, 2008?
My work is very open, so if I was talking to Debbie, then pretty much the whole office probably could have heard me speaking to Debbie Bennett.
Okay. Now, Kaylee loved to swim, did she not?
Yes, she did.
In fact, when you were on vacation, you guys went swimming every day.
Which vacation, sir?
In June of 2008.
Yes, from my second day of vacation, yes.
And you always used the protective vest when going swimming with her?
Yes, I would take it off before we get out of the pool most of the time, because Kaylee liked to get her suit off and go by the jets before we get out. If it was just her and I, I'd leave the vest on, but if someone else was with us, then we would strip her down and someone would get her with the towel and take her in.
I heard you say she liked to swim naked.
Well, the jet from the pool, we had a little thing. She liked to go over to it and feel it. So,
Who doesn't?
Yeah, it feels good on your back and your bottom. So, yes.
Now, did you ever advise law enforcement that you thought maybe Casey forgot to take the ladder down?
I don't recall. I could have. If Casey had the opportunity to come home to swim, she may have.
Now, I know you testified that after that you went swimming with Kaylee June 15th, 2008.
Yes.
And that it was almost in the evening that the two of you got out of the pool?
Yes, it was the sun was, it was getting later in the evening, and it was getting kind of chilly in the pool. And we had been in the pool for at least an hour, hour and a half. It was probably about 7 o'clock, 7:30.
And I know you testified that you took the ladder down after you were done.
Yes, I recall taking the ladder down.
Are you 100% certain of that?
As certain as I can be. I'm not sure if anybody's ever 100% certain of anything, but I do recall taking the ladder down. So as much as I can remember from the events, yes, I took the ladder down.
And of course, you would never have to recall this specific event until well after a month later.
No, actually, it would have been the next day when I questioned whether or not someone was in the pool. So within a day, I would have
That's right.
remembered.
Now, do you recall speaking with, after this case is over, with two men, one by the name of Steph Watts? Do you know who he is?
I know who he is, but I don't know what you're referring to as after this case is over. I don't think this case is ever...
He works for Fox News, or worked at that time for Fox News.
At what time are you referring?
In July of 2008.
Yes, I remember Steph Watts being one of the media personnel outside my home, one of many.
And do you recall ever meeting a man by the name of Mark Furman?
Yes, I do.
And he is that police officer from the O.J. Simpson case, is he not?
He was a police officer during the O.J. Simpson case, yes.
Do you remember letting both of these gentlemen into your home?
Yes.
Do you remember speaking to them about this case?
I remember Mr. Furman wanted to speak to us and offer any help that he could with his expertise as a detective.
Now, he's not a detective, though, is he?
Well, not at that time he wasn't.
And he is now a member of the media, is he not?
At that time, I actually found out after speaking with Mr. Furman that he was actually working on behalf of Greta Van Susteren. I didn't realize that at the time when we invited him in our home.
And did you give both of them a tour of your backyard?
Yes.
Did you tell Steph Watts and Mark Furman that you forgot to take the ladder down?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, on June 16, 2008, Casey attempted to call you around 4 p.m., did she not?
Yes, there were several attempts that Casey was trying to reach me that afternoon.
In fact, there was an abnormal amount of calls to you, unsuccessful calls?
At that time, I didn't know it was an abnormal amount. It was a Monday afternoon, and Mondays are very busy for me, and I was getting ready for a meeting, which a lot of my information on my projects were being discussed. So I remember coming out and knowing that she had called me around 4 o'clock.
Mrs. Anthony, I know that a lot of this in hindsight, but at the time, I totally understand the difference of your knowledge. But at that time, around 4 p.m. on that afternoon, there were numerous calls, unsuccessful calls from Casey to you in that afternoon, were there not?
Am I to answer, did I know at that time or now?
Now, do you know
yes,
that, right?
I know that now.
Okay. Now I'd like to talk to you about July 15th of 2008. You testified that you, well, several days earlier on the 13th of July, let's focus on the 13th, is the day you found the certified letter on your door.
I found the notice that alerted us to a certified letter.
The notice.
Yes.
Is that common for you to receive the certified notice on your door as opposed to in your mailbox?
We have a community mailbox that's a few doors down from us, and I don't think they're allowed to put those kind of notices in the community mailbox, so that they're supposed to put them where a person can see them readily.
So whenever you get the notices in the mail for certified letter, it's always on the door, never in the mailbox.
I've never received a certified notice in our mailbox, no.
Okay. And you testified that you received it on the 13th of July.
Yes, it was a Sunday afternoon.
And that you thought the notice said 10th or 11th of July.
On the notice, it gives you, there's a date, there's several things on the notice. It tells you where to go pick it up. There's a box that says there's a place where the postman can write when he puts it down, and I believe the date that was handwritten on there that he put it on our door was either the 10th or the 11th, which would have been, I guess, Thursday or Friday.
When you called the police on July 15th, 2008, what day did you tell them you found that notice on your door?
When I called the police?
Yes.
I don't think I talked about the notice when I called the police. I talked about getting this stuff from the car. The notice about the car, the certified letter, is probably what I was referring to and not the notice. That we got the notice that day.
Okay, so do you recall telling the police that you had gotten it that day?
I was referring to the certified letter, not the notice that was on the front door.
But you do recall telling them that you received it on that day?
I do recall, I just listened to my 911 calls, that I did say that we found the car that day. And that was as a result of getting the notice from the tow company that our car was at Johnson's Towing.
Now, when you got the car and it was in the garage, it was your understanding that what you were smelling was garbage, was it
Yes,
not?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you're clear about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason you said in the 911 tape that the car smelled like a dead body was because, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why?
I don't know why I said it that night. It just came out. Everything else I had thought about up until the third phone call. And the third phone call that I made to the 911, it just blurted out along with everything else.
The first time you called 911, you never told them about any dead body in your car.
I didn't have a relevance, or the car didn't enter my mind, except for the fact that I had asked Casey at one time to come home, and I told her to bring the car home. And when she didn't come home, I used that as an excuse to speak to the police.
Used what as an excuse to speak to the police?
The car that had been stolen.
Okay. My question to you is, in either the first or the second 911 call, did you ever tell them anything about the car smelling like a dead body?
No, I never referenced the smell of the car.
And have you ever testified that the reason you told them the car smelled like a dead body was because you wanted the police to get there right away?
I wanted the police to get there before I called them, yes.
My question is, have you ever testified that the reason you mentioned that the car smelled like a dead body was because the police were taking a long time to get there and you wanted them there right then and there?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that you got the notice early around lunchtime. The letter, actually, knowing that the car was towed. Is that correct?
I never picked up the letter. George did.
George, you became aware of it?
Yes, before lunch.
And you, in fact, spoke to Casey on 12:47, 12:57, and 1:10 p.m. that afternoon, did you not?
I spoke with her and left messages for her during those times.
And
this would be a good time to break.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess to 3 o'clock. I'm going to ask you not to discuss the case among yourselves. It would be time for those who need to take the special recess to also take it also at this time. Any additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense? Okay, we'll be in recess to 3 o'clock. Okay, let's have Ms. Anthony resume the stand. And let's return the jury. Okay, stay recognized process of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Baez, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Anthony, I just wanted to, before I move on, I wanted to touch back on 2 points that I may have overlooked. The calls that you received from Casey on June 16, 2008 at 4 p.m., there were 6 calls within 4 minutes, were there not?
I don't recall, sir. I just know that when I came back out of the conference room, I had a voice message in my inbox, and the operator had told me that Casey had called, and I had some phone calls on my cell phone, some missed phone calls.
During the course of this case, you've come to know that there were actually 6 calls within 4 minutes, correct? Does that sound fair to you?
I never realized there were 6 until now, but yes, I knew there were several, more than 3 or 4.
Okay. One at 4:10, 4:11, 4:11, 4:13.
Object, Mr. Baez is testifying. The witness said she did not know.
Sustained.
Oh, God. Now, you work for Gentiva, is that correct?
Yes.
That's home health care?
Yes.
And you have health insurance?
I had health insurance through there, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk about July 15th. That's where we were at before the break. I would, at this time, with the court's permission, like to play an item that's already in evidence, the third 911 call, a short portion of that. If I may.
Any objections from the state? You may proceed, Mr. Baez.
George, Karen, listen. Karen, listen. Casey said Danny took her a month ago. She was missing for a month.
Okay,
That's the portion, I don't know if you caught that. Was that the portion where you told George about what was going on?
Yes, there's sometime during that period of time I had the phone in my hand waiting for the sheriff's office to come, and I saw George pull up, and when he got out of the car I was trying to tell him at the same time talking to the dispatcher.
Okay, I'm going to play a little bit further back, a little longer. Another 5 seconds. Right there.
Date of birth. 8/9/2000. Oh God, she's 3. She's 2005. George, Karen, listen. Karen, listen. Casey said Danny took her a month ago. She was missing for a month.
Okay, I need.
You don't hear George Anthony saying anything other than what on that tape, do you?
I was yelling to George as he was getting out of the car. He parked his car on the street, and I was still in the driveway kind of close to the house.
Other than the word what, do you hear him say anything on that 911 tape?
I don't hear him say anything. I didn't hear him say anything.
Okay. Now, when you arrived home and you began to question Casey with Lee, only you and Lee were involved in that, correct?
Yes.
George was not involved in that.
No.
And George didn't question her in reference to any of this, did he?
I don't know if George ever had, or if George had contact with Casey, I wasn't aware.
So you're not aware if George had any contact with Casey when this all occurred?
Time frame, he was not home until that third 911 call, and then as he was coming home, then the sheriff's department arrived, so everything just happening, everybody converged all at once, and everything became a big, just jumble. Everybody was in the house at that point, and we were all pushed aside.
And he never had the opportunity to question her, according...
As far as I know, no, because once the sheriff's office came, we were all separated.
Okay. Now, on your 911 tape, you state that Kaylee had been missing since June 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't looking at a calendar, and I didn't reference Father's Day at that point. I just knew that it was a month, and
that's even though if you count back 31 days from that date, it would have been June 16th.
Probably, yes.
Okay. Now, you gave a sworn statement to law enforcement that evening. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall the date you gave for that statement?
Again, it was I wrote down the wrong Sunday. It was the Sunday before Father's Day, and I was not intending it to be that day. I did not realize. I just got my dates wrong.
I understand, but do you recall the date that you gave on that day?
Yeah, it was the Sunday before Father's Day, so.
What day do you recall that being?
Be the 9th? No. The 7th, yes, the 7th.
7th. If I showed you your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may approach.
June 8th.
Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Yes.
And what date did you put in your written statement?
June 8th, which would have been the Sunday before the 15th.
So in the 911 call, you mentioned it was the 7th. In your written statement, you write the 8th. Is that correct?
I don't know, did I say June 7th on the 911 call?
Yes, if I showed you the
Okay,
transcript.
I don't want to hear it again.
Okay.
If that's what it was, then I did. Again, that last call, I was hysterical.
You later found out it was June 15th, was it not?
Yes,
And the way you found out was from law enforcement.
correct.
And that's because they took a look at the video of Kaylee with your father.
Correct.
And they then wanted to go and speak to people at the home where your father was at. Is that not correct?
Yeah, they wanted to verify that date.
And you did not want law enforcement to go speak with them at the home or to disturb your father.
I was concerned about my father, who was very ill at the time. I didn't want sheriff's deputies or anybody showing up at a nursing home upsetting him or my mother.
So the answer is yes, ma'am. You didn't want law enforcement to go and speak to anyone at the home or to your father.
Correct.
And your father is still alive today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that evening, when police arrived, did you not tell the responding detective that Casey had issues with seizures?
Are we?
Relevancy?
We're discussing July 15th, Judge.
Sustain.
Ma'am, you testified that you are a registered nurse.
Yes, sir.
And are you currently working as a registered nurse?
No, sir.
And what are you doing for a living now?
Overall.
I'm on disability right now.
Okay. And that is as a result of this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a financial interest in this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you started an organization by the name of Kaylee Marie Foundation? Kaylee Marie Anthony Foundation.
Yes, sir.
Have you trademarked Kaylee's name?
Yes, our attorneys filed the correct paperwork for that, yes.
Have you made any money off of this case?
We've lost money off this case, sir. I've lost a lot off this case, sir.
Have you sold photographs of your daughter and your granddaughter for $20,000 to CBS in this case?
My old attorney, Brad Conway, set that up so that he could get paid.
And you paid him the entire $20,000?
No, a portion of that.
How much of that did you keep?
I had to pay bills with that. He got $6,000.
He got $6,000?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed or flown to New York to discuss with anyone reference a book deal?
Again, that was set up through my ex-attorney, Brad Conway.
Did you go with him when he went to New York to try and arrange a book deal?
Yes.
Did your husband go with you?
Yes.
Did anyone else go with you?
To our surprise, we met Tom Luca up there. We did not know he was going to be there.
And he was your son's attorney?
Yes.
And was he trying to negotiate a book deal for your son?
No, sir, he was not.
What was he doing there?
I have no idea.
Have you attempted to earn a living as a director of the Kaylee Marie Anthony Foundation?
No, sir, have not.
Have you engaged in numerous fundraising activities for this foundation?
No, sir, we have not.
Has this foundation done anything?
Yes, sir, it has.
Okay. And do you currently have any negotiations with any media outlets in reference to future interviews or future projects involving this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you flown to New York to meet with ABC News?
Not for a long time.
How many networks have you flown to New York to discuss possible projects with?
The projects were already done. We went up there for the daytime events when Kaylee was still missing, and we went up there and did a 48-hour interview, and we have not been back since.
If I can have just one moment, Judge.
You may.
I have no further questions at this time.
You're right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Anthony, you testified on cross-examination that Kaylee was always provided with food, clothing, and shelter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were items provided by you. You provided food to your granddaughter, Kaylee, correct? Did you provide food for your granddaughter, Kaylee?
You can answer the question.
Okay. Yes, yes, ma'am, I did.
The clothing that Kaylee had, did you provide clothing for your granddaughter, Kaylee?
A lot of people provided clothing for Kaylee, but I was probably the primary person, yes.
Okay. Did you like to spoil Kaylee with clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The house where Kaylee lived, did you provide?
Just beyond the scope.
Over.
Did you provide the shelter for your granddaughter?
Yes, ma'am.
You are also asked during cross-examination about your daughter's weight as it exists today. You've come to many court proceedings over the course of the last almost 3 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And since July 15th of 2008, has your daughter's weight fluctuated while she's been incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
When you found out that she was pregnant, you asked her who the father was, and she said Jesse Grund. Did you provide that information to your husband, George?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When you had individuals associated with Greta Van Susteren at your residence, was that in August of 2008?
Probably yes.
Did you tell those individuals anything other than the gate had been opened on or about June 17th of 2008?
Yes, I discussed the fact that the gate was open and that I had discovered the pool had the ladder on it.
All right. Do you remember giving them a date more specific than June 17th or that week of 2008?
No, I just vaguely remember that conversation. It wasn't something that had a significant impact on me at that time.
Do you recall telling your coworkers, you mentioned Debbie Bennett, Debbie Polisano, would that also include Mr. Crittenden?
Yes, ma'am.
That the incident regarding the pull ladder and the gate was a few days before the gas can incident of June 24th?
Yes, it was prior to the gas can incident.
Okay. That gate that you have on the side of your house can only be opened from the inside, correct?
If it's locked, yes.
Were you in the habit of keeping it locked?
For the most part, unless we were using it frequently. Like if we were, working in the front yard, we wouldn't lock it every time we went out front. But yes, if we were gone, we usually locked the gate.
Okay. Can you provide any testimony as to whether or not the gate was locked from the inside on June 15th, 16th, 17th, or any time that week?
The only time I know the gate was not locked that I know for sure was the 16th when I found it was open. I had no reason to go over there after that Sunday, the 13th, when we were doing yard work.
So it could only be locked from the inside.
Correct.
And you didn't unlock it, correct?
Correct.
When you called George and asked about the gate and the pool incident, he didn't say he unlocked it.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Kaylee was unable to reach that lock or do that mechanism, correct?
Correct. It was too tall for her.
All right. And so who else does that leave in the house?
Casey.
When you told the people at work that it smelled like there was a dead body in the car, you referred to that as a manner of speech.
I'm sorry.
When you told the people at work that the car smelled like there had been a dead body in it, you referred to that earlier as a manner of speaking, correct?
Correct.
And when you told the police that the car smelled like there was a dead body in it, it's your testimony that that was just to get them there faster, correct?
I wanted them there faster, so I said whatever came to my head.
Did you tell any of the people at your office that the car smelled like garbage?
I believe I told them that George and the tow driver had pulled a bag of garbage out and the car had been sitting there in the hot sun since June 30th, or probably before when Casey left it at Amscott, so I'd never smelled anything that was left in a car that long.
All right. But when you...
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen, and we have a new trial for you right now. This case has just started this morning. It is the case against Edward Campbell, who is accused of killing an elderly couple, Jerome and Dora Faulkner. That case is live right now, so rather than me talking, I'm going to take you live to that courtroom. We'll be back to talk about it, give you some more explanation during the first break, but here live to this Raleigh courtroom.
Lieutenant Dove, do you have calls about license plate reading?
Can you repeat that, please?
Do you have calls about the license plate reader very often?
Not very often, but from time to time. They, for whatever reason, they seem to come and go in spurts.
And because of that, I mean, how do you approach one of these stops?
we've had calls in the past. In fact, prior to this call, maybe a month or so before this, we had a call of a stolen license plate, and we stopped the truck that had the stolen license plate, and it turned out for whatever reason DMV had issued, the man had, his license plate was stolen. He reported it to DMV and they reissued the exact same license plate. So it came up as stolen even though in that case it wasn't stolen. We also have calls where, for example, a car rental company, maybe somebody rents a car and doesn't return it on time, it gets reported as stolen, and then somebody eventually brings the car back and rents it to someone else, then that person may pass one of these license plate readers and the car comes back as stolen because maybe the car company didn't let the officer know that the car had returned, or maybe the officer forgot to let dispatch know to take that license plate out of NCIC.
Lieutenant Dove, did you recognize anyone else from that video we just watched?
Yes.
Anyone here in this courtroom today?
Yes, I recognized Eric Campbell.
Okay. And even though it may not have been captured on the video, at any time did he alert you that about his father?
No.
Did he tell you that he had a gun?
No.
Did he tell you that his father had a gun?
No.
At any time did Eric Campbell give you any warning as to what was getting ready to happen?
No.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Dove, I'm handing you a photograph that has been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Can you take a moment and examine it?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the back of my head and the cut on the back of my head.
Have you had an opportunity to look at that photograph before?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent things as they appeared on or about the day that it was taken?
Yes.
Would it aid you in illustrating your testimony to the jury?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 2 be admitted into evidence for illustrative purposes.
Any objection? Yes. Motion allowed.
Your Honor, I'd like to get permission to publish that to the jury.
Yes, Mr. Sheriff. Ladies and gentlemen, State's Exhibit number 2 is going to be passed among you. Should be viewed carefully, individually, and without comment.
Your Honor, I'll be able to publish it on the
You can publish it on that?
Yes.
That's fine. You may do so.
Is that the same picture that you saw just a moment ago, Lieutenant Dove?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and can you describe, and you feel free to step down and approach it, but just tell the jury what that shows.
That's the back of my head. On scene, I knew that I had been hit by a bullet, but what I thought had happened was I thought for somehow maybe the bullet had gone, I thought maybe the bullet had hit me right in here and for whatever reason didn't go through my skull. I honestly expected just to have a tiny hole in the back of my head. I had no idea there was a cut. What had happened was when Edward Campbell pulled out the gun, I had turned my body, and when he shot, I usually carry a radio mic right here on my shoulder, and the bullet hit that radio mic, and the shrapnel from the bullet and from the radio microphone cut the back of my neck. So I didn't know, until I got in an ambulance, I didn't know that cut, I didn't know I was cut. I honestly just expected a tiny hole.
Lieutenant Dove, you were taken away by ambulance, as you just mentioned.
Yes.
And did you have to undergo any kind of surgery or anything to repair that injury?
Yes, the doctor had to administer anesthesia. I think he said I don't remember exactly what he did, or I don't know the medical terms, but basically he used a lot of tiny stitches inside the wound to heal that up, and then used, I think they called them, I want to say mattress stitches, but I don't know if that's the correct term or not, but bigger stitches just to close the outside of the wound.
Lieutenant Dove, how long approximately were you out of work?
I was out of work, I believe it was just under 2 weeks.
Your Honor, we would tender Lieutenant Dove at this time.
Business Lieutenant.
How many years have you been with the Lewisburg Police Department?
I've been with Lewisburg Police Department for 15 years.
Is that the only department you've worked for?
No, I worked for the City of Beckley Police Department for just under 3 years.
And is that total 18 years of experience?
Yes, sir.
When you were in your role as a lieutenant, or are you still a patrol officer?
We're a small department, so usually I'm assigned to detective, doing investigations, things like that. When we're shorthanded, which we were at the time that this happened, I do whatever needs done.
Right.
If that means work patrol, I'll work patrol.
So were you already a lieutenant on that particular day?
Yes.
So you had already been through. And prior to that, had you been through the ranks up to lieutenant, patrol officer, and all that?
Yes, sir.
As part of your how long did you train? Did you become an officer?
The police academy, the basic course is through the West Virginia State Police Academy, and it's about 3.5 months.
And do you know, did the other officers who were there go through that same 3.5 month training?
Yes.
Now, one of the officers, I think it was it Officer Sams? Was he new to the force?
Yes, Officer Sams was new. We had just hired him.
But he had been through that training program.
Yeah. We hired Nick Sams after he graduated from the police academy.
Now, what about Officer, is it Arball?
Yes.
And who does he work with?
Arball also works for the Lewisburg Police Department.
And so he had come up, he was in a separate car.
That's correct.
And Officer Sams was with you?
Yes.
And did Officer Arball go through that? He had been through that same training as well, 3.5 months of training prior to joining. Is that right?
Yes. Everybody has to go through the same training.
How long do you know how long Officer Arball had worked with Lewisburg Police Department?
I believe he's been there for over 20 years.
And so he's an experienced officer.
Yes.
Did he come because of the traffic stop as sort of a second car to have a second person or a second car on hand?
Yes.
Back up, so to speak?
Yes.
I want to show a little bit of this video again and ask you a couple of questions from that, if I can, Lieutenant Duff. Will you put that? Sorry. Can you point out when you see one of the trucks or the SUV go by?
Are you going to ask me to pause it then?
Yeah.
To be clear, are you want me to let you know when I see the truck?
Or the SUV.
Okay. There goes the truck.
Is that the truck? Okay.
Yes.
So
And there went the
SUV 's
SUV.
behind. Okay. You don't move. Can you point out when you see one of the trucks or the SUV go by?
Are you going to ask me to pause it then?
Yeah.
to be clear, are you want me to let you know when I see the truck?
Or the SUV?
Okay. There goes the truck.
Is that the truck? Okay.
Yes.
And so
And there went the
is
SUV.
behind. Okay. You don't need. Now, did you turn your blue lights on when you went out at this point?
No, you're going to see on the top of the screen, there's going to be a red W and a red L, and that means wireless mic and lights.
So that's when it's up at the top.
Yes.
WL. Is that when you turn on your blue lights?
Yes.
And so is this one of those programs where the recording starts? Now, what do you see if you would pause right there? You see in front there of the car.
What do I see in front of
the car to the left of the SUV?
I see the red truck.
Does that appear to be the red truck?
Yes.
And does it have its turn signal on?
It looked like it was.
Okay, if you continue to play that. And what does the SUV do?
Uses its brakes and turns on its turn signal.
Left turn signal?
Yes.
And then when the red truck goes back to the right, what does the white truck do?
Goes to the right with its turn signal.
Now, Lieutenant Dove, so based on your experience, you had already decided, or you had concluded that the white car was following the red truck, or they were at least traveling. Both of them stopped, so your conclusion was that they were traveling together. Is that right?
Yes.
And so based on your training, you decided not to approach the white SUV and just ask the driver to come back to you?
That's correct.
Where were you standing when you made that request?
If I remember correctly, I was standing outside my door.
So you actually got outside your door and asked the driver to come back?
Yes.
Can you give me some perspective as to how far you are from the SUV? Because it's a little hard to tell from the videotape.
I would have to guess 15 to 20 feet, but I'm not very good at distance.
Yeah, that's fine. Is it sort of, I mean, if you're the driver of that SUV, would you be sort of where I'm standing, or?
Can you say that again, please?
Let's say if you're in the driver's seat of the SUV, I guess the back of the SUV, would you be sort of back here, or?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out how, you're not on the camera, so
That's
you
correct.
can't see where you are, but you're outside your door.
Yes.
How far do you think you are from the driver?
That's what I was guessing, the 15 to 20 feet.
So 15, 20 feet away.
If I had to guess.
And you asked him to get out of the car?
Yes.
Now, when you asked him to get out of the car, did he do that?
Yes.
And when he got out of the car, did he have his hands in his pocket or anything like that?
No.
At that point, you've sort of described a range of the types of traffic stops you made. Have you made a lot of traffic stops in your career?
Yes.
And I would assume that there's a big range of the type of people you deal with. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you don't take anything for granted necessarily when you do a traffic stop, or you try not to, I see.
That's true.
So when you ask Eric to come back to your car, at some point there were cars whizzing by. Is that right?
Yes.
So at the same time, you're concerned for your safety. Is it fair to say you're concerned for the driver's safety as well?
Yes.
Where did you direct him to go? Because he comes off the camera.
I asked him to join me at the back of the police car because by that time, as he was walking towards me, I also backed up to get behind the car.
Okay. So if you could come down and help me out just a little bit. Is that okay, Jerry? Yes. Sort of. I don't know, maybe we can use this area here as the back of your car. Is this where you asked him to come to the back?
Yes.
And was he standing closer to the road, or did you get him to stand in the inside of the highway?
If I remember
when I say
correctly,
him, I mean Eric.
If I remember correctly, probably more towards the middle of what would be my trunk.
So you were over here, you had him come over here. Now, he did not put his hands in his pocket or threaten you in any way. You did not.
No.
You didn't have any concern for your safety as far as he was in the way he was responding to you.
I still didn't trust him.
Of course.
I still don't. I was still watching him. I was also watching Edward because I could see him coming back. But just because there's not a threat present at that time doesn't necessarily mean that he can't become a threat later.
Right. He's a stranger to you, and he's also, there's a stolen license plate on the car. So
yes.
you're on guard.
Yes.
And you've been trained to deal with situations like that. Is that right?
Yes.
And so, but Mr. Campbell had his hands out. That's the first thing. You don't want his hands in his pocket. Is that right?
That's true.
And at no time did he do that.
No.
Did you at any point, did you even get to the point where you could frisk him to see if he had any weapon?
No, we never made it that far.
Now, if you're standing at the back of your car and Mr. Eric Campbell is standing here, where's Officer Arball?
At this time, Arball was pulling up behind us and was getting out of his vehicle, which he drives one of the new Ford Explorers. He was getting out of his vehicle and he was about the left front fender when the gunfight started.
Okay. So he was out of his car and up sort of toward the front of his car.
Right, he was walking towards the front of his car.
Where was Officer Sams?
I don't remember if Sams was on this side of me or if he was over here closer to Eric. I don't remember.
So there were two of you closer to Eric, and then there was Officer Arball walking up from the back.
Yes.
And then when you saw, you could see Edward Campbell coming from the side of the SUV, didn't you?
Yes.
And did you see him walk all the way up?
Yes. I saw him walk up when he was on the right shoulder of the interstate, when he was closer to the roadway. I couldn't see him because of the Suburban.
Right. You saw him come down the side of the Suburban or
right
around.
I saw him come down the passenger side of the Suburban.
And walk up toward you.
Yes.
And the only thing you said to him was something about, when I say him, I mean Edward Campbell, something about the license plate being stolen.
Yes.
And you can have selected.
Excuse me.
And Edward Campbell gave you no warning that he had a gun, did he?
No.
He did not hesitate when he started shooting, did he?
No.
And there were 3 trained officers standing there, weren't there?
Yes.
And he attacked so quickly that you were the only one who was able to respond, isn't that right?
Yes, I was the only one who returned fire.
The other 2 officers weren't even able to shoot back.
That's correct.
All they could do was take cover. Is that right?
No, I don't believe Sam's ever had a chance to take cover.
So he never even had a chance to get out of the way after the shooting started. He just got shot.
Yes.
And Officer Allbar never had the chance to return fire, did he?
No.
And you were able to get your gun out and shoot back. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was your training.
Yes.
It was your training that saved you from Edward Campbell, isn't that right?
It could be training. I can't tell you what saved me from Eric Campbell, or I'm sorry, from Edward Campbell.
But it was your training that told you to pull the gun and shoot back.
Yes.
And you actually hit him, didn't you?
Yes.
And did you know that he shot all of the bullets in his gun?
No.
But you do know that he sent three officers to the hospital that day.
Yes.
Now, I know that there was a lot after the shooting happened where the officers were clearing the SUV. There was some time where several officers converged to clear the SUV. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's because a vehicle that size could be a place where a person could take cover. Isn't that right?
It's a big vehicle, but also we couldn't see through the glass.
But it's got a place where people could get behind it and shoot back at you too, couldn't it?
Yes.
And Eric Campbell didn't turn and shoot at you at all, did he?
No.
In fact, he ran immediately, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, just a minute ago. Nothing.
Rick! Just a couple questions. To clarify, Lieutenant Dove, was Captain Arbor, was he ever struck by a projectile?
No.
He went to the hospital alive.
Blood pressure is my understanding.
Okay. At that point, he had been involved in an officer-involved shooting, is that right?
Yes.
Would it be appropriate for him to conduct any kind of investigation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
And it would make sense to have him checked out.
Yes.
Right. And so the only two people that were injured by Edward Campbell were you and Patrolman Sands, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, did you have any kind of idea why they were traveling together, or what did you assess their situation as you pulled them over?
When both of them pulled over together, I thought maybe they were just traveling together.
Right. Did you notice the mattress in the back of the truck?
I knew that there was something in the back of the truck, but I didn't know what.
Did you have any kind of speculation or idea about where you thought, what was going through your mind as to where they were going?
I really didn't know, other than I thought, there's a possibility that they're moving, they're traveling together, but at that point I didn't know.
I don't have any other questions for Lieutenant Dove.
Lieutenant Dove, it's fair to say that whatever you thought, you did not predict what happened would happen, did you?
No.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, that'll be all the questions, Lieutenant Dove.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Stand there. Did you ask him that he be excused from this thing?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Brother Evans,
Yes, sir, Your Honor. The statement called Nicholas Sands.
Your pleasure, left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that evidence you should give the court and the jury should be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please state your name for the court?
Nicholas Sams.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Lewisburg Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Lewisburg Police Department?
2 years, ma'am.
And has that been your entire career in law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Before that, did you attend the police academy?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was that?
19 weeks, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Officer.
19 weeks.
19. Hold on a second. What's going on?
This is the camera.
Well, that's a long. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Sands, how long were you in the police academy?
19 weeks.
And that is in West Virginia?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you begin your career with the Lewisburg Police Department, or when did you start work with them?
I believe it was December 26th of 2015.
December 26th?
Or 2014, I'm sorry.
2014. And when you became employed by them, what was your position?
Patrolman.
And were you so on duty with the Lewisburg Police Department on January the 1st of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on duty that afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to a call from communications about a stolen license plate that had been detected on Interstate 64 westbound?
Yes, ma'am.
About what time did that happen?
Approximately between 4:30 and 5.
And where did this information come from, if you know?
Which information, ma'am?
I'm sorry, about the stolen license tag that was on the interstate.
It came from our dispatch center, ma'am.
And what was the information that you heard?
We had received a hit from the LPR, the license plate reader, for a possible stolen tag from North Carolina.
Where were you when you received this call?
Within the city limits of Lewisburg. I don't recall exactly where, ma'am.
But you were not on the interstate at that time?
No, ma'am.
Who were you with?
Lieutenant Jeremy Duff.
Were you in his patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you riding in the front passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
He was my training officer for the day, ma'am.
So you were not taking calls or on patrol by yourself at this particular time, is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
When you were on patrol, did you have to be with an accompanying field training officer?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take you and Lieutenant Dove to get to the interstate?
Approximately 5 minutes, ma'am.
And what happened when you got to the interstate?
We observed the Bolo vehicle pass us trailing westbound on I-64.
I'm sorry, you observed what?
The vehicle that was dispatched from the 911 center with the stolen license plate.
And did you in fact see the license plate that had been given on that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened next?
Lieutenant Jeremy Dove conducted a traffic stop along I-64.
Were you equipped with a microphone? Did you have your wireless microphone, or was Lieutenant Dove the only one that had audio?
Lieutenant Dove was the only one that had audio.
Describe the traffic stop.
We had conducted the traffic stop there on the side of the interstate. The white Suburban, the red Silverado pulled over in front of the white Suburban. Eric Campbell got out of the white Suburban after Lieutenant Jeremy Duff ordered him back there. Then Edward Campbell approached from the right side of the interstate along the guardrail and along the stop.
And what did you do once the Suburban stopped?
The same thing Lieutenant Dove did. We got out of the patrol car.
And you were getting out of the passenger side of the patrol car, is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And once you got out of the patrol car, where did you go?
I was stationary until we ordered Eric Campbell to the rear of the car.
And once Eric Campbell was ordered to the rear of the car, where did you go?
To the rear of the car, ma'am.
And so were you, Lieutenant Dove, and Eric Campbell standing at the back of Lieutenant Dove's patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the passenger side?
Was I on the passenger side, ma'am? Is that?
I'm sorry, at the rear of Lieutenant Dove's patrol car, were you on the passenger side
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
car?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
was that on the shoulder of the road?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened next?
Edward Campbell had then approached along the shoulder of the road towards us, and then Lieutenant Dove began to question both in regards to the stolen license plate.
How would you describe Eric Campbell as acting?
Very nervous and suspicious.
Suspicious? Why do you say that?
Just very apprehensive to the questions that Lieutenant Dove was asking.
What happened next?
Upon questioning, Edward Campbell then began to fire at us.
So Eric Campbell walks up, and then Edward Campbell walks up. About how long after he was engaged with you did you hear shots fired?
I don't remember, ma'am.
It all happened pretty quickly?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you shot or injured?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you injured, sir?
I was shot in my back, and then I had fragments in my forehead or shrapnel in my forehead and ear.
Were you wearing a bulletproof vest?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to fire any shots?
No, ma'am.
Did you draw your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
In your 5 days on the job, had you ever encountered anything like this before?
No, ma'am.
Were you treated on scene by any emergency medical personnel?
I was just loaded into an ambulance, ma'am.
And where were you taken?
Greenboro Valley Medical Center.
How far is that from the scene where you were?
Approximately 10 miles.
I'm sorry?
Approximately 10 to 15 miles.
And were you treated for your injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
How were you treated?
I was bandaged and had surgery at the hospital.
Did someone take pictures of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach Hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Sands, I'm showing you what's been marked previously as States Exhibits 3, 4, and 5. I will ask you to look at each one of these and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are they, sir?
The injuries I sustained.
Are they pictures of those injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
And do these fairly and accurately represent the way that you looked on January the 1st of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And would these aid you in illustrating your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce, for illustrative purposes, States Exhibits 3, 4, and 5.
Any objection? No, sir.
And
Introduce next slide.
ask to publish via the television, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Officer Sands, State's Exhibit 3, will you explain to the jury what they're looking at?
That was the injuries I sustained on January 1st. That was the shrapnel or the fragments that was in my forehead.
So you did not sustain a gunshot wound to your head. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
When you say shrapnel, what do you mean by that?
Possibly, I believe it was bullet fragments, or from Lieutenant Dove's mic. Possibly, not really sure where it came from.
So just some kind of foreign object that you picked up out there on the highway?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you the next exhibit, State's Exhibit number 4. Can you describe that?
That was after I had surgery, and they removed those fragments from my forehead.
So you had to have surgery to have the fragments removed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
That was the injury that I sustained from the round hitting my vest.
So where on your body is this?
That's my lower left back.
So you sustained that injury with a bulletproof vest on, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you stay in the hospital?
1 night, ma'am.
How long were you out of work?
2 weeks, ma'am.
Did you have any other interaction with Edward Campbell or Eric Campbell?
No, ma'am.
Did Eric Campbell ask you for help out there on the interstate?
No, ma'am.
Did Eric Campbell tell you that there were 2 dead bodies in the back of that red truck?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you that his father was armed?
No, ma'am.
I don't have anything further.
Officer Sands, are you on patrol now with the Lewisburg Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And on this particular day, could you see Mr. Campbell, Eric Campbell, get out of his car, the SUV?
Yes, sir.
And walk back toward you?
Yes, sir.
Where were you? I know you got out of the passenger seat, but when he walked back to you, where did you go?
I was at the passenger side of Lieutenant Dove's patrol car.
I had just a little bit of trouble hearing you on direct, and I may repeat a couple things, but would you speak up or just lean a little bit forward? I'm sorry. Where were you standing? You got out of the passenger seat. Where did you go to?
Once I got out of the passenger seat, I was standing at the passenger side of Lieutenant Dove's patrol car, and then once Eric Campbell walked back, we went to the rear of Lieutenant Dove's patrol car.
Now, when you're in training, are you essentially like Lieutenant Dove's partner? I mean, you're working with him.
Yes, sir.
So you're not like, I've heard of these things called ride-alongs, where someone goes and watches what's going on with the police officer.
No, sir.
You're actually already sworn and you're working with Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
So you're looking for things as well.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. Campbell was nervous when he came back, and he didn't ever reach in his pocket or anything like that.
No, sir.
He didn't ever physically threaten you at all.
No, sir.
Now, and when Mr. Edward Campbell started walking back toward the patrol car, were you positioned at the back of the patrol car, or were you still standing toward the driver's door?
The back of the patrol car, sir.
How far away was he when you saw him?
Edward, sir.
I'm sorry?
You asking how far Edward was away from me?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. How far was Edward Campbell from you when you first spotted him walking back towards you?
He was at the front of the Suburban when I spotted him.
So he had to walk all the way beside the Suburban. You could see him as he walked beside the Suburban.
Yes, sir.
And he wasn't showing a gun at that point, was he?
No, sir.
He wasn't doing anything that you saw as necessarily threatening other than walking back toward you.
Correct, sir.
And now, did you stay behind the patrol car as he walked up?
Yes, sir.
And where were you located in relation to Lieutenant Dove and Eric Campbell?
From what I recall, sir, I was standing beside Dove on his right side, I believe.
And you were listening to what, his conversation with
Yes, sir.
Eric Campbell? And as Edward Campbell walked up, how close did he get to you?
A couple feet, sir.
And as he got a couple of feet away from you, you still didn't see a gun, did you?
No, sir.
And then he just started shooting out of the blue, did he?
Yes, sir.
He shot without hesitation.
Yes, sir.
He gave you no warning, did he?
No, sir.
And when that happened, Eric Campbell did nothing to help you, did he?
No, sir.
He didn't return fire.
No, sir.
And he ran away.
Yes, sir.
And Edward Campbell attacked you so quickly you weren't even able to get your gun out.
No, sir.
When I know that when Lieutenant Dove testified, he said that you were not able to take cover. Were you able to take cover?
No, sir. Not until Officer Arball had arrived on scene.
Well, was Officer Arball there before the shooting started?
Yes, sir.
So he was already there when Edward Campbell started shooting.
Yes, sir.
And when Edward Campbell started shooting, you started trying to get behind his truck. Is that right?
Behind Officer Arball's patrol car.
Right. So you tried to take cover at least.
Yes, sir.
And that's when Edward Campbell shot you.
Yes, sir.
And you said you don't know where the injury to your head came from. Is that right, Officer Sands?
I didn't feel it. I'm not.
Do you even know what they took out of your?
Not 100% sure, sir.
So some kind of could have been from anywhere.
It come from what the incident that occurred.
Right. Happened during that time, but you don't know exactly what hit your head.
No, sir.
And were you aware when you were taking cover that Lieutenant Dove had been able to return fire to Edward Campbell?
No, sir.
You really don't know exactly. It happened so quickly you didn't know exactly what was happening. Is that correct?
I don't recall, sir.
Thank you, officers.
Yes, sir.
Good record.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Just to clarify, there was no physical combat with anybody. I mean, the injury that you sustained on your forehead was from the gunshot or from something that it hit. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Carl. But you know it wasn't a gun that Eric Campbell shot, isn't that right?
What's your question, sir?
Is it fair to say that it was not from a gun that Eric Campbell used?
Yes, sir.
Because he didn't use a gun, did he?
No, sir.
He ran away, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
No, sir, Your Honor. We would ask that Officer Sands be excused from this subpoena.
Yeah. Well, thanks, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch and recess at this point. Be mindful, you need to fold your notes up and leave them in your seats. During our lunch and recess period, duty not to talk among yourselves about this case. Further duty not to talk to anyone else, to allow anyone else to talk with you or to say anything in your presence about your case. If anyone provides you with any information in any form at all, you need to let the sheriff know about it when you come in. Don't have any individual contact with anyone participating in this trial, particularly the lawyers in this case. Don't do any individual research or investigation on your own about any issue touching on this trial. Stay away from your smartphone. And do not form or express any opinion about this case during this time. With that, while everyone else will remain seated, I'm going to excuse the 18 of you and ask that you return and assemble in the jury room at 2:30 this afternoon. Can we go with this clock? And please be on time. Thank you. Wear your badges. Come on, leave that right. You can close it, but I'll close this. I can't get anything on this thing.
You can't get out through there to go out and go without.
And welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm here today. I'm your host, Stephanie Willis. And we actually are switching gears today. We are switching to the Eric Campbell trial. And if you'll remember, this is a case that happened back in 2014. Actually, it happened on New Year's Eve day in 2014, where Eric Campbell and his father, Edward Campbell, were accused of allegedly murdering the Faulkners. The Faulkners were two elderly individuals, an elderly couple, excuse me, that were found actually in the murdered in the back of Edward Campbell's truck. So we're here today with the one and only Darren Kavanoki.
Thank you so much for having me.
For being here with us today. Darren is actually the host and creator of Deadly Sins on Investigation Discovery, correct?
That's right. We're in season 6 now. We just premiered last week. So if anybody's interested in seeing more of me, please tune in Friday nights at 10, 9 Central.
Would love to.
Thank you.
We love the show. The show is great. So what are you thinking right now of this trial? I know that we're jumping in. It's day 1 of this trial.
Yep.
We heard but we had some opening statements from, of course, the prosecution and the defense. But with this trial, and we know that there was a hearing as to whether or not, we're going to proceed forward with the death penalty.
Right.
We know that. But now we see that there's a theory that the defense is trying to blame everything on the father. What are you thinking about this?
Well, as I was doing my own research about the case, that was the very same thought that occurred to me.
Okay.
Because one of the most effective things for a defense lawyer to be able to do is to point to the empty chair.
Right.
And say, the real bad guy isn't here. And now the son gets to play the victim card, that he in fact was a victim of the outrageous behavior of the father, the criminal, horrible misbehavior of the father. And the more they can paint dad as the real bad guy, the better it is for the son. And ultimately, in a death penalty case, even if they can just avoid the executioner, it's a win for the defense.
Right.
So trying to show factors of mitigation, such as the kind of abuse that he endured as a child, the misbehavior of dad throughout his life, all of the different things that helped create the monster that dad was, well, the son was subjected to that environment too. So all of those arguments can be very, very compelling to arouse sympathy in the minds of the jurors.
I totally agree with you, and that's something that we've come to see.
Well, I'm not used to hearing that.
Oh, no. You know, when I have to admit, when someone's right, I'll admit that they're right. So, that's something that we've come to see a lot, just trying to play into the emotions of the jury.
Yes.
And, as attorneys, that's what we like. When we have a jury before us, it's a lot better because we're not dealing with a judge who's just dealing with facts. We know that a lot of the times the jurors are going to deal with the emotions, and we're dealing with an elderly couple here.
Yes.
So how do we think that that's going to fare out?
Well, that's a really tough one. And for lawyers who try cases, they will tell you, or I'll personalize it. I believe that the most important part of any trial is jury selection, because you can have the best case, the most compelling arguments, but if you don't have a receptive, open audience, you're done. And so what I really want to know is who are the 12 people that are going to be deciding the fate. That is where ultimately I think it turns, because you've got to get those people to buy into your view of the case.
You know what? I think you and I are going to get along very well, because that's one of the most important things that I think are well too, because voir dire is really the most important thing that happens before you even get into your opening statements or get into your evidence, because you want to know who you're delivering your case to, right?
And of course, lawyers are going through the voir dire, the jury selection process, so they can challenge prospective jurors for cause, and that's the reason why they go through the questioning. But as any experienced trial lawyer will tell you, you start arguing your case during jury selection and planting little seeds in the minds of those prospective jurors, even the ones that are in the audience that aren't even up there getting questioned. The things that you can put out there to plant a little notion of doubt, or just to get your theme or theory of the case in the minds of the jurors before the defense gets to go. Because remember, in a criminal case, since the prosecution has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the highest standard we know in the law, they get to go first. And so, in everything except for jury selection, at least where I practice in California. So the real frustration for a defense lawyer is just to sit there and listen to the prosecution's case, and you don't get a chance to get up there and talk for a long time. And so that's why being able to go through that jury selection process, where you're getting your themes and theories out into the minds of the jurors before the prosecution does their opening statement, that's so very important.
It is, it is. And you know what? There's something that I want to talk to you about, because we're going to actually switch gears to the trial of Dr. Urich.
Yes.
And in this case, they actually decided to go to a bench trial, which means that they're going to go before a judge.
Yes.
And a lot of people kind of don't know if that was a good idea. What do you think about that before we throw to Dr. Urich?
Okay, so very interesting. So think about it this way. From the defense perspective, if you're in a jury trial, you just want to get out of there without a conviction. And a hung jury or a mistrial, no matter how those jurors are divided numerically, even if it's 11-1 in favor of guilty, that's a win for the defense, as long as the defendant doesn't go off to get remanded and convicted. So you basically, as a defense lawyer, you only need to convince 1/12 of the fact finders in your client's, not even innocence, just to be able to prove that the prosecution didn't meet their burden. When you're trying a case in front of a judge, you've got to convince 100% of the fact finders in the righteousness of your case. And that is a really, really risky move. I've done it before, but only in those very rare circumstances where the facts of the case were so outrageous or awful or disgusting or whatever, off-putting, that you'd think jurors would immediately hate your client.
Do you think that him being a doctor has something to do with this? Because of the fact that he, you know, one of the charges that he has is that he left the scene after the accident. So do you think maybe that comes into play? I know that you have some experience with, I think, the behaviors of criminals. So what do you think about that?
I would want to know everything I could about that judge. I want to know who my audience is, what their background is, what it is that might be driving them, or where that little foothold might be. Because the one thing that you get when you're trying a case in front of a judge is you get somebody who really deeply understands the law. And let's face it, what lawyers do and what they're trained to do in law school is to split hairs and then split the hairs that have been split.
Well, we're going to go to Dr. Urich's trial now, so stay tuned. We'll be back. Thanks.
We were working together until they were able to determine who would take over the case. About an hour and a half after the crash, Lieutenant Nolan was notified that a wife was calling in to 911 saying that her husband had been in a crash, and that was Angelina Rodriguez, the wife of the defendant. You'll hear her on the call say they need to be honest before she tells dispatcher that her husband hit a boat on his way home. Lieutenant Johnson then went out to the scene. Another lieutenant from Portage County went out to the home of the defendant. The defendant admitted to Lieutenant Johnson on more than one occasion that he had been drinking that evening. The defendant maintained his story that he hit a rock and he kept going. He said he didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, wasn't sure how fast he was going, maybe 25 miles per hour. All of these were indicators of his intoxication. You'll hear from BCI, who tested the lights from the fishing boat, along with hair and tissue that was recovered from the defendant's boat, which belonged to the victim, Neil Cuppet. And lastly, you'll hear from the coroner, Dr. Dorothy Keene, who will explain the cause and manner of death, in this case being blunt force trauma to Neil Cuppet's head after being struck by the watercraft. The investigators from Ohio Department of Natural Resources, often referred to as ODNR, Dave Ford and Richard McCullough will be here. Richard McCullough prepared the reconstruction of the boat crash and explained to you what exactly he did and what his findings were from this crash. Your Honor, the evidence you'll hear over the next course of this week will be proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crimes of aggravated vehicular homicide, aggravated vehicular assault, OVI, and failure to stop after an accident. You'll be able to find that the defendant was operating his watercraft on the waters in the state of Ohio while being under the influence of alcohol. You'll hear witness statements of defendant consuming alcohol that evening. You'll hear his own admissions of consuming alcohol that evening. You'll hear about his erratic and reckless driving and how fast he was going in a no-wake zone, much greater than the posted speed limit at that time. You'll hear of how he left the scene instead of helping. He's a doctor. He left that scene because he was intoxicated and he was looking out for himself. He didn't call the police after the accident. Rather, it was his wife that contacted 911 an hour and a half after the incident occurred. You'll hear from Lieutenant Johnson, who spoke directly with the defendant that night, when he says he doesn't remember what happened. He thought he hit a rock, he didn't hear anything, he couldn't see anything, all of which we know to be untrue based on witness statements, but clearly show that the defendant was disoriented due to his intoxication. You will hear proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating his boat while under the influence of alcohol and committed the crime of OVI. You will also hear proof beyond a reasonable doubt that based on committing the OVI that he caused the death of Neil Cuppet and caused serious physical harm to Bruce Lindenwood while operating that boat intoxicated. The evidence will be sufficient for you to find him guilty of aggravated vehicular homicide and aggravated vehicular assault. And lastly, the evidence will prove that on that waterway, the defendant failed to immediately stop at the scene of the crash and failed to remain at the scene to give any information that was necessary to police. And you will be able to find him guilty of failure to stop after an accident. That night, that defendant decided to operate that watercraft while under the influence of alcohol, and he took the life of a husband, a father, and a friend. He also caused serious physical injury to the surviving victim. And at the end of this, we ask that you find him guilty of those four crimes: aggravated vehicular homicide, aggravated vehicular assault, OVI, and failure to stop after an accident.
Thank you. Counsel?
Counsel, may it please the court. Your Honor, the evidence that you'll hear over the next few days in this courtroom will be that Joseph Urish was not impaired, that Joseph Urish was not reckless. That what happened was a terrible accident that night that ended Neil Brian Cuppet's life and changed everybody else's life who was involved in any way. The evidence will show that you'll hear in the next few days that this was an accident that not so long ago in a courtroom like this wouldn't have been handled in the criminal courts, but as a civil wrongful death action. A terrible accident, a tragic accident, but one that no one meant to happen. The evidence that you're going to give, Judge, will show that the accident was, as we often use the phrase today, a perfect storm, a dark night, or lighting, or location, and a little too much speed. The evidence that you'll hear is that on Thursday, May the 7th of 2015, Joe Urish, his wife Angelina, and their 10-month-old daughter went to their summer home in North Benton. That's at the south end of the Berlin Reservoir. Joe and his wife, both physicians. He, as a surgeon who enlisted in the Army and has 3 times put himself and his talents in harm's way going overseas tours. And by harm's way, I mean harm's way. She's a family physician. This was their summer home, not from Dachau, but because, as it were, it was Angelina's residence before the two of them were married. They had both managed, you'll hear, to be able to secure that Friday to take off work, and so they had gone out Thursday night with their daughter, spent an evening at their home in North Bend. On Friday morning, they got up and hung out, you'll hear, and in the afternoon, the three of them, Joe, Angelina, and little Charlie, 10 months old at the time, Angelina, at that time, about 5 months pregnant. The three of them got on the boat. They went out onto Berlin Reservoir during the afternoon, stayed kind of in the south end of the reservoir, and I'm sure you'll see maps and diagrams before this case is over to show you that the reservoir is sort of, for analytical purposes, dissected by the Route 224 bridge. This particular afternoon, on Friday afternoon, they went out and stayed on the south side. They met up with some friends at an area that they sort of called the beach, hung out there for a little bit. That's sort of on the west side of the south end of Berlin Reservoir. Hung out there with, for a little bit with Andrew Krogan, a person you heard described earlier. But of course, as the evidence will show, when you've got a 10-month-old child and a 5-month pregnant wife, you can't hang out there forever. So in the neighborhood of 5 o'clock or so, they made their way back to Hawthorne Drive, which is the address of the residence that they had at the south end of Berlin Reservoir. There, Joe grilled hot dogs, and the three of them, Joe, Angelina, and the young child, hung out. Later in the evening, the evidence will show you, Joe got a call from this friend, Andrew Krogan, basically wanting to know if Joe would come over to Andy's campground. That campground, you'll hear, Judge, is located north of the dissecting line that I mentioned earlier, the Route 224 bridge, and on the west side of the lake. You'll hear evidence that Angelina wasn't necessarily happy about Joe leaving because it was like, we're out here to hang out. But there was a minor skirmish. Joe promised that he wouldn't be gone long and left, assuring her that he would be back soon. As he made his way to the campsite, once there, Joe, this Andy Krogan, and two other friends got into the truck. They drove across the bridge and went to Ben's restaurant. Some of them eat. Joe didn't eat because he'd eaten earlier. They had a couple of drinks. Evidence will show they made their way. They stayed there for probably about an hour and then made their way again back to the campsite. Joe hung out a little bit longer, and you'll hear that around 11:30 or so, he called his wife, Angelina, and said, I'm going to be home in a little bit. The evidence you'll hear, Judge, is going to show that at the time of this accident, it was a dark night. The moon came out later after the accident. And so Joe got into his boat and headed toward the middle of the lake, toward what they call the channel, so that he could eventually make his way under the bridge down to the south end of Berlin Reservoir and make his way back to Hawthorne Lane. Within minutes of leaving the campsite, however, a violent collision occurred. It was a violent collision, as you heard. Mr. Lindemood and Mr. Cuppler were thrown out of the boat. Joe Urich himself was thrown about the boat. His glasses were knocked off. His cell phone was knocked away. He sustained injuries from that. The evidence we think is going to show, Judge, that in this case, Joe didn't know what happened. It was a collision that happened out of the blue. He didn't see anything, he didn't hear anything, and then there was this violent collision as I just described, and he was knocked around. His first concern became that he had hit something, a rock or a stump, poked a hole in his boat, and so not hearing or seeing anything, he decided he needed to take off and try to get back to Hawthorne literally before the boat sunk. And you'll see photographs of the damage indeed that was caused to the boat, the hole literally all the way through the boat. When he arrived back there, he tried to get in touch with his friend Andrew to find out, like, I hit something out there, can you find out? And the evidence is going to show that Andrew really wasn't able to respond to him because by this time, Andrew is one of the people who is responding to the distress call for the accident on the lake. The evidence you'll hear, Judge, is going to show that Joe spent a considerable amount of time trying to get in touch with Andrew finding out what was going on. Andrew, of course, is not responding because he is out there trying to help. Joe continued to try to pump Andy for information, and he started to put two and two together and to realize that Andy's out on a distress call. I just hit something and I don't know what I hit. And so he began to come to the realization or start to fear that what he had hit maybe was not a stone, maybe it was not a rock. And then the evidence you'll hear eventually confirms that. As Joe and Angelina are trying to get in touch with these friends, they ultimately hear that, yes, in fact, there was a boating accident. And that's when Angelina says, we need to call the police, we need to straighten this out. They did call the police, and as you've heard, and as you'll hear during the course of this trial, Lieutenant Greg Johnson of the Portage County Sheriff's Office was told of the call from Angelina. He went to the Urich resident on Hawthorne. He spoke with Joe and Angelina. You'll hear evidence about how Joe Urich took Lieutenant Johnson down to show him the boat and the damage. Photographs were taken. You'll hear evidence that Joe told Lieutenant Johnson he didn't realize at the time that he had hit another boat. You'll hear evidence that Lieutenant Johnson complimented Joe and Angelina on calling the police. And you'll hear evidence during the time that Lieutenant Johnson, because he recorded virtually everything, that the time that Lieutenant Johnson was with Joe Urich, you'll hear several times that he said, I see no signs of impairment. You'll hear evidence that he talked about how there was a missing step going down from the Urich residence down to the dock, and how, well, you were able to negotiate that. That's a sign that you're not impaired. You'll hear evidence that there was a piece missing from the dock as you walk from the ground out toward where the boat was docked. And again, Lieutenant Johnson made a comment about that. And several times during the evening, Lieutenant Johnson said, I see no sign of impairment. When you've heard everything, Your Honor, and you've applied it to the legal standards, including, of course, the standard of proof beyond all reasonable doubt, you'll conclude that the state does not prove that Joe was impaired or that Joe was reckless. Rather, the evidence is going to show in this case what I said earlier. This was a tragic accident that took Neil Cuppa's life and changed the life of everyone else involved. The evidence in this case will fail to persuade you that Joe was impaired, that Joe was reckless, and will command a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. You may call your first witness.
The state calls Jenny Puckett.
If you would raise your right hand, do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Hi. Make sure you keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Can you please state your name for the record, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
It's Jenny Marie Cuppett, Cuppett.
And how old are you, Jenny?
I'm 59.
Where do you live?
I live in Akron, Ohio.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a technical service representative for a carbon black manufacturer.
What does that mean?
Carbon black is a raw material used in tires. We manufacture this. I field the incoming calls regarding technical issues or specifications.
And how long have you done that?
31 years.
And are you married?
Yes.
And who were you married to?
Neil Brian Cuppett.
Did you everyone call him Brian?
Yes, he went by Brian.
And how old was he?
He was 59.
How long had you been married?
23 years.
Did you have any children?
Yes.
And how many?
One.
A son, daughter?
A son, Brian.
And how old is he?
He's 18.
Did Brian, your husband, Did he work?
Yes.
And where did he work?
He worked for Omega Protrusions, which is a division of Anderson Windows.
Okay. What did he do for them?
He was a senior maintenance mechanic, kept the machines running.
And how long had he done that?
37 years.
What kind of things would your husband normally do when he wasn't working?
Sports, hunting, or fishing.
And did he do stuff with your son as well?
Yes, he was my son's coach for every sports throughout the years.
And I assume he fished more in the summer and hunted more in the winter?
Yes.
Is there any certain person he would go hunting or fishing with?
Bruce Lindemood and his brother Kyle Cuppet.
How long had he known Bruce, if you know?
10 years, maybe longer.
Okay. Were they close?
Yes.
Did they talk often?
Yes.
Did you guys have your own boat?
Yes.
On, I believe it's a Friday, May 8th.
Yes.
Tell us what plans were for that evening.
My husband was the coach of my son's traveling basketball team, and we had no tournament that evening. So he, after work, came home and discussed going fishing with Bruce.
Okay.
We had dinner, and then he went fishing.
And what time did you leave, if you recall?
6:30.
Okay, and this is 2015, correct?
Yes.
Was he supposed to meet Bruce at the lake or go to Bruce's house?
Well, he went to Bruce's house. Bruce would drive.
Was he supposed to be home later that evening as well?
Yes.
What time did he usually come home if he had been out fishing?
It's hard to say. I think he said it would be late that night because they were getting a late start.
But he knew, everyone knew that he would come back home that night?
Yes.
What did you do after he left?
I don't remember. Hung out with my son, I imagine.
Did you go to bed?
Yes.
And get ready for bed? Everything kind of normal?
Normal, yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of photographs here. Angie States, can you approach him?
Yes.
Angie States Exhibits number 1 and number 2. First with States Exhibit number 1. Could you tell us what that is?
That's a picture of my son and my husband and I.
Do you recall when that was taken or for what occasion?
This was over at my dad's for a fish fry, usually in the fall. Okay. He had a big fish fry.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what your husband looked like
Yes.
prior to his death?
Yes.
And what about States Exhibit number 2? Can you tell us about that?
This was my son's graduation from St. Augustine grade school, his 8th grade graduation.
Okay. And what year would that have been?
I'm thinking 2013, maybe.
And your husband still look about the same
Yes.
as 2015?
Yes.
And are both of those pictures fair and accurate representation of what your husband Brian looked like prior to his death?
Yes.
Tell me about how you get word that something has happened.
I got a phone call in the night, went to the answering machine. I didn't answer it right away. I got up then, checked the answering machine. It was the Ravenna Hospital. Somebody saying, when I called them back, said my husband had been in an accident. Would I please come to the hospital?
Okay. And do you recall what time it was?
It seems to me it was about 2.
2 in the morning?
Yeah, 1:30 or 2, something like that.
And did you drive yourself to the hospital?
No, I rode with some friends at Brian's.
Okay. And do you recall who those friends were?
Charlie and Kathy Fry.
And when did you find out of what had happened?
When we got to the hospital, they escorted us into a little private room, and a man came out and sat down, and we were all seated there, and then he told me my husband had been killed in an accident.
Yes.
all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
You may step down. Thank you. Counsel?
The state called Bruce Linderman.
If you would step right up. If you would raise your right hand for me, do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the court order?
Bruce Lindemann, Lindemood.
Bruce, I'm going to need you to keep your voice up, okay? Because even though there's not very many people here, it's still a big courtroom, so your voice can hear us, okay? And how old are you?
44.
And do you work?
Yes.
And what do you do for a living?
Construction.
Where do you live?
Green.
Could you, is there a mic or something that we can help out with?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Let's put this over here. There we go.
Sorry.
Okay. Hopefully that'll help. I'm sorry, you live in Green?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the Green that's near Akron? Or
Yes.
Is it, okay. Are you married?
Yes.
And how long have you been married?
27 years.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many?
2.
How old are
son
they?
and daughter, 21 and 23.
And besides being in construction work, what do you like to do with your free time?
I fish and hunt.
Okay. And did you know Neil Brian Cuppett?
Absolutely.
And what did you call him?
Brian.
How long did you know Brian?
Pushing 20 years.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
Through actually Charlie that was in the courtroom here. I met him through him.
Like, is he a mutual friend?
Yes.
Okay. And did Brian also enjoy fishing and hunting?
Absolutely.
Did you go fishing and hunting with him?
Absolutely.
How often would you talk to Brian?
Sometimes daily, every other day.
I'm going to take you back to May 8th of 2015. Did you have plans with Brian to go fishing that day?
Must have if we went.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you recall how you made those plans? How long before you left? You talked about it, anything like that?
I'm sure we talked that day.
Okay. What were you fishing for? Do you recall what kind of
Walleye.
fish? I'm sorry?
Walleye.
Okay.
Mainly what we go for.
All right. And did you guys have a favorite spot that you would go to?
The entire lake.
Okay. And what lake is that?
Berlin.
All right. And is there any particular spot on that lake that you guys like to fish?
We like the causeway, and that's where the walleye usually hang out in
Okay.
the spring.
Is that at the causeway there? Is that a deeper part of the lake?
I wouldn't say that. It's just where the walleye like to go.
Okay. And that evening, prior to going to the lake, how did you meet up with Brian?
He came to my house,
Do you recall what time?
probably 7-ish.
Okay. And how did you get to Berlin Lake?
My truck,
And whose boat did you take?
mine,
What kind of boat did you have?
bass tracker,
Do you recall the size of the boat?
16 foot.
16 foot. And describe the boat for us people who don't boat. Like, what kind of boat is this?
It's a bass boat, and it's got a 50-horse motor on it, a trolling motor in the front, a couple of seats, pretty basic.
It's a basic fishing boat?
Yeah.
Okay. How long does it take you to get from your house to Berlin Lake with that boat?
Usually 40 minutes or so.
Okay. And where do you put it in the water at? Around the
at
lake.
the state park.
Do you recall the weather that evening?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
It was clear, calm, water was like glass, sky was clear.
Was the water cold? Was it?
It wasn't until I got into it. Yes, it was cold.
The weather's pretty nice.
Yes, for that time, yes.
Yes. Hold on one second. Steph, could you get him a glass of water? Here he comes. Thank you.
Move this microphone just a little closer to you, okay? We're just all exceptionally loud here, so. Tell me more about this motor that you have on your fishing boat. Is it what they call an outboard motor that you?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It just hangs on the back.
And while you're fishing, is that motor in the water?
No.
What do you do with it?
Actually, that evening we lifted it up like we would normally do because we use the electric motor because we only want to move at an extremely slow pace.
Can you tell me, you say you lift it up, does that mean you kind of tip it into the boat?
Sort of. You just pull the tail out of the water.
Okay. And you said electric motor. What kind of electric motor did you
It
have?
just runs on a battery. It's just small. It just propels the boat very slowly
And where do you have that motor at?
in the front.
Is that like a trolling motor?
Yes.
Is that what it's typically referred to as? And how fast does that
A couple miles an hour.
go? How old was this boat that you had?
It was 1990.
Okay. And did you have it that entire time?
No, I had it probably 5-6 years prior.
Okay. Was it equipped with navigation lights for nighttime fishing?
Yes.
And what do you have to have on that?
Red and green on the front and a white 360 degree on the rear.
Okay. And were those in working order that evening? Did you have any other kind of lights on your boat?
I did.
What else did you have?
An electric Coleman lantern, jet battery operated.
Okay, like a typical lantern you take camping?
If that's what you want to call it, yeah.
Okay. And where did you keep that on the boat?
It sat right behind my seat, on the back, towards the back of the boat.
Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? Bruce, can you see that screen?
I can.
Are you okay? But I understand it. Okay. Eric, can you see the screen okay?
Yes, thank you.
Sometimes you get a glare and then, okay, Bruce, I'm going to show you spaces at 11, okay? Let me. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell me what that is?
My boat.
All right. Can you tell us what side of the boat it's showing?
I'm sorry.
What side of the boat is showing in that photograph? Could you tell us?
Are you referring to the right side?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I just like to be clear for the record what we're looking at. And this boat, where were you seated at?
I was seated in the rear side, the closest to us on the right side,
And where was Brian sitting at?
in the front seat.
In this seat here? Is that
Correct.
what
Yes.
And is this the trolling motor up here?
Yes.
And is this the 50 horsepower
Yes.
motor you talked about?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 12. Can you see that all right?
I can.
And can you tell us what that is?
My damaged boat,
All right. And what side of the boat is that?
the left side.
And I'm going to show you another picture. State's Exhibit 13. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is again?
My boat.
All right. And this is a little different angle. I see do you see the lantern in your boat in that photograph?
I believe it's sitting exactly where I told you it should be, and behind my seat.
Okay. And that's where it was that night?
Correct.
I'm going to show you, and this might be too dark for them here. No, it is. I'm going to bring it up to you. Can I have continuing permission?
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 14. Do you recognize that?
That's the front of my boat.
And does it depict anything on that front of your boat? Any lights or the trolling motor that we've talked about?
Both there, both damaged, of course.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 15.
That would be the rear light.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the rear what?
The rear light, navigation light.
Thank you.
And that was on your boat?
Yes.
That night? And then, I know it's a little blurry, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 16. Can you tell me what that is?
The lantern that I had on the boat. I'm sorry.
The lantern. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 6. Is that same lantern from your boat?
Yes.
Now, on May 8th, you start fishing, and eventually something happens. Tell me what happens while you're fishing.
We were just sitting at the causeway. I mean, we weren't underway in any way, but real short description is Brian had mentioned, you know, what's this guy doing behind me? Because I was facing the opposite direction. And
What direction were you facing?
I was facing towards the bridge.
Okay.
But after he had said that, I turned around, and it wasn't but a second or two after I had turned around. I seen the boat coming, but it was almost an instant contact.
Did you hear the boat coming before you saw it? If you recall.
I don't know if I did or not, just for the simple fact that there were many boats around, and they were coming and going, and, you know, I mean, there was a lot of other boats on the water.
Did you see any lights on that boat?
That's all I saw of that boat was a light. When I
The
turned
light.
around, I remember seeing a bright light, and that was it. It was the next thing I know, I'm falling in the water.
Did you hear the crash, or do you just remember falling in the water?
Vaguely, I guess I can say, contact, but I guess what sticks mostly in my head is falling backwards in the water, being blown into the water, and that would be about it for the contact. It just happened too quick.
I'm sorry, I can't. Say that last part again.
Well, it just happened too quick.
Were you said you weren't underway. Did you have the trolling motor in the water?
Trolling motor, yes.
And was there any, you said the water was like glass while you're out there. Is there any kind of current or anything?
No, not at that point. No, there's no current at all. We were sitting stationary.
About how far were you from the shore when you recall this happening?
guesstimating 50, 100 yards.
What about from the bridge?
That's kind of what I'm saying, yes.
Okay. You said that's one of your favorite lakes to go to, that Berlin Lake?
It used to be.
Okay. Do you know where the no wake zone
Yes.
is? And where is that?
We were right outside of it.
Okay. But where is it on that lake? Is it under the bridge?
I would say probably 50 yards from the bridge, the mouth of the bridge.
Okay. What does that mean, no wake?
That means you produce no ripples within the water from your motor.
Do you know if there's any speed limits on that lake?
Absolutely, it's 10 miles an hour.
And is that at nighttime?
Yes.
Did you have any chance to react when you saw those lights coming towards you?
Zero chance to react.
You were thrown into the water.
Yes.
What happens next?
I remember being under the water and something smashing into me. What it was, I don't know.
What part of your body was it smashing?
My arm.
Okay.
I remember spinning underwater, and I remember the only thing going through my head was, oh shit, props. You know, that's what I had in my head.
I'm sorry,
I can't hear you.
Could you speak as if you're talking to the back of the room?
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It just, I remember spinning underwater and fighting my way to the surface. And when it's dark and you're underwater, spinning around, that you become very disoriented to which way is up, which sounds kind of funny, but that's just how it is. And I remember it being a struggle to get to the surface.
And were you able to get to the surface eventually?
Yes.
What happened when you got to the surface?
Well, as soon as I got to the surface, I seen nothing but light and being cussed at, and that was it. I just remember seeing nothing but a bright light in my face and being screamed at.
And what was that person saying to you?
He was saying, "What the fuck are you doing out here?"
Did you say anything back to him?
Help.
Okay. Did he say anything else?
Well, he said that multiple times.
Okay.
And then no, it was. That was it.
Did you see Brian at all?
No.
Were you able to get back in your boat?
I was.
And how were you able to do that?
I still ask myself that today, how I was able to do that.
How far away from your boat were you? Do you recall?
Probably 20, 30 yards.
And what were you doing during this time besides swimming?
Thinking that I was going to drown.
Were you calling out for additional help, or did you?
Not after he left. No.
So that person with the bright lights left?
Yes.
Did he offer any assistance?
None whatsoever.
Did he throw you any kind of life jacket or life preserver?
No.
Did he inform you that he was going to go get help?
No.
At some point, do you continually try to look for Brian?
I didn't know Brian was missing at that point.
Okay. When did you discover that?
After I was able to get myself back into my boat.
Do you see the damage already to your boat when you get in?
I noticed that as soon as I crawled back in.
And what kind of damage are you noticing?
Exactly what you just put on that screen.
Like the lights?
No, I didn't notice lights. I just noticed the side of my boat was completely crushed.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I noticed that the boat was crushed.
And so what do you do when Brian's not there?
Started screaming for him immediately.
For Brian? Do you also scream help again?
Yes.
Does anybody come to help you?
Eventually, yes. But it seemed at that point in time, like an eternity, and how much time there was before somebody came, I couldn't tell you.
When someone came to help you, was it the same boat that had crashed into you?
No, I couldn't say for sure, but it was only common sense that no.
When he sped away, this person who yelled at you after the crash, could you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
Under the bridge.
What? Was he going slow under the bridge?
Absolutely not. He pretty much jumped it and went. He floored it in essence. Yes.
Could you hear his motor revving?
Absolutely.
Was he making wake?
Well, I was still in the water, so I couldn't tell you yes, but I could tell by the motor. There's no choice, but he had to. Yes.
Object, move to strike the last part.
Sustained.
So he didn't leave slowly?
No.
These other people that come to help you, can you tell how many boats came to help, if you even recall that?
I know that the first boat showed up and I was hollering at them that I couldn't find a friend of mine, and they circled around me and eventually located. And I remember the image of one of the fellas jumping into the lake after Brian.
What's going on with you at that time? Are you feeling any pain or?
I thought my arm was broken in many spots.
Can you, do you have a scar from what happened?
Gash down my arm and still runs.
Can you show that to the court, please?
I mean, it's slowly fading, but it runs down the length of my arm.
And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. Do you ever see Brian again?
I seen him on the shore. I watched as they held on to Brian and they struggled to try to get him on the boat, the boat that had shown up to help. It was a struggle. Brian's a big guy, and so they ended up hanging onto the boat while motoring into Leslie's.
Okay. And were you taken ashore on a different boat?
There was a second boat that came to help, and they tied off to me and took me in.
Okay. What was waiting on shore when you got there, Joe?
The ambulance was already there, and when I got to shore, I remember seeing one of the ambulance EMTs working on Brian.
Let's go back for a minute to before this happens and you're fishing with Brian. Is it pretty quiet out there on the lake?
With the exception of a boat passing by, yes, extremely quiet.
Are you able to hear noises on the shore if it's that quiet, that kind of
You
stuff?
can hear people talking here and there while they're fishing and doing their things.
Do you see any lights from the coming from the shore or anything like that?
There were multiples because there's always somebody fishing somewhere, especially along the causeway at that time of the year because everybody shows up for the walleye.
Do other fishermen not even in a boat carry a lantern such as yours?
Absolutely. Yes.
Is that pretty commonplace?
Extremely common.
Do you recall when exactly, not exactly, but approximately what time this would have happened that evening?
I only know because of after the facts, but if you ask for that time exactly, no, because we don't watch our clock while we're on the water. We're kind of busy doing what we're doing fishing.
Okay. Did you guys take snacks with you or any beverages with you? Any alcoholic beverages?
Negative, no.
When this person hits you in your fishing boat, were you able to tell what kind of boat he was on?
I'd never seen him.
Was it, what kind of light was shining on you? Do you know?
A bright one. That's the only thing I can say. All I seen was a massive bright light.
Were you able to see this person's face?
No.
what kind of motor he had on his boat?
No, I couldn't, other than the fact that I know what motors sound like, and I could tell that it was an inboard. That's
I'm sorry, what?
I could only tell that it was an inboard just because I know what motors sound like.
What boat motor sound like? Okay. And that means it's contained within the boat?
Correct.
I assume that the ambulance then took you to the hospital?
Yes.
And what ended up happening with your arm?
I had contusions. Basically, it was in essence all over the arm.
Did you have a scar? You said it's fading.
Yeah.
Did you have to have any stitches
No.
or staples or anything?
No.
Do you have any long-term effects from that injury?
I mean, what I feel is missing, and the doctors agree, there's missing heat in there where it's been just pulverized by something. And yes, pain comes and goes from it.
Did you have to go to physical therapy for
Absolutely.
it? When did you find out that Brian didn't make it?
That evening.
Were you still at the hospital?
Yes.
And were they still working on you at the time?
Yes.
So other than seeing them working on the shore, you didn't see Brian since being in the boat?
Okay, one more time.
Yeah. You didn't see Brian once he fell in the water?
I seen him on shore.
On the shore.
And then I seen him once they brought him to the hospital.
Okay. You wrote a statement to the police at the hospital?
Yes.
And in that statement's contained with what you've told us here today?
I'm sorry?
Does that statement contain what you've told us here today?
I believe so.
And you told the police about this person stopping and yelling at you as well, right?
Objection. Sustained as to form.
Did you tell the police about the person stopping and yelling at you?
Absolutely.
Objection. Overruled.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
Berlin Lake.
Can you tell us and show for the judge where you put your boat in, where the state park is on this lake?
Should be right in this ballpark.
Attorney Kent Lemesa, can you hold on 1 second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can come up behind me if you need to. So question and answer again, please.
Can you show where the state park is, where you put the boat in?
Should be right in this ballpark.
Okay. And that's just north of Les's Bait and Tackle?
Yes.
Where were you fishing that evening?
Well, we cover all this ground through here. You know, we come back and forth, and then we've been back and forth through here. But we were probably about in that location, probably for a half hour to an hour before all this took place.
Were you sitting still right just before the?
Well, we sat still there for quite some time.
Okay. And just for the record, you're indicating with your finger on the aerial photograph in State's Exhibit 4, both the north part of 224 Bridge and the southern part of 224 Bridge. Would that be right?
Of what we fished?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us on this map, or show us on this map, where the no-wake zone would be?
It would be basically right in here on both sides.
Okay, and that's under the causeway? Or,
Correct.
Or under the bridge, whatever we call it. And I know it says here where Les's Bait and Tackle. Do you agree that that's where Les's Bait and Tackle is? Where
Pretty
you
much.
were, and that's where you were taken ashore?
Yes.
And given into the ambulance? Okay. Do you recall this boat that crashed into you with the bright lights on it, was he coming from the north part of that lake or coming through the bridge?
No, he was coming the opposite way of the bridge because he came from behind me and I was facing the bridge.
Okay, so you're facing the bridge, facing south.
Correct.
Because you're up on this
Correct.
side of the bridge, right? And so he's coming from behind you?
Correct.
Oh. One second.
You may.
I have nothing further this time. Thank you.
Counsel?
Thank you. So Linda, good afternoon. Mrs. Cantala Mesa mentioned, and I'm going to repeat that we all talk loud because we come to these courtrooms all the time, so I'm talking loud to you now. I'm going to ask you to return that favor because it's important for everybody to hear. So will you promise me that you'll try to keep my voice up?
I'll give it my best.
All right. I'm going to ask you if you pull that microphone even just a little bit closer to you because even though I'm standing not that far from you, I'm still having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So, can you tell the court, please, Mr. Lindmoon, what time it is you think that you and Brian arrived and got your boat into the water?
8-ish.
8-ish? All right. And is the sun still up at that point in time, or is the sun down?
I believe it's just before sundown.
Okay. So the sun's still up a little bit?
Somewhat.
You're able to see?
Absolutely.
Okay. So obviously that lantern that's sitting in front of you, you don't have to use that at that point in time, am I correct?
Probably, yes.
Okay, well, let's try to do a couple of rules here today. First of all, if I ask you a question that you don't understand, would you stop me and tell me that instead of trying to answer it?
Sure.
All right. And the second thing is I'm going to ask you that if you remember something, then you should tell me that in response to the answer. But if you don't, you should tell me that rather than guessing. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right. So tell me now that we've talked about those rules, can you recall, yes or no, whether you put that lantern on at the time that you and Brian got into the water originally?
I would have to say no.
Okay. Can you tell us about what time during the evening you did put that lantern on?
As soon as it got dark.
And can you tell us on which side of the bridge you and Brian were when you put that lantern on?
No, I couldn't tell you.
Fair enough. Are you able to tell us when you first put your boat into the water, that is north of the 224 bridge, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a point in time when you ever used that 50 horsepower motor?
I don't believe we ever did use it that evening.
All right, so the answer is you have no recollection of using it, is that right?
I would say that's correct.
Fair enough. The 50 horsepower motor, by the way, is that the motor that comes standard on that motor, or is that some sort of an upgrade or replacement motor?
Actually, I just put that on there that summer, summer before. I take that back, summer before. I just put it on.
So the summer of 2014, does that sound right?
Yeah.
The original Bass Tracker boat in that series comes with a 40 horsepower motor, is that right?
I don't know. I bought the boat secondhand and it came with a 20 horse.
Now, you don't have any recollection of using that motor, and that is, by the way, an outboard motor, am I correct?
The Johnson, yes.
The Johnson, yes. Okay. And then you have the trolling motor, correct?
Correct.
It sits up in the front.
Correct.
And I think you said that's a battery-powered motor?
Correct.
Is it, to your recollection, the only motor that you used that evening?
Again, if I don't recall, if we would have used 50 horse, it would have been for mere moments to get from the launch to the causeway. But I do know for a fact no question, the rest of the evening, all we use is the troller because all we do is 1 mile an hour to troll.
Okay. And that sort of brings me to my next question, which, and I'm not a fisherman, so help me out here. You can actually catch fish even with your boat moving, isn't that right? As long as it's moving slowly, is that right?
You don't have to be moving. You can sit and cast, or you could troll. It's many, many different ways you can do it.
Okay. Well, my point is, it's one of the things that you do in fishing is to sort of cruise along at a slow speed, correct?
Well, we cruise along a slow speed around the causeway in order to cast near the causeway. And why sit in one spot where there's no fish?
Okay. Had you guys caught any fish between 8 o'clock and when this had happened?
No.
Not at all? All right. So I take it that you're moving around sort of looking for where the walleye are, is that right?
Yes.
And in the course of doing that, as I understand your testimony, you fish on both the north side of 224 and the south side of 224. Is that also correct?
Correct.
And do you use this trolling motor to get you through the pass there with the no wake zone?
Yes.
And so basically you guys are cruising sort of east and west on the north side of the bridge and also on the south side of the bridge?
Yes.
Going back and forth just trying to find out where the walleye are?
That's normal, yes.
Well, is that what you did that night?
We took one pass on either side at least, yes.
Now, if you recall, Mr. Lindenwood, were there a lot of boats out on the water that evening?
There were several. No question. There's always boats around.
Okay, well, I don't want to talk about always. I want to talk about this evening. So if
yes,
you recall, let me know.
I recall other boats, yes.
Okay. And were some of them boats that were sort of more for boating and skiing as opposed to fishing like your boat?
No, you generally don't see skiers out at night. You generally see fishing boats.
Understood. I get it, right? So what I'm trying to find out is, were there any boats that you saw on the lake other than fishing boats that night?
I guess I'll have to say I don't recall.
Fair enough. So this one, I guess, then would have drawn your attention, what Brian said, what is that guy doing? Is that right?
Well, yes.
Okay. And I think you said it was only a second or two from when you turned around until the collision happened and you were thrown in the water. Is that right?
Yes.
I take it then that you did not hear this boat approaching. Is that true?
I did, but it only was a short second.
For the second or two that you turned around?
It was a short look. I
so
wasn't paying any attention.
Okay. So it's fair to say that before you turned around and saw the boat, you did not hear it approaching. Is that so?
I would say that, no, that's not a correct statement because there's other boats around and there's always a motor in the background of your hearing. When you're on the water, there's always motors somewhere.
And the fishing boats like yours that are out on the water at night, do they typically employ the outboard motors or trolling motors like you use?
That would be dependent. There's too many scenarios.
Your trolling motor, it's battery powered, does that make a lot of noise or not a lot of noise?
Mine makes zero noise.
Makes
zero noise.
And then if I understand your testimony, as you turn around, you don't really see a boat that you can recognize, correct?
No, all I see is a light.
A light, okay. I think you described that light as being 100-fold brighter than anything that you had seen. Is that right?
Well, exactly as I said, all I can make out of a bright light.
Okay. Was that light directed and shining on you and Mr. Cuppet and on your boat?
At the moment, it appeared to be, yes.
Well, did you feel the bright light washing across you before this collision occurred?
No.
Now, at the time that this collision happened, were you and Mr. Cuppet, were you guys anchored?
No.
So then as you turn around and see this light and hear this noise for a second or two, as I understand it, basically then the next thing is you're catapulted into the water. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you have a recollection of sort of flying through the air, or do you just kind of go into the water near the boat?
No, my recollection is falling backwards into the water, and that was it.
And then if I understood your testimony, well, let's go back for a second. At the time that this happens now, it's fully dark. Can we agree?
Other than moonlight, yes.
You recall specifically seeing the moonlight before this accident?
I absolutely do.
You absolutely do?
Absolutely. We discussed it earlier in the evening.
I'm sorry?
We discussed it earlier in the evening.
Are you certain that is anything else you've told us here today?
I believe that, yes, it was absolutely a clear evening.
Well, I'm talking about not a clear evening, but moonlight. I thought I just heard you say that you discussed moonlight before the accident, correct?
During that evening, we discussed how clear it was.
And when you say we, you're talking about you and Brian, correct? Now, I just asked you again, you said we discussed how clear it was.
Yes, a clear evening.
Okay.
Are you understanding what I'm saying? It's a clear evening.
Yeah, I can understand clear. I asked you about moonlight. Did you and Brian discuss moonlight?
I will not use the word then, if you're going to reiterate like that. No, not moonlight, clear evening, clear skies.
Fair enough. Do you have a recollection in those clear skies of seeing the moon before this accident?
Right.
Can you answer the question?
I'll just go ahead and say no, I don't recall.
Fair enough. So, I thought I heard you say that when you were in the water. Obviously, correct me if I'm wrong, you were completely submerged, is that right?
Absolutely.
In fact, you were down so far that I think you said that you sort of lost orientation. Is that right?
Actually, that's not what I said. I said that when I fell into the water, I was underwater, and I was smashed into by something that rotated me. I remember spinning through the water, disorientating me to which way was up, not how deep I was. So.
Okay. So something happened in the water that caused you to be disoriented, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
And I would imagine you don't have any way of telling us how long you're under the water, because it probably seems like an eternity, doesn't it?
Yes.
And then you're finally able to come up above the surface of the water, is that right?
Yes.
If I understood you before the accident, you were sitting in the boat in a way that you were facing the bridge, is that so?
Correct.
If you're able to tell us, when you come up from the water, which direction are you facing on the lake? Are you facing?
I believe that I still was facing the bridge because he was on towards the bridge, because I remember treading water with the light coming, looking at me, and once he took off, I seen that he went right under the bridge. I could see after he had left.
So if I understand you, then the boat is actually closer to the bridge than you are by the time you make it back up.
Yes.
If I use the phrase channel in connection, with Whirling Reservoir, do you know what I'm speaking of?
Just the channel coming underneath the bridge?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I take it, having fished out there, you're familiar with that channel, is that correct?
I believe that I'm very familiar.
Can you tell the court if you crossed across, let me try that again, if you traversed or went across that channel at any point that night?
Perpendicular?
Either way. Yeah, perpendicular.
Of course.
Okay. This is as you're going east to west and west to east, is that right?
That would be correct.
The channel basically runs, for those of us who may not know Berlin as well as you do, basically runs north and south, is that right?
The channel, yes.
Channel. And so, yeah, if that's annoying, you can put that down. And so as you come up, and now you're from under the water, and you're facing basically in the direction of the bridge, can you tell us your recollection of where the boat is, your fishing boat, your Bassmaster?
Well, I remember the light being in front of me, which the bridge behind it, and I only say that because he took off and went in between it, and my boat would have been to my left, so it would have been more towards the channel.
Okay. And to the east of your position?
Maybe, yeah.
You're facing south, aren't you?
Correct, yes, so that would be accurate, yes.
And I think you said you were some 20 or 30 yards away?
A rough guesstimate.
So then you've got to swim from where you come up east toward the channel, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Now, I would assume as an experienced boater and experienced fisherman, you sort of have a working knowledge of the rules, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, you told us, for example, what navigation lights you're required to have on your boat. You recall that testimony, right?
Yes.
I think you mentioned something about the speed limit, correct?
I don't think I mentioned anything about the speed limit.
Okay. Is there a speed limit in the no-wake zone area?
There's actually a speed limit on the whole lake.
So you're familiar with that speed limit, correct?
Yes.
All right. You're familiar with the navigation lights as you talked about earlier, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with rules concerning, for example, fishing in the channel? Can you fish in the channel?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And if you fish in the channel, do you have to be anchored?
Negative.
And by the way, for us landlubbers, that's sort of the definition of underway, isn't it? Meaning that you're not anchored or tied up, correct?
No.
No? So when you swim to your bass tracker, you're able to pull yourself into the boat, is that right?
Yes.
And again, for us landlubbers, can you kind of tell the court what area of the boat you pull yourself in? Is it toward the front, the back, the side?
It would have been the back.
The back? All right. And that's when you first noticed that Brian is not in the boat?
Once I had gotten into the boat, yes.
So the navigation lights that you have on the boat are lights in the front, correct?
Yes.
And as I understand it, you have to have a red light on the left side, or what they call the port side, and a green light on the right side of the starboard side. Am I correct about that? Yes?
Yes.
Yep. So yes or no? Kathy's actually taking down everything we say.
Yes.
Thank you. And your boat was equipped with those, is that right?
Yes.
What other navigation lights was your boat equipped with?
The 360 white.
And that's a light at the rear of the boat, is that correct?
Correct.
Now in your boat, that light is detachable, as I understand it from the others, correct? So this yelling and swearing that you have told us about when you come back to the surface, is this coming from the direction of the boat that you now spot as you come up?
Absolutely, yes.
And was that boat when you hear this yelling underway? That is, was it moving?
I remember him floating there for a moment while he was cussing me out and then taking off.
Now, you've talked to us about understanding or being able to tell the difference by sound of an inboard or an outboard motor, correct?
I said I've got a generalized idea of what they sound like.
And you sort of indicated that you thought that this particular boat had an inboard motor, is that right?
Actually, I said, as in my statement, I thought it sounded like a V8 motor.
Would a V8 motor be louder than a normal inboard motor?
No, they just have a general low rumble.
A low rumble? And when this person is yelling as you described it and swearing, is this low rumble going on?
I believe so.
Well, you don't hear the boat start up again, do you?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, I can't remember if I've asked you this or not. If I have, I apologize. Do you recall seeing boats other than fishing boats on the water that night after dark?
You did ask that, and I don't recall.
You don't recall? Ms. Campbell, let me ask you some stuff about your arm. You were talking about it being kind of chewed out. Did they ever x-ray that arm?
Absolutely.
Did they find any
contusions? Is basically what they claim.
No broken bones?
No.
By the time others came to help you, as I understand it, you're actually in your boat, is that right?
Yes.
You may. You may. Thank you.
Mr. Linden, I handed you what we mark as Defense Exhibit A. That's a photograph you agree with me, correct?
Yep.
Now, humor me, because there's a little way we have to do this to make sure it's done right. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you tell me, please, what's depicted in that photograph?
My switches.
And those are switches on your bass scrapper boat, correct?
Yes.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction depiction of what your switch box area looks like on your boat?
No, I would say that's exactly what it is.
That's okay. So it is a fair depiction because it looks exactly like that. Is that right?
No, I wouldn't say that. I'd say it is.
It is. All right, fair enough. Can you tell me first of all, can you tell me please in what part of the boat that box is located?
In the rear right.
In the rear right?
Correct. All right. Next to the seat.
And help us out because we haven't been on that bass tracker. The seat that it's near, is that the driver's seat where the steering wheel is, or is it another seat that's used principally for riding and fishing?
Well, there's a seat up, it's in between the two actually, the driver and the rear upper deck.
And that's where this box is located?
Correct.
I take it you didn't touch that box anytime after you got back into the bass tracker, is that right?
I didn't personally touch it.
When you first came up above the water, Mr. Lindenwood, after being thrown in, we talked about that before, you came up, I assume you were upset, is that right?
Yes.
Emotionally wrought, even, fair to say?
Fair.
Scared?
Very.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Mr. Lindenwood, is this box switch used to turn on your lights
Bilge and things of that nature, yes.
and your navigation lights?
Yes.
Okay. So that one that's the last one that says running lights, would that be the navigation lights, or is it the one that has no?
You know what? It's been 2.5 years since I've been on the boat. I don't remember exactly how I wired them, but yes, there's a switch for one of them.
What about this end switch over here? Is that like the main switch, like you can
You know
turn
what?
everything off
It's
at
been
once?
2.5 years. I can't remember.
That's all right. Your lights were on that evening, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And you had your lantern in the boat.
Yes.
Did you see other fishermen along the shore with lanterns?
Yes.
Were you ever blocking any other boats from going through that causeway?
The causeway is extremely wide. You could probably fit literally 20 boats wide through there, so no, never could we.
Were you doing any commercial fishing out on the lake that day? Do they have any channel buoys out there on Berlin Lake, or just the no-wake?
Just the no-wake buoys.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any recross?
I'm sorry. Did I hear you say you wired that boat yourself?
I'm sorry?
Did you wire that boat yourself?
A lot of it, yes. Yep.
Any of the wires relating to that box that I showed you?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, all right. And can you tell us, if you have a certain recollection, that lantern that's sitting down on the floor there, was that lantern on or off at the time of impact?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Any follow-up?
Mr. Lindenwood, you're in construction, right? You're familiar with wiring?
Absolutely.
And so anything odd about how you wired that boat up?
That boat was perfectly wired.
Thank you.
Nothing else, thank you.
If counsel has no objection, I was not able to see Mr. Lindenwood's arm.
Oh, yeah, sure. No.
Can you show me the arm that you mentioned earlier?
Well, if you could look at both arms, you can see me missing through here, and you can see all through there.
Thank you.
Big difference.
Thank you. You may step down. Thank you. Can you break?
Okay. All right. I think a good opportunity for a 15-minute recess. We'll see you back in here shortly.
All rise. This court is in recess.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. They're taking about a 15-minute break, as you heard, in the case of a doctor in Ohio who's facing a series of charges related to a boating accident that left one person dead and one person injured. We were just hearing testimony from the surviving party who was injured in that crash. Prosecutors say the doctor was driving the boat drunk, but the evidence of the blood and urine draws is not making it into that case because it wasn't properly stored under state law. The Campbell case that we're covering out of North Carolina, though, is resuming right now. That's a case where a father and son were accused of a multi-state crime spree, and where there is a defendant, one defendant facing trial in that case, rather. The father, it turned out, committed suicide in custody, leaving his son to face the most serious charges. The son is facing 10 charges, the last I checked. I don't have the indictment in front of me, but we're expecting testimony in that case to pick up any second here. So, meantime, we've got a lot going on.
Yes,
here
oh
today.
my goodness,
Like
an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, well, you know, it's better to have a lot of stuff than no stuff to talk about here on the LawNewz Network. So, you know, what are you making of this case of this doctor in Ohio?
Very, very interesting. And I think for context for our viewers, it's the difference between a tragic accident and a crime. That's what the judge has to determine. Was this an accident, or does this rise to criminal misbehavior? And we've been hearing a lot of testimony about the lights on the boat, the sounds of the motor, whether he's running an electric motor, which we heard was silent, as opposed to an outboard motor, which would create a noise. And all of this is surrounding the issue of whether or not the doctor was put on notice that there was a boat that he was about to run into, or that he left the scene without rendering aid. And it's very, very interesting to see how this plays out in the context of a court trial versus a jury trial, because the usual theatrics that lawyers like to engage in when they're dealing with lay people, very, very different when you've got a judge on the bench who's done there, been that, bought the t-shirt,
yeah, right,
knows how it all works, isn't going to be taken in by any of that.
Well, you know, the interesting thing about this blood and urine evidence getting tossed out, I think, is that if you read the judge's decision on it, the law is correct. State administrative code says that that type of evidence does need to be thrown out if it's not refrigerated properly. But the interesting thing is that the scientific experts all said that it wouldn't matter whether it was refrigerated or not.
Right. Well, and that
so
may
it's
be
one of those things, like the law has nothing to do with the science
right
in the case, and so the judge is just like, well,
I got to follow the law.
There are all indications that this is a reliable test, that it doesn't matter that it wasn't refrigerated, but exactly, the judge has to follow the law. Interesting how the little technicality here is going to toss that one charge. Good lawyering by the defense.
Indeed.
Okay, but then the judge did take the thing that judges love to do and jab the issue back at the legislature and say, if the science doesn't make any sense, why is your law garbage?
Right.
It didn't put it in quite that harsh of a term, but it was close.
Right. But it's very interesting, and forgive the interruption, but it's different in different jurisdictions. So, for example, in some states, where there is some kind of discrepancy and the crime lab doesn't follow the administrative rules regarding refrigeration or chain of custody or any of these other issues, sometimes that will simply go to the weight of the evidence and not the admissibility, meaning the judge will let it in and then the lawyers will just fight about whether the evidence is worthy of any consideration.
Yeah, there's like the three major laws or rules that determine the admissibility of scientific testing evidence. In this case, though, there's an administrative regulation on point, so it takes it off the judge's plate, literally and figuratively in this case.
But I would imagine that we're going to hear a lot of circumstantial evidence from the prosecutor to establish impairment or intoxication without the use of those numbers. Mm-hmm. And we see this, of course, say in drunk driving cases where people refuse to submit to a chemical test. Well, the prosecution will typically use circumstantial evidence such as physical signs and symptoms, performance on field sobriety tests, odor of alcohol on the breath, unsteady on your feet, these kinds of things to try and demonstrate impairment, even though they won't have the actual numbers to introduce into evidence.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great debate. We want to get right back to the Campbell case out of North Carolina, though. It looks like they're back in session, so we don't want you to miss anything there. Let's go back to the case of a young man in his early 20s accused of murder.
Officers had been shot.
Do you recall exactly what time you received this call?
It was in the evening, probably 2:30, 3:30, somewhere in there. I remember it was after lunch.
Was it still daylight?
It was daylight, yes, sir.
And where were you when you got this call?
I was just out, actually in my driveway. I was going to head to the gym before work, so I'd come out a little early to go to the gym.
How long did it take you to get to the scene?
15, 20 minutes.
Right. Did you have to dress out or put on uniform or anything?
I remember I was in my gym shorts, but I remember it was cold. It started getting cold, so at some point I put clothes on. I don't know when.
So after you responded to the scene, what happened next?
I responded to where the officers actually were shot. While we were there, we had gotten information that the driver of the red truck, or actually the red truck, was that had left the scene, was found somewhere west of our position.
About how far?
We located the vehicle. It was probably a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles at the most from where the officers were shot.
And was it visible from the road, or can you describe a little bit, I guess, about where the vehicle was located, if you know?
Yes. What I originally saw was tire tracks in the high grass on the left-hand side of the interstate, and you can see tire tracks going over a steep embankment, very, very high-pitched embankment. It's full of rocks, trees, brush, things of that nature. The vehicle, you couldn't see it from the interstate. You had to get out of your vehicle and look over the hill, and you could see the truck down over the hill.
Was this on the left-hand side or right-hand side of the interstate?
It was on the left-hand side.
And is it in the area that has been referred to as the divide?
That's what we call it, yes.
What happened next?
What I done is, I think it was Officer Vance was right behind me, and he actually stopped where the vehicle was, so I drove on, I don't know, a few hundred yards and started to set up a perimeter. Once I seen the truck was over the hill, we started setting up, informing guys to, hey, spread yourself out, stay in sight with each other, and be looking in the woods. We found the truck here, so we was giving that information, just set up a perimeter.
Did Officer Vance have a radio?
I don't recall.
Did you have a radio?
Yes.
And so did you communicate to other officers through the radio?
Yes, sir.
Did you organize or otherwise, I guess, start officers spreading out along this area?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
And then what we done was like I said, we set up usually within eyesight of each other. I don't know how many's been to West Virginia, but you got some curves in West Virginia. So each person was usually set up within a few hundred yards of each other, and we just kept eye-to-eye contact with everything, and also was looking in the woods. We didn't know where anyone was at that time, so we just set up a few hundred yards apart where we could see each other and look for anyone.
How many officers were involved in this perimeter?
A bunch. I mean, more. In West Virginia, we don't have a lot of officers on duty at a certain given time. It's a rural area, very rural. So anytime something big comes, I mean, people come from all over the place, other counties. I couldn't tell you how many was there, sir. I don't know.
Was it still light when this effort was going on?
I'm sorry?
Was it still light?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the terrain for the jury?
The terrain was a wooded area. The divide itself is 300-400 yards in width. Woods, briars, rocks, boulders. That's about the best I can describe it.
Right. Can you describe the position that you took up on the in this perimeter?
Yes, what I took a position on was what we call high wall. What that is basically is where they cut a road through the hill or a mountain, whatever you want to call it. But it's rock walls that's built through the interstate, and I took position on one of those, probably about 20 or 30 feet up in the air.
And why did you take position up in the air like that?
The elevation, for me to see into the divide, the wooded area, I had to get up that high just to see into the woods. So that's why I got up there.
Now, were you on the same side of the interstate as the divide, or were you on the opposite side?
I was on the same side as the divide. I was on the left.
How long were you up there?
Until the state police come through and they end up searching the woods after we arrested the defendant. I'd say 11 o'clock, roughly, at night.
Okay. You said they arrested the defendant?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell us about how he was apprehended?
I observed the defendant come out of the wood line. The next person, I believe, down below me was Jason Burdett, and I seen the defendant coming out of the woods about halfway between me and Jason Burdett.
You said the defendant. Can you describe who you saw?
I'll be honest with you, sir. I couldn't tell you. He was there so far. It was so far from where he come out of the woods. I mean, it's 150, 200 yards probably whenever I observed him. I can just tell you it was a male subject.
Okay. Did you notice anything about him?
No, sir. He was walking towards me. As he was walking towards me, I let him get as close as I could. You know, mind you, I'm up here. He's walking this way, kind of. And once he got directly out in front of me, I informed him to show me his hands, gave verbal commands.
Now, how long between the time that you saw him and you gave him these verbal commands and when you first set up this perimeter? If you know.
I mean, it wasn't immediately, and it wasn't 2 hours, I wouldn't imagine. It was, I don't know. It was within an hour best of my recollection.
Was it still light?
It was dusk. It was getting right there at it's kind of wasn't light and it wasn't dark. It was right there before.
Anything else that you kind of noticed about the area as he was walking out?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did he comply to your verbal commands?
No. I informed him to show me his hands, and he just kept walking. That's about it.
What happened next?
He was taken into custody by Deputy Sawyers, who's a sergeant on our department.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I believe there was a couple other guys. I think. I don't know who.
Okay, just tell us about it.
What happened was, as he was coming by and he was right in front of me, I said, "Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Show me your hands." All rapid, repetitive, rapid fire, and he just walked, just kept walking, and within, I mean, it wasn't even a second. Kevin Sawyers tackled the defendant.
Okay. And at that point, did he remain in custody?
Yes. As far as I'm concerned, or as far as I know, because once he was taken into custody, I focused back on the divide. We didn't know.
Did you see him come out of this area called the divide?
I did, yes.
All right. Did you see any kind of movement or anything first?
I heard movement in the divide. I heard movement, and then, but as far as seeing anybody in the divide, I didn't see him until he exited the divide out of the wood line.
Okay, but that's where he was.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And how far again did you say he was from your position when you saw him exit the divide?
150, 200 yards, I would guess, somewhere in there.
And do you have, did you have an estimation about how far he was from that truck?
I'd say probably 400, 500, 600 yards, somewhere in that range.
Okay. So were you in between the truck and where he had walked out of the divide?
I was, yes.
After he was taken into custody, what did you do, Chief Deputy Martin?
Once he was taken into custody, I refocused my attention back into the woods. We wasn't for sure if anyone else was in the vehicle. We didn't know, so I just focused my attention back into the woods. I stayed in that position until the state police came by with their SWAT team and cleared the woods.
Your Honor, we don't have any further questions this time.
Witness with the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Deputy Martin, let me get just a couple things clarified. I'm not sure, I may have misunderstood your testimony. Did you respond to the scene originally to where the shooting occurred and then go up to look after you heard about the red truck?
Yes, I originally went to where where Officer Dove and Sams was shot first.
And did you go to the red truck or did you go up west of there?
I slowed down and stopped, got out and looked over the hill and seen the red truck, and then I drove on westbound and set up a perimeter.
Now, when you said that it had not been 2 hours but not short time, is that what you're talking about, the time from when you saw the red truck until you saw Mr. Campbell?
Yes, it wasn't too long.
But there was a period of time between when you spotted the truck and when you later saw Mr. Campbell, is that right?
Yes.
Now, were there a number of officers out there that day?
Yes, there were multiple officers.
And could you hear other officers talking and walking around and doing things?
I couldn't hear any other officers walking. I could hear officers when they would yell. Sometimes some guys didn't have a radio. Also, when you have other guys from other counties that come in, you don't have the same radio channels, same frequencies. So sometimes guys was yelling to each other to relay information.
Were you the person who yelled that you heard movement, or did someone else yell that to you?
I heard movement, yes, sir.
And I think you said that the movement was about 150 yards away from you?
Yes, sir, probably within 100 yards or so, I'd say.
Now, this divide, is it wooded, and I think that there are parts where it slopes downhill, is that right?
Yes, sir. There's the terrain in West Virginia. 1 minute you may be up here, the next minute you're 20 feet down, the next minute you're 40 feet up.
So to get back out to 64, and that is where you first saw Eric Campbell, is that right?
Yes, sir, when he exited the wood line and entered right there in the grass off that berm.
So So to exit the woodline, he had to climb up to where I-64 is that right?
To exit? No, maybe. He may have. I don't know. I couldn't
He had to
tell.
walk out the woods.
Yeah, he had to walk out of the woods, yes, sir.
Into the open.
Yes, yeah.
And he was just walking.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And he didn't say a word, did he?
No, he didn't.
He just looked straight at you.
I couldn't tell you. I was focused on his hands.
Well, he started out 150 yards from you, but he kept walking towards you and got within 15 or 20 yards.
20, 30, I would say, somewhere in that range. As I was elevated, so.
But you were yelling commands from the elevated position, is that right?
That's correct.
And so during that time, Mr. Campbell walked a football field or more towards you.
Yes, sir.
And at no time did he do anything other than walk, is that right?
That's correct.
And stare straight forward.
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Didn't say anything?
No, sir.
Just walk.
Yes.
And at some point, at least one, if not two officers tackled, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he just went down when they tackled.
Yes, sir.
He didn't fight or scuffle or anything.
Not that I'm aware of.
Just went straight down.
Yes, sir. He was tackled.
He was tackled and then turned over and they cut his jacket off. Isn't that right?
I'm not sure. Once he was tackled and they grabbed his arms, that's when I refocused back into the wood line.
Thank you, Captain.
Good record? No, Your Honor. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We asked that Chief Deputy Martin be excused.
You get?
No, sir.
No. Brother, stay.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. The state would call Sergeant Jeff Vance.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you should give before the jury should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Will you please state your name for the court?
Jeffrey Vance.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm sergeant with the Lewisburg Police Department in West Virginia.
How long have you been employed with the Lewisburg Police Department?
A little over 11 years.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 17 years.
Where did you spend the other years of your law enforcement career?
The city of North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
As you're employed with the Lewisburg Police Department, I know that you hold the rank of sergeant, but what is that a patrol? Are you a detective? What do you do with the Lewisburg Police Department?
I am a sergeant. I kind of pull dual roles. I work uniform some, and I also do secondary investigations, which are like plainclothes type detective work.
Did you hold this position with the Lewisburg Police Department on January the 1st of 2015?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
No, no, I was not.
Were you supposed to work that day?
Yes, I was.
What happened?
I was, myself and one of the other sergeants were the primary training officers, if you will, for Patrolman Sams. I had taken some vacation leave to spend a couple of days with both my children. My daughter was in from college.
And so you had taken off that particular day?
Yes.
And so was Patrolman Sams supposed to be with you on January the 1st of 2015?
Yes.
So were you called to respond to where 2 officers had been shot on I-64 westbound on January the 1st of 2015?
Yes.
And where were you when you received that call?
I was at home.
About what time, if you remember?
I don't recall, but exactly, I think it was close to 5, 4:30 to 5.
If you were at your house, how long did it take you to get to the scene once you received the call?
10 minutes, maybe.
Were you in a uniform?
No.
Were you driving your patrol car?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived on scene, what happened?
I immediately met actually Lieutenant Dove is my next supervisor above me, so I immediately went to the assistant chief that was on scene and asked for his orders, what he needed me to do.
I'm sorry, I did not hear what you said.
I immediately went to the chief deputy or deputy chief. The Lieutenant Dove was my actual supervisor, so I went to the next one in command and just asked for directions, what he wanted done.
And what did you do?
The first thing they had me do was to stop the video from recording that was in Lieutenant Dove's patrol car so that it could be reviewed on scene by the sheriff of the time and the other supervisory officers that had arrived from other agencies.
And while they were reviewing the video footage, did you also review it?
I didn't review the entire video. I reviewed from the beginning of the traffic stop to the point that Eric Campbell fled in the red truck, so that I would have myself at least a little bit of information, because there were several other people that needed to view the video.
Describe the in-car camera system that the Lewisburg Police Department uses.
At that time we were using the Martel, I don't know the model number, it's a Martel camera system. It's a digital camera system, has about a 4-inch display screen in the car that you can observe as the officer or be able to review a video that was recently recorded. It basically operates, it has a power switch so you can turn it completely off where it's doesn't come on at all. And then it also, when they're on, they can be triggered in, I think, 3 different ways. You can manually push record. The wireless microphone that we wear on our belts has a trigger to turn the camera on. And anytime you activate the blue lights, it would automatically begin a recording as well.
But this system, to begin working, does the operator of the vehicle have to physically turn on the in-car camera system?
It has to be turned on, like say, at the beginning of the shift, and then it can be left on throughout the shift. It would come on and off automatically. Just like with me being, when you're on vacation, it was common practice for us to turn those off because they drain the batteries and we would have to jump start our vehicles quite often.
So did you have an in-car camera system in your patrol car on January the 1st of 2015?
Yes, I did.
And when you responded to this scene, did you activate your in-car camera system?
No, I did not. The way I was notified of this incident, I didn't think to turn anything on. My flashlights, nothing were in the chargers. Everything had been, because I was off for a period of 5 days, I had taken everything out that may drain the batteries.
And when you say because of the way you received the call, explain what you mean by that.
I was at home, like I said, with my children, and another officer, young officer from Lewisburg Police Department called, and his exact words were, "What do you want me to do?" And I didn't know what he was talking about at that point. He said we had 2 officers shot. and that was all he knew. So I hung up with him and called the 911 center, and the dispatcher confirmed. I think exactly what she told me was there was 2 officers who had been shot in the head, and they didn't know anything further than that, the status of anybody involved.
So from there, you just got in your car and you did not activate your in-car camera system?
No, I just got in my car and I called the assistant chief while I was en route, and he just asked him where he wanted me to go. So I went straight to the scene of the shooting.
So after you reviewed the video there on scene, what happened next?
We were standing around. I didn't have a radio with me, and because I do work in a plainclothes capacity, sometimes I carry an additional duty belt in the trunk of my car. So while they were reviewing the video, I got it out, I put it on, and was just really waiting for orders from my supervisor when I heard some other radio traffic. The 911 center giving out information about seeing somebody had saw a red truck drive off the interstate, and I don't know exactly what they said, but over a hill or into the woods or something along that lines.
And after you heard that, what did you do?
I checked with my supervisor, and he said, "Go help, look," and so I started westbound in my cruiser.
And when you say you started westbound, describe this area, if you will.
Okay. What we refer to as the divides, the I-64. In West Virginia, these mountainous areas, sometimes they actually separate the east and westbound lanes quite a bit to be able to cut through the mountains. So the shooting actually took place right where what we refer to as the divides. It was right at the start of those. So from there, when you go westbound, the further you go for about 2 miles, the interstate gradually gets further apart with this. There's just areas of elevated high walls, these rock ledges, and then there'll be sharp ravines, and then there'll be more elevated, the mountainous terrain up and down. That's between the east and westbound lanes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Vance, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That is an aerial photo of this particular area of I-64 that we refer to as the divides.
And does this aerial photo fairly and accurately represent the way that I-64 eastbound and westbound around the divide looked on January the 1st of 2015?
It does, with one exception. That time of the year, our trees don't have any leaves, so there would be no leaf cover. It wouldn't be as green.
But other than the fact that it's more lush, I guess, in this picture, this accurately depicts the way that the highway is divided. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, would this aid you in illustrating your testimony, Sergeant Vance?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, the State would move to admit State's Exhibit 6 into evidence for illustrative purposes.
Okay. Excuse me, sir. Motion allowed.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that Sergeant Vance be allowed to step off the stand if he could.
You may do so. So we can get closer to it to show you where we need.
Sergeant Vance, using State's Exhibit number 6, if you could first explain what we're looking at.
Yes. So this would be the eastbound lanes of I-64. This is the westbound lane, and this is the area between that we refer to as the divide. The actual shooting scene itself took place back here just prior to the divide, and then, like I said, the truck was discovered in the divide area and stuff. So this is like a staging area that our DOH, Department of Highways, uses to store equipment and materials, things of that nature. It's just a little gravel lot area that you can pull into.
So, Sergeant Vance, once your supervisor told you to go and search, using State's Exhibit 6, will you show the jury what you did?
Yes. I continued from here in the left-hand lane. There had already been several other officers that had traveled west prior to me. I don't know where they all went, but I didn't go at a very high rate of speed. I was just kind of taking my time looking. First, I pulled in. You can see right here is the entranceway. It curves around and comes in. I entered into just a little bit there, just enough to be able to tell there's no cars tucked back into this little area. And then I exited back out and continued going west until I saw these tire tracks that were in the grass on the left-hand shoulder of the road.
And if you can show us on State's Exhibit 6 where it is that you saw tire tracks on the left-hand shoulder of the road.
Sure. So this area is actually raised. It's elevated above the highway on both sides. And this is part of those high wall ledges, the rock ledges that we refer to. So there's no guardrail there. The guardrail starts right in this area. So this little V looking area here is a ravine. And it's hard to see on here, but the reason that line is there is because where it drops in so steeply, the trees, there's a sharp drop in the treetops. So the trees go from way above the interstate to right in this ravine. The actual canopy of the trees is basically at the road level. When you look out the window, you're looking at the treetops. So there's a little section right here that before the guardrail starts and after those rock ledges end, that is just barely big enough for a vehicle to fit through. So that's where I had observed the tire tracks going through there behind that guardrail and then disappear out of sight into that ravine.
So after you saw those tire tracks, what did you do next?
I actually pulled up really, really close to the guardrail, close enough I couldn't have gotten out of my car. I was literally inches. And I still couldn't see anything from the seated position of my car. So I moved over just far enough, and once I got out, I could walk to the guardrail and stand to look down, and was able to see the red truck down over there in that ravine.
Do you know where Josh? Do you know Josh?
I did.
And do you know where he was when this was going on?
I don't know exactly, but this area here is the next set of those high wall ledges that we refer to. So you've got this steep ravine, some steep back up this side, and this is an area again where they've had to blast and cut into the stone and creates these, we call it high walls. They're 10 to 20 feet tall, basically rock cliff, and they're cut into little benches. And so it's probably anywhere from 20 to 40 feet elevated above the roadway that's cut into these stone cliffs.
So when you saw the truck in the ravine, were you by yourself?
I mean, I knew there was other officers around, but I was basically by myself. I didn't have a portable radio with me that day. And also, once I realized the truck was there, I was by myself. And in an effort to get help, I basically walked out to the edge of the roadway and physically waved down the next couple officers.
And who did you wave down?
I honestly don't know. There was a trooper, a West Virginia trooper that I don't know that stopped. And then from there, two deputies, Roger Baker and Bart Baker, both arrived on the scene.
And what agency are they with?
They're with the Greenbrier County Sheriff's Department.
And what happened next?
At that point, once the first trooper stopped, I actually went across the guardrail, and it's really steep, so I had to go to my left out around the drainway, this ravine, a little bit. I didn't really go down into the ravine yet. I just went enough till I could see the driver's side of this truck, just to make sure if somebody was still in the truck or not, that I could see what they were doing.
And when you saw the driver's side of the truck, what, if anything, did you notice?
The front driver's door was standing open. There was something had fallen out of the truck onto the ground, but it was kind of a little away from the truck, and that was pretty much it. I couldn't really see inside. By this point, it was daylight when I first arrived at the shooting scene, but it was starting to fall into dusk hours. Not dark, but starting to get.
How far away was the truck from your position?
After I crossed the guardrail,
yes,
it was probably still 50 yards at least.
After you saw that the driver's side door was open, what happened next?
I just held that position until the two deputies, both last name Baker, were able to get prepared, and they came to me to advance down to the truck to what we call clear the truck, make sure there's nobody else in the vehicle.
Were you armed at this point?
I was.
What sort of weapon did you have?
I had my sidearm, but I had also retrieved my assault rifle out of the back of my car.
Do you know if Roger Baker or Bart Baker were armed?
They were both armed. I'm not sure which style weapon they were carrying.
So, did the three of you approach the truck?
Yes, we did.
And what happened?
Since I was in the lead position, they basically provided cover for me. I don't recall which one kind of went more towards the rear of the truck so that he could see the passenger side a little bit. Once I got up to the driver's side, I still was not able to see into the back seat. The truck was kind of on top of boulders and stuff, so the floorboard was nearly waist high on me. I used my expandable baton that I had on my duty belt to break the back glass, the side glass of the truck to be able to see in. And I'm not sure, I think maybe one of the deputies, whichever one was on the other side, did the same on the passenger side just to be able to make sure we could see in. And at that point we knew nobody else was in the cab of the vehicle.
Describe how the bed of the truck looked.
At this point, the bed had been untouched. There was a silver tarp tucked in. You could tell there was something, square, rectangle, like about the size of the bed of the truck. This tarp was tucked in. There were chains in an X pattern from corner to corner with padlocks back towards the tailgate, holding the chain down.
What happened next?
At that point, the Bakers still provided cover for me, and I again used my baton and was able to break one of those locks free. Because we couldn't see into the bed of the truck, we just wanted to clear the bed to make sure that somebody wasn't hiding in the bed that had been involved in the previous incident.
So what happened next?
So I approached and opened the tailgate of the truck, and I immediately noticed it was a sheet or a curtain, something like that, was sort of rolled up all the way across by the tailgate, like where the crack in the tailgate would be, that water or something would run out, and it was blood soaked.
And what happened next?
So at that point, you still couldn't really see a whole lot. I was able to grab that corner, and I don't know if it was two mattresses or if it was a mattress and a box spring, but whatever they were, I was able to grab them, and I was able to raise them. Because of that chain, I was only able to raise them about a foot to a foot and a half, and that's when I was able to see Jerome Faulkner's his part of his upper body, just mainly just his head. And I was able to see, which I later found out was his wife, her feet were laying opposite him on the other side of the truck.
When you say Jerome Faulkner, at that time, did you know who Jerome Faulkner was?
I did not.
Did you see any part of Mr. Faulkner's head?
Mainly just his face, but I couldn't tell a lot. It had been wrapped in plastic or a plastic bag or something of that nature.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Vance, I'm showing you what's been marked State's Exhibits 7 through 12. If you will take a look at each one of them and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are they, sir?
These are all photos that were taken of the crash site of where the red pickup was located.
And do all of these pictures fairly and accurately represent the way the divide and the crash site looked on January the 1st of 2015?
Yes, with the exception, for me personally, this is after it was still a little bit more daylight than it is in these photos, but other than that, it's daylight. Yes, ma'am.
So when you were out there was a little more daylight.
It wasn't this dark. It was just starting to get dusk at this point.
Would these aid you in illustrating your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 7 through 12 into evidence for illustrative purposes.
Yes,
Permission to publish, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would again ask if Sergeant Vance can step down from the witness stand. This is States Exhibit number 7. If you can describe what this is.
Okay, this is the grassy area just before that ravine. So this guardrail, it's getting pretty close actually to the end of where that guardrail ends. And this is that kind of a little open area. So back behind wherever the photographer was standing is where the rock cliffs would begin.
And the brush or the trees in the left upper left corner of this picture, describe what that is.
Yeah. So this is kind of where it begins right along this dark area is where it sort of begins over that steep part of the ravine. It kind of rolls and then there's a really steep drop after that. So this is a tree line that is actually at highway level. So it looks like brush, but these are actually partially tree. Those are some of the tree tops that are trees growing out from the bottom of that ravine.
So States Exhibit number 8, if you can describe that.
Yeah, that's a closer view, and this dark area is getting further down into the ravine itself. There's some of this brushy stuff, and then inside that brush, which is really hard to see, is where the boulders and stuff that I think probably were placed by DOH, or maybe natural. But these boulders that are anywhere from 2 feet to 4 feet in height and width, they kind of begin there to keep that from washing away.
States Exhibit number 9, if you can describe what that is.
So this is further down inside the ravine, obviously where the truck was located. This is the top of one of those boulders, and this briar cover, that's what we went through. We had to get through these boulders in the brush to get to the truck on foot. So this is the rear of the truck, obviously after I had opened the tailgate. This would be the passenger side.
When you saw the truck, the tailgate was up in a closed position.
Yes, it was.
And describe how it was from where you see it here.
Okay, when you see it here, this is after I had, when I pulled it back, it kind of slid up over on the top, I guess. But it was actually set inside, right inside the bed rails of the truck with that tarp kind of sort of tightly tucked in around it with the chains across the top of it.
And you lifted it from the passenger side?
From the driver's side. I lifted it from this corner. Right here. Because that, I think, is part of the mattress that's at an angle.
And the next picture, States Exhibit 10.
Okay, that is the passenger side. Here's one of the chains. So this is just some of the trees and brush that where the truck ended up at. And of course, this would be the bed. This is the mattress that I moved, and the tarp that I referred to.
States Exhibit number 11.
Okay, this is back to the driver's side. Again, the mattress and stuff. This is where I was referring to. This door was not open when I first approached. That's the glass that I broke in order to be able to see in. You can't see here. There's part of that ravine. There's another inside that ravine is a real steep, like little kind of ditch, 3 or 4 foot wide. So it's just to the left here. But this is where, when you stood here, this truck was, I was able to see on the back side, into the back of it.
And do you notice anything about the back tire there?
Just all the markings and stuff on it from where it was, came down over through all the brush and the rocks and all that sort of stuff. I would, like these scratches and stuff, probably are from a lot of that terrain as well.
And States Exhibit number 12.
And that's just another shot from the truck. Like I said again, this would be standing even further down the ravine, a little bit kind of to the side and a little bit further down. There's again the tarp, and you can see the outline sort of the mattresses. But this is the corner where I broke the lock. They would lift the mattresses up.
Sergeant Vance, after you discovered the bodies in the back of the truck, at that point, how many bodies did you know were in the back of the truck?
I knew there was at least 2 human bodies based off of, I was able to see the head of what I presumed to be a male, and then I just knew there was a set of feet. But I didn't know at that point if it was male, female, or if there was anybody else.
Did you see any other bodies, any non-human? Did you see any dogs?
Yes, I did. I only saw one, and I don't recall a lot other than just seeing the fur. And I'm not even really sure at the time I realized it was a dog. I just knew that there was an animal as well.
What happened next?
So at that point, we knew there was no live bodies in the truck. I just lowered the mattress back from where I was holding it, and we backed away from the truck. It was a very gruesome, bloody scene at that point, and the crime scene investigators that were going to do all the forensic stuff, it's better to leave it untouched for them.
So did you and the deputies Baker, I guess, move away from the scene at that point?
We did. We went back up, took a few minutes, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes maybe, to climb back up through these boulders and the brush and briars back up to where the highway is at.
And I know you said you did not have a radio, but did somebody get word back up to the highway that you had found these bodies?
Yes, but I don't know who.
You did not do that?
I didn't radio it out. I think maybe one of the Bakers had a radio on them, or we may have yelled it up to officers about that at this time had gotten up to the highway.
And what happened next?
At that point, we had called for a canine. We were going to try to organize a canine search to run a canine track. So we were standing still by my car. I hadn't crossed the guardrail quite yet. I was still on the ravine side of the guardrail, but we were at the top, catching our breath, and back up, just kind of resting for a minute, waiting for the canine.
And when you say catching your breath, I tell you this was a hike to this place.
Yes, ma'am.
Had the truck wrecked into anything down in the ravine?
It had hit a tree. I'm not sure. I never went to the front of the truck or the passenger side, so I don't know anything about damage. But it had hit a tree that, actually, even still today, it leans at an angle.
Once you got back up to the interstate, what happened next?
While we were waiting on the canine, I overheard radio traffic that somebody heard movement. At that time, I didn't know who or anything else. And then it was quite a ways away, a few hundred yards away from me, but I could hear, which now I know was Deputy Martin, giving commands. We could hear him. I couldn't tell what he was saying. I could just hear him yelling commands out. And then the next thing I heard on the radio was that they had him in custody.
When you say had him in custody, who are you talking about?
Eric Campbell.
When you say you were waiting on the canine, was it instantaneous from the time that you got up to the interstate, or were you guys having to wait for the canine to get there?
We were having to wait. I don't know how long, but I don't know how long we were waiting.
Was it more than 30 minutes?
From the time we initially found it, from when to when?
I'm sorry. Well, from the time that you started down the ravine to discover the truck until the time that you heard Josh Martin giving commands to somebody, about how long was that?
I'm going to guess 30 minutes to an hour, maybe. That's just a rough guess.
And by the time you come back up to the the interstate after you've discovered the bodies and you come back up, is it now dark?
Yeah, pretty much. It was where he was, like down where he was taken into custody. You couldn't. It was basically able to maybe see some silhouettes of people, but that was all you could really tell.
Did you see Eric Campbell taken into custody?
No, ma'am.
What happened next?
Myself and Deputy Roger Baker, we went from our location on foot. We went down to where he had been taken into custody. At that point, he was in handcuffs. I think they had cut his coat to get it off of him to make sure he didn't have any additional weapons or anything like that. But had already been. They were just finishing up searching his person and standing him up from the ground.
And what did you do?
Myself and Roger Baker, we took custody of him as being investigators. He's one of the Sheriff's Department's investigators that works in plainclothes. So we didn't know if there was anybody else that had been in the truck prior to, if there's anybody else still in the woods. And where we were at was an extremely vulnerable position if there was anybody else. So we took custody of him from Deputy Sawyers, walked him back to where my patrol car was at, and transported him to their investigators building.
When you say their investigator's office, whose investigator?
It's the Sheriff Department's office.
And this is the patrol car that you drove on scene when you came from your house?
Yes.
Will you describe that?
It's a Dodge Charger, an unmarked Dodge Charger. It's set up interior like a patrol car, so there is a partition between the front seats and the back seats, with very, very little room to move in the back seats. And then, of course, it's got all of my radio equipment. I have all the equipment the same as any other patrol officer. It's just unmarked.
Where did you sit in the car?
In the front driver's seat.
Where was Eric Campbell placed in the car?
The rear passenger seat.
Where did Roger Baker ride in the patrol car?
He did. When I had gathered my belt and other equipment out of the trunk earlier, I used my front passenger seat as the catch-all. I put everything that I may need there. And due to other incidents that have happened in West Virginia and across the country, for us, it's not a policy or anything like that, but it's a common practice. If you have something with this level of violence, we may put an officer in the rear seat with them as well. So with all my equipment and everything already being in the front, Roger rode in the back driver's side behind me.
Were you able to observe the defendant before he was placed in your patrol car?
Just from when we walked him from the scene where he was taken into custody to my car, yes.
What, if anything, did you notice about him?
Nothing. I mean, he was disheveled. His face was red. Wasn't really swollen or anything like that, but it was red. Maybe a little puffy here and there. Just, but it was already starting to get dark, and I really couldn't see a whole lot.
Once everybody took their seats in your patrol car, what happened next?
We immediately left the scene, and in order to get back to their office or any of our offices in Lewisburg, you have to continue on westbound about another half a mile to the next available emergency crossover. So I did that, and while this is happening, I actually called my chief of police to let him know that Eric was in custody and that what we had discovered. He was unaware at that point that we had recovered murder victims.
I'm sorry, recovered what?
That we had recovered bodies of the murder victims.
What was Roger Baker doing during this ride?
I didn't hear anybody really talking or anything. Again, I was talking with my chief, and at some point, I don't know if it was before I finished talking to my chief, I think it was, that he had called his chief deputy and was telling him basically the same thing. So the drive is only a few miles. It's only about, we probably were only in the car 3 to 5 minutes. And so we were both just relaying information to our supervisors. He was actually still on the phone. I hung up with my chief as I was pulling into their parking lot, and Roger was still on the phone with his chief when we got there.
And you said this will be about a 3 to 5 minute drive?
I'm guessing it's only about 2 miles back from the divides to the exit, if that, and maybe 1.5 miles from the exit to the sheriff's department.
Describe this sheriff's department building that you took the defendant to.
Okay, Lewisburg is a historical town, so there's a lot of old buildings that may look like a house, or were old businesses that by the historical charters they're not allowed to really do anything with other than remodel interior. So this house was one, it looks like a house, but it's been a real estate office and stuff for years until the sheriff's department took it over. So it's white on the exterior, but it sits next door to the courthouse. There's about 10 or 15 feet strip between it and the courthouse, and it shares the back of it. The parking lot that's right behind this detective's building is actually the parking lot for the main sheriff's department.
So is it in downtown Lewisburg, West Virginia?
It's yes, right in the middle of downtown.
Did you and Sergeant Baker take any, make any stops? I'm sorry, I think Corporal Baker. Any stops between I-64 and the sheriff's office?
No, ma'am.
What happened when you pulled up in the sheriff's office?
So my discussion with my chief also included the fact that it was our officers that had been involved in the shooting, that we should not be the investigating agency. So the decision was made by me and my chief to kind of back out and let them have the investigation. So when we got there, Roger was still on the phone with his chief deputy. He helped me, but we got Eric out of the car, walked him to the front door of their building, and at that point I did not enter the sheriff's department building at all, just an effort to stay out of the investigation. But so they took him inside, and I'm not sure what went after that.
What did you do next?
I stood on the front porch of his building for just a few minutes until I think it was I think our elected prosecutor and one of the assistant prosecutors arrived. They were within, like I said, literally within just a couple of minutes. I know I used to smoke at the time, and it was not long enough for me. I was still smoking a cigarette that I had lit and staying on the front porch. And so in that amount of time, the prosecutors had arrived, and then I went to the hospital to check on the 2 officers who had been shot.
Sergeant Vance, did you hit Eric Campbell?
No.
Did you see anybody hit Eric Campbell?
No.
After you went to the hospital to check on your officers, did you have any other involvement in this particular case other than coming to testify?
I've had no other involvement at all.
And the person that you transported from I-64 westbound to the sheriff's office, do you see them in the courtroom today?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And where is that person?
He's sitting at the defendant's table.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Officer Vance, had you worked that day?
No.
You had not worked that day at all?
No, sir.
So on a normal day, you would have your dash cam camera on, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that you just didn't have it on this particular day.
Yeah, I didn't have it or any of the electronics turned on when I left my house that day.
And you said that you also threw some stuff in the passenger side of your patrol car.
Yes, sir. I have a patrol bag that we could keep clipboards and flashlights and just various types of equipment. And it was actually in my trunk and had my extra duty belt in it. So after I had arrived on scene at the shooting scene, I had grabbed all that out and put that extra duty belt on so that I would have handcuffs and additional equipment.
Did you put your duty belt on after you got to the scene?
Yes.
And did that take, what, a minute?
No, it's a nylon belt. It's just a buckle. It literally maybe a minute, including getting it out of the car. Yeah.
So that was what was in the bag?
Yes.
And did you put the bag in the passenger seat?
Yes, I put the bag and the rest of its contents were in the front passenger seat.
And then did you leave your car when you parked it near the guardrail near the red truck when you heard that Mr. Campbell had been arrested? Did you walk down
Yes.
where he was arrested?
Yes.
And how far was that?
I honestly don't know. I'm going to estimate a couple hundred yards, maybe.
And did Sergeant Baker walk with you?
Yes, Roger Baker walked with me.
How many officers were down there when Mr. Campbell was arrested?
I don't know. There was officers set up this perimeter. I really don't have any idea.
Well, there were officers there from your department, is that right? Department?
Where he was taken into custody?
Well, on the scene in general.
Well, yeah, on the scene there was officers from departments from multiple counties.
Okay. Now, what about where he was taken in custody? Do you know if any officers were from your department?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Were there officers from the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And did they have their police cruisers there? Their cars down there?
I don't remember any police vehicles in that immediate area.
How'd they get there?
They were parked at various spots along the interstate and then proceeded on foot to different locations.
And how did Deputy Baker get there?
He walked from my cruiser to this location where Mr. Campbell was at on foot with me.
And so you and Deputy Baker walked Mr. Campbell all the way back down to your patrol vehicle?
Yes, it was. We got to my patrol vehicle before we got to his.
And you normally, your car's a normal patrol vehicle, right?
It is with no markings. There's no exterior light bars, no stripes, anything on it.
The interior is normal, correct?
Yes.
It's got a cage between
Yes.
you and whoever you're arresting?
Yes.
And when you got there, it would have taken, what, 10 seconds to move your bag from the front seat? Put it in the trunk?
Yeah, but I would not have put any of my police equipment in the back seat unattended with an arrestee. In the trunk? I don't know how long it would have taken me.
I mean, you wouldn't put your police equipment in the back because you don't want somebody you're arresting to have access to a gun, right?
Correct.
And that's why a lot of people would say you don't put an officer back there with a gun. Isn't that correct?
Officer Baker's left-handed, so his sidearm was against the door away from Mr. Campbell.
And so you then drove Mr. Campbell down to the sheriff's department in your cruiser?
Yes.
And you didn't think at that time to put the dash cam on either, did you?
I didn't turn anything else on.
And you have the ability to record what goes on in the car, don't you?
I have the ability, well, mine's set up differently now. At the time, I had the ability to record the interior with a camera that was in the front, but it's at night it doesn't go through the partition. But interior, no, there's no sound other than the wireless microphones that's on the officer.
Explain that. Do you have the ability to record the sound inside the vehicle?
Not without the wireless mic that the officers wear on their body.
And Mr. Campbell, at the time you got to the scene, was already in handcuffs, is that right?
He had already been handcuffed and they were finishing the search of his person.
Was he just standing there?
They were, as I approached, they were picking him up from the ground, standing him up.
But he just stood up when they picked him up?
Yeah, as far as yeah.
He didn't struggle with
No.
anything?
No, sir.
When you walked him down to the police car, you didn't have any trouble with him at all?
No, sir.
And you were saying that you don't remember there being any conversation on the way to the sheriff's department, is that correct?
Not that I was part of. Like I said, I was on the phone with my chief. My chief was actually at the hospital at that time with the two officers. And so I was in conversation with him, and I don't recall there being any conversation really until once I was aware Roger was even speaking was as I was pulling into the sheriff's department lot. He was on the phone with his chief deputy.
And did you at any time have any conversation with Mr. Campbell?
No.
Did he say anything to you?
No, sir.
Was he disrespectful to you in any way?
No, he wasn't.
When you got down to the sheriff's department, were you the one who got Mr. Campbell out of the car?
Baker and myself, we both got him
You
out of
asked
the car.
him to get out of the car?
Yes.
Did he comply?
Yeah, as far as I remember.
Did he walk in without incident?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you noticed some swelling around his eyes.
I don't know if it's swelling. It was, I mean, I remember, like I said, I didn't have a lot of interaction with him, but I just recall his face being red, maybe a little puffy.
Just a little red and puffy?
Yeah, nothing that out of the ordinary.
Now, you didn't notice any other injuries on Mr. Campbell, did you?
I honestly didn't know, I didn't look. I don't really know. Not that stood out to me, no.
Well, did you do a report?
No.
And so essentially, you didn't notice any marks on his hands or anything like that, is that correct?
I didn't notice any, no, I didn't look.
Any scars on his neck or anything like that?
I never looked.
Didn't see any sort of puffy marks on his ears or scars on his ears?
Not that I recall. Like I said, I wasn't part of the officers that searched him or patted him down. All I did was walk him from A to B.
No scratches or anything like that on his face, did you?
Not that I immediately noticed, no.
Just a little swelling under each eye?
I don't even know if I'd say under each eye. I just remember his face being red, and I mean, that was about it.
Question about your visit to the red truck. You mentioned that there was a tree in front of the truck that the truck hit, is that right?
Yeah, it may have hit more than one tree. I know there was one tree that, like I said, was leaned. I assume was leaned from the accident. It appeared that the front of the truck was against that tree, but I never went to the front of the vehicle.
And you broke the back windows so you could see in because they were tinted, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, you didn't break the front windows, did you?
No, sir.
And they weren't broken, were
I don't recall if they were or not.
they? The airbag didn't deploy, did it?
I don't think so, but I'm not certain. I never entered the vehicle. I never looked inside it.
That was the other question I was going to ask you. Did you wear gloves down when you did that, or did you have gloves on when you were doing that?
I don't recall. Yeah.
But you didn't go inside the vehicle?
I didn't go in. I just looked in from the outside. Yes.
Nothing further.
Correct.
Were you down at the accident scene where the truck was as any sort of crime scene investigator?
No.
Why were you there?
Solely to clear the vehicle to make sure that we didn't know it was Eric Campbell at the time. We knew somebody, a male, had fled in that truck. The only reason I was there was to try to apprehend whoever that was.
And when you were with the defendant, did you see anybody perform any body search of him or anybody making any indications of any of his marks or scars or tattoos or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
I don't have anything from
Thank Mark.
Did you frisk him?
I did not, no.
You did not. You just relied on what the officers had done?
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thanks, sir. Understand that.
We would ask that Sergeant Vance be excused from subpoena.
Yeah.
No, sir.
That'll be fine. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess at this point. During this time, it is your duty not to talk among yourselves about this case. Duty not to talk to the parties, the witnesses, or the lawyers about anything at all. Further duty not to talk to anyone else, to allow anyone else to talk with you, to say anything in your presence about this case. If anyone communicates with you in any way, let the sheriff know about it when you come back in. Have no contact with anyone participating in this trial. Don't do any individual research, investigation on about any issue in this case. Stay away from your smartphones. And do not form or express any opinion about
Welcome back to the Law News Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. I'll be with you for the afternoon hours here. And as you just heard, the court in the Campbell case out of North Carolina is taking a break. That's the trial of a young man in his early 20s accused of murdering a husband and his wife, Jerome Faulkner and his wife, Dora. The court is taking an afternoon recess right now, and we apologize that this is a bit disjunctive, but in case you missed the opening statements in this case earlier today, we want to actually go in and play some of them now. We might not get all the way through the prosecutor's opening statements in this particular break, but we're going to dip into them in case you missed them. This will hopefully give a little bit of context into what you've been hearing this afternoon. So this is Prosecutor Allison Capps giving her opening statement in the case this morning against Eric Campbell.
State decided to make no mistake in this case.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Jury's been stated.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Jerome and Dora Faulkner. That is why we are here. They are why we are here. Jerome, we believe the evidence will show, was a father, a grandfather, a husband, an electrician by trade, a founding member of the Cornwall Volunteer Fire Department. Ironically, the same fire department that was called to his residence on January the 1st of 2015 to put out his house that was fully engulfed in a fire. That he was a deacon at Mountain Creek Baptist Church, that he was an usher, and that he was a friend. Dora Faulkner, we believe the evidence will show, was a stepmother, step-grandmother, wife, nurse by trade. She was employed at Central Regional Hospital. That she was a first responder with the Cornwall Volunteer Fire Department and the Cornwall Emergency Medical Service that was located up in their community. That when everybody else was moving away from an emergency, she and Jerome were running to save lives. That's how they spent their lives. She also, we believe the evidence will show, was a member of Mountain Creek Baptist Church. They had been for many, many years. Faithful members of their community. But on December the 31st of 2014, New Year's Eve, a night that should be filled with celebration of the year that's passed, full of anticipation and hope of the year that's to come. However, that night, Jerome and Dora Faulkner, we believe the evidence will show you, spent their last moments fighting for their lives against a brutal attack from two men, an attack that they never saw coming. December the 31st of 2014, the night we believe the evidence will show you that evil descended upon 8067 Highway 96 North here in Oxford, in the Cornwall community. The night that innocence and security died in that community, in our county. The night that the two of them watched one another die. We believe the evidence will show that the path that led to this was filled with deliberate decisions and conscious choices of this defendant and his father. Deliberate decisions and conscious choices that led to 8067 Highway 96 North, the home of Jerome and Dora Faulkner. That path, we believe the evidence will show, started in September of 2014, when the defendant's father, Edward Campbell, brutally assaulted his wife, Holly Campbell, in Alvin, Texas, miles and miles and miles away from Graham County. And that he assaulted her, and it was a brutal assault. But he was arrested for that and was in the Brazoria County, Texas jail. Was there awaiting trial for the charges of aggravated assault. And the assault, we believe the evidence will show, was brought on because of what Edward Campbell believed to be some sort of affair that was going on with his wife, Holly. And maybe somebody at work, or maybe a man named John Hilson, who was a friend of hers from many years ago when they were nurses together up in Canada. But Holly, I believe, will tell you that she hadn't talked or spoken with Mr. Hilson for several years. They did email one another back and forth. Holly, of course, had moved to Texas and started a life with Edward. Mr. Hilson had moved to Hillsboro, North Carolina, only about 45 minutes from here on I-85. The defendant's deliberate decisions, conscious choices, we believe the evidence will show that on December the 8th of 2014, that the defendant's father was bailed out of jail by his brother, Nicholas Campbell. But we believe the state's evidence will show you that this defendant was selling belongings, gathering up his money to bond his father out of jail. And that happened on December the 8th of 2014. And then on December the 18th of 2014, Edward Campbell did not show up for his court date to answer for his charges of the assault in Brazoria County, Texas. Instead, on December the 24th, he stole a Suburban from the New Waverly County school bus lot in Texas. The same Suburban that we believe you will see many, many, many times in this trial. We also believe that the state's evidence will tell you that on the same day, an officer named Jose Reveles, who was with the University of Texas Police Department, who was investigating and keeping up with this assault case, had a conversation, or at least spoke to the defendant, and told him, "You realize your father is a fugitive, and if you help him, you will be harboring and aiding a fugitive." We believe the state's evidence will tell you that on December the 24th, this defendant made a conscious choice, a deliberate decision to leave Texas with his father in that stolen Suburban. The path continues on, and the next time we believe that the evidence will show that you will see they are in a Home Depot in Greenville, South Carolina. Deliberate decisions, conscious choices. We believe that you'll see them purchasing drain cleaner, a very caustic chemical. We believe the state's evidence will show you that that same chemical was sprayed all over Jerome Faulkner's body. They purchased drain cleaner, a sprayer to put chemicals in, muriatic acid, chains, padlocks, and U-bolts. Conscious choices, deliberate decisions. The path continues to Kannapolis, North Carolina. On December the 29th, they go to a Walmart there, purchase gloves, goggles, things that you would need to suit up if you're going to use the chemicals that you just purchased. We believe that the path then continues to Hillsboro, North Carolina. Just down the road, I-85. We believe the evidence will show you that they stayed there for 3 days December the 29th, December the 30th, and December the 31st, New Year's Eve. They purchased things at Walmart. We believe the evidence will show you that they were close to and went into the home of John Hilson. And then they made their way to Oxford, North Carolina. We believe the state's evidence will show you that a neighbor of Jerome and Dora Faulkner, Michael Weary, and his brother-in-law, Josh Boyd, were coming back from a hunting trip about 3:30, 4:30 in the afternoon, and they saw a white Suburban cut in front of them off of what they call the Sam Blackwell Dirt Road onto Highway 96. And they noticed how slowly they were driving past Jerome and Dora Faulkner's house. Go on down to a neighbor's house, pull into the driveway of the neighbor. Michael Weary and Josh Boyd notice that they are out of place, and they study the folks who were in that Suburban. They remember it. Conscious choices, deliberate decisions. We believe you're going to hear from a neighbor, Wilma Owen, who is going to tell you that she spoke to Dora and Jerome on the phone around 6:15 New Year's Eve. Jerome and Dora had called to check on her husband, check on some other folks in the community, because they're interested in the lives of the people around them. And they had a conversation with them. And as far as we know, Miss Owen's the last person to talk to Jerome and Dora Faulkner. When the evidence comes in about the injuries on Dora's body, the injuries that she sustained, and the injuries on Jerome's body, the injuries that he sustained, listen closely to the testimony of 2 different medical examiners who did the autopsies on their bodies. Pay close attention to the number of injuries that they find and report. Pay attention to what they say about the length of time that it took them to conduct the autopsies because their injuries were so severe and so multiple. Pay attention to what they say about the different types of injuries, about the different modalities of death that Jerome and Dora Faulkner suffered. Listen as you hear from a veterinary pathologist who will tell you about Jerome and Dora's dogs, Callie and Toby. About the number of injuries that they sustained, and about the severity of the injuries that they sustained. Listen, pay attention to that evidence. Conscious choices, deliberate decisions. We believe the state's evidence will show you that after the defendant and his father brutally murdered Jerome and Dora Faulkner, that they then looted and pillaged their home. That the defendant drove to Walmart in Oxford, and that the defendant's father goes into Walmart, buys the huge Rubbermaid totes to fill up all of Jerome and Dora's belongings into the totes. He buys lanterns, lantern fuel, propane, things that you would need to burn down a house. In fact, the house was burned. We believe you'll hear from Doug Logan, the fire marshal, who will tell you that, in his opinion, that this was a man-set fire. Finding the same things that they bought at Walmart burned in the house. Conscious choices, deliberate decisions. They left this defendant and his father left nothing behind for the Faulkners' children because they burned everything that they didn't take. The house was fully engulfed, fully involved. But Jerome and Dora's bodies and the bodies of their dogs, we believe the evidence will show you, did not remain at the house. They stole Jerome's truck and they put the bodies of Jerome and Dora Faulkner in the back of the truck along with their dogs. Just threw them in the back of the truck, covered them up with a mattress, and continued their path of destruction up Highway 96 North. We believe that you'll see this defendant interact in several different convenience stores along the way. Several stops in Virginia as they're getting out of town, making their way out of town. Several stops, but I don't think that the evidence will ever show you that anybody, this defendant or his father, asked for help. Alert anybody to what's going on. Conscious choices, deliberate decisions. And the path of destruction ends in Lewisburg, West Virginia. Thankfully, we believe the evidence will show that the Suburban that had been stolen from New Waverly, Texas, also had a stolen license tag on it. It was stolen from a lady named Miriam Hogan who lived in Hillsborough, North Carolina. And Ms. Hogan reported her tag stolen to the local police department. They do what police officers do and enter it into something called NCIC, which is a database that houses that information. And that when the Suburban that this defendant was driving crosses into West Virginia, they have a license plate reader. And that it reads the tag and it alerts officers with the Lewisburg Police Department that there is a white Suburban on I-64 West that has a stolen tag on it. It's New Year's Day. The folks from the Lewisburg Police Department, Lieutenant Jeremy Dove and Officer Nicholas Sams, were finishing up with a parade. They said, we'll respond to the interstate. Check it out. So we believe they're going to tell you that they came onto the interstate and that they saw the Suburban matching the description. They saw the North Carolina license tag matching what had been reported stolen in NCIC. And they made a traffic stop. But the Suburban's not the only car that stopped. The Suburban was following a red truck. It also stopped. This defendant, we believe you will see, gets out of the driver's seat of the Suburban at the behest of Lieutenant Dove. And then he comes back. Lieutenant Dove is asking him about the license tag. The defendant doesn't ask for help. Doesn't say anything about the bodies that are in the back of the truck. Walks to the officers, acts as if he doesn't understand what's going on. At that time, his father, Edward Campbell, gets out of the red truck and walks up to the officers. Moments later, opens fire on Lieutenant Dove and Nicholas Sams. This defendant, conscious choices, deliberate decisions, runs to the truck where the bodies of Jerome and Dora Faulkner are in the back and takes off driving in that truck, Jerome Faulkner's truck. We believe the state's evidence will show you that he wrecked that truck close in time, not too very far away from where the shootout happened, down a median, where in West Virginia, medians look more like mountains, perhaps, rocky ravines. And that officers from the Lewisburg Police Department, the Greenbrier County Sheriff's Department in West Virginia, and the West Virginia State Police were all arriving to the scene because 2 officers had been shot. Edward Campbell was also shot, and he was on the scene with them. We believe you'll hear from Sergeant Jeff.
Welcome back to the Law News Network, everybody. We've been listening to probably about half of the opening statements this morning from the prosecutor in the Eric Campbell case out of North Carolina. It's a murder case where the possible deep penalty could be the death penalty if the trial moves to the guilt phase. This is just, or rather the punishment phase. This is just the guilt phase of that case. But testimony has picked up again after a brief afternoon break, so let's go back live to the courtroom.
Edward was on scene. They took him on scene, and whenever Mr. Eric Campbell, whenever he fled, they didn't know if he was the only person that fled or if there was another person with him. So initially we didn't know if it was 2 or 3 persons that were involved in this. So when we arrived, we had to stand by until our SRT actually was clearing the woods for an additional person.
What is SRT?
The Special Response Team, which is the state police version of a SWAT team.
What time did you arrive on the scene?
On the scene, as far now, this is the crime scene 2, which is the red truck. I've arrived at 19:31 hours, which is 7:31 p.m.
What time did you arrive at crime scene 1?
I'm not 100% sure. I would say just a guess, probably 30 to 45 minutes prior to that.
Did you observe what you guys call crime scene 1?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Corporal Ellison, I am showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 13 through 16. If you will look at those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am. This is crime scene 1, which is the white Tahoe, and where the officers, where they had the officer involved shooting.
I mean, are those pictures of those scenes?
Yes.
And do those pictures fairly and accurately represent the way that crime scene 1 looked on January the 1st of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And would these aid you in illustrating your testimony?
Yes, ma'am, they would.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 13 through 16 into evidence for illustrative purposes.
Any objection? No. Motion left.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 13, if you can describe what that is.
That's an approximate mile marker of 169 West. This is just, I'm not sure whose patrol vehicle this is Lewisburg City. And of course, just like on the video, this is the white Tahoe that had the North Carolina plates. There was, of course, a couple of suitcases, but it was found just like this when we arrived. It was, I think it was a black jacket or something that had fell out of the side, but it was depicted just like this whenever I arrived.
And the guardrail that's seen on the right side of the picture, sort of just past the front of the patrol car, do you know what it looks like on the other side of that?
Just from what I can recall, as soon as you go across the guardrail a little bit, it kind of went down just a little hill into the woods.
And the next picture, State's Exhibit number 14, if you can describe what is depicted there.
That's the back of the Tahoe.
And when you arrived, those suitcases were on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit number 15. What is that?
That's the license plate that was on the vehicle.
And State's Exhibit number 16, if you can describe what that is.
That's the driver's side of the white Suburban.
And that's the way that it was discovered?
Yes.
With all that red mud on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you investigate or process or do anything with crime scene 1?
No.
So after you arrived at crime scene 1 and were given the go-ahead 30 to 45 minutes later, you said you arrived at crime scene 2 around 7:32, is that correct?
7:31 is what I got marked down.
What happened when you arrived on crime scene 2?
Like I said, we were waiting on special operations to clear. They also had a bomb tech that come and search the area just to try to clear, make sure there was no those kind of dangers. But it was myself. There was a Corporal Patrick Shrewsbury, also Trooper Joseph Fry. That's who helped me process this scene. Corporal Shrewsbury was taking the photographs, but I was walking there with him as we were going down. We took photographs of how the red truck's path going down over into the divide is what they're calling it. But there was just a gap in the guardrail, and the truck had went to the left of the guardrail down over the hill, and there was a concrete some kind of concrete barrier that the truck went over, and then down at the bottom there was, which it could have still went further, but it kind of went across a bunch of these rocks and boulders, and then it come to rest against some trees. And when we got there, the truck was still running even at that time.
And once you arrived at the truck, what is the process that you went through to go through the crime scene?
We made a decision that we were going to try to leave the interior of the truck. We were going to search for weapons, but we were going to try to preserve the interior. We didn't want to process the interior of the truck because it was, the pictures really doesn't do it justice. It was sidling on a hill. It was just a really difficult place to try to process especially the interior of a truck. But Corporal David McMillan and Corporal, I think his name's Ewart Blevins, had secured that scene. Whenever we got there, they were the scene security officers. And we were advised that there was possible victims in the back of the truck. So when we got down there, we just started taking photographs. We did look inside the vehicle for weapons. At that time, there was a Sergeant Chris Payne and a Corporal Claude Workman. They come down to do the total station, which is the total station is a it's a device that they use to measure. It's got lasers, plus they have almost like a transit. They can draw scenes to scale, which means they can draw it on a computer diagram and have it exactly to scale everything. They could have the vehicle to scale to a house, to a road. Everything is exactly how it is on a scene. So they come out. They were working on that. Let me see it. we started at 9:15. The medical examiner, it was the county medical examiner. His name was James Lewis. He arrived. We carefully removed the chains, which the chains were already off of the tarp and everything, but they were still hanging there on the truck. We moved the tarp and the mattress. We laid them to the sides. We could tell that there was 2 victims there.
Trooper Ellison, as you were going through each stage of processing this scene, did you take pictures to document each stage as you went through that?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Corporal Ellison, I'm showing you what's been marked States Exhibits 17 through 34. If you will look at each one of them and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am. That was the scene down at crime scene 2 where the red truck was found.
And are these in order of succession of basically how the crime scene, or at least I say crime scene 2, it's really the back of the truck. Is that accurate, the way the truck was in the ravine and the way you guys took things out of the back of the truck? Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, and also we didn't, like I said, we did go through the front of the truck briefly, but we did not want to process that on that side of the hill. So we were going to secure it. So all we was going to do is search the back of the truck.
And do these fairly and accurately represent the way that the back of the truck looked when you arrived and as you were going through processing this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And would they aid you in illustrating your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 17 through 34 into evidence.
Yeah, Jack.
The photos of the scene.
Yes.
No objection.
Motion allowed.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
The first picture there, Corporal Ellison, is States Exhibit 17. If you can explain what that is.
That's the back of the that shows the license plate that was on the red truck.
Did you do anything to
I know that we listed it, and I know that I did contact our communications and run that, but to be honest with you, I don't have any of the paperwork with me or anything.
Well, do you remember who it was? Who was the owner of the truck? Do you remember what you were told?
I don't. I really don't.
State's Exhibit 18, if you can describe what's shown in this.
That's the shows the passenger side of the bed looking down. It also shows the tarp. Shows the tarp and the mattress, and then there was some items underneath.
Do you know what those white things are that are to the right side of the mattress?
It seemed like they were some kind of like drapes or like a divider for a window or a door or something like that.
Like a set of blinds?
Yes, something like that.
State's Exhibit number 19. If you can describe what that is.
It's just the passenger window of the truck where it had been broken out.
And if you can describe what we're seeing here in the front part of the truck.
It's just limbs and of course the tree that was hit right there. Just limbs and brush where he had ran up on the tree. And like I said, something else is this picture doesn't do it justice, but there was a lot of rocks, especially right in this section. There was a lot of big rocks there.
So did the truck crash into rocks and trees?
I would say that could be said, yes.
And from the way that this truck was positioned, was that truck driving any further in a forward position from where it is right now?
No, it stopped right there from what I can tell.
Could it have driven any further?
Not without some assistance.
State's Exhibit number 20. What is depicted here?
Right there you can see what appears to be a paw from one of the dogs, but also a cardboard box with bleach sprayer on the side. You still got these drapes or blinds or whatever you want to call them, and the tarp and the mattress.
State's Exhibit 21. If you can describe that.
It's just pulling the tarp back, seeing the mattress. This is the driver's side of the truck, and also it looks like some type of sheets that with possible what appeared to be blood at the time.
So at the bottom left part of the picture where is the red, I assume is the red truck, is that where the tailgate would hook in if it were closed?
As far as I know, yes, ma'am.
And that's where these sheets that appear to have blood on them, that was, so they were towards the back near the tailgate.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 22. If you can describe what this is.
And this shows the hill that it was on a little bit better because it was almost like this little area here was almost like a little knoll, and there was a bunch of rocks in here and a bunch of rocks almost like maybe a really old creek bed or something that come around here. But the truck was sitting more sidely than what it appears. But that's just the driver's side. I think Trooper Shrewsbury actually crawled up on the bank on this side a little bit just to take a picture of the overall driver's side of the truck. But also, this box right here, I'm almost positive that that's the box that was marked hydrochloride on the side of it.
How did you say it was marked?
I'm pretty sure it was marked hydrochloride because we did take pictures of that.
And did you leave all of the contents inside of the cab area of the truck? Did you leave that as is? You didn't take anything out and
We did
inventory it?
No. The only thing we inventoried was outside of the truck.
State's Exhibit 23, is that just a different angle of basically the same picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And drawing your attention to the back wheel of the truck, does it appear that it is most or some of, well, just describe what you see there in that picture.
It appears to me that the back wheel is almost like it's been dug, maybe once. I mean, this is just a theory, I can't say for sure, but what it looks like to me is once the truck had hit the tree, that whoever was driving it spun the wheel and dug a little rut out.
So when you say that the truck was not being moved without assistance, is it because it was stuck there?
Stuck there because of that tree.
And would you say because of the way the back wheel is?
Well, mostly, yes, because I think it was, to be honest with you, I think the truck was stuck on this tree, and I don't think it would have moved frontward or backwards.
State's Exhibit 24, if you can describe what that is.
Just another, trying to show telling you about the little, almost like the creek bed. If you can see, this is almost like a ditch, and you can see the rocks that are in here, but it almost like a bench that comes around on this side, and like an old creek bed or something right here, but it was almost like a V that come up, and it was almost two separate hills. So this hill come up and V'd into this old creek bed, and then this bench come around from up top, crossing the concrete barrier over on this side, and then come to rest right here at this tree.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes, ma'am.
Corporal Ellison? This side of the truck, is that, which bound lane is that?
If you would go straight above, walking straight up top, that would have been the westbound going towards Beckley. If you would have went down the hill about 400 yards, well down and then up and back down, it would have been on the east side going towards Lewisburg.
So the westbound side is where the shooting was?
Yes.
And to go back towards the other direction, you would have had to go, you say down and then back up and then back down. Is that because of the boulders there?
I mean, it's really steep. I mean, it'd be the same as if you just went over the side of a mountain and decided to make your own path. You couldn't do it. And yes, it's too steep. The boulders, the hill, the trees, everything was just in the way.
State's Exhibit 25. If you can describe what this is.
Okay. Of course, this is after we rolled off the mattress. You've got all of these, I don't know what to call them, they're drapes or something like a window shade.
Like a vertical blind?
Yes, like a vertical blind. Then you've got an old, what appears to be like a bed sheet or bed cover. Of course, you got the white sheets, but you have a female victim laying there that ended up later being identified as Dora Faulkner.
And State's Exhibit 25, does that basically show the same thing just from a little different angle?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Now there was, okay, the way she was laying, and I know you can't see it here, but there was a light brown dog located next to the victim's left leg in the back of the truck. So the way she was laying, this dog would have been underneath here. And then, of course, from the other picture, you can see the other dog over here.
So the paw that we saw in the earlier picture.
Yes, ma'am.
And so from right here, where is Jerome Faulkner's body?
Okay, from right here, his body is down this way, but his, if I remember correct, his head is up that way.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
He would have been laid vertical, but from what I remember, I think his head was up towards the front of the truck there. I have to look.
And State's Exhibit 27.
It's another picture.
And does that depict the chains there?
Yes. Yeah, they were hooked here and then just where they'd been taken off, they were just laying beside the truck.
And State's Exhibit 28.
Just another picture showing the blankets and the dog, the bleach box, just really in the back of the truck.
State's Exhibit 29.
Okay, this is later identified as Mr. Jerome Faulkner. This is when we just lifted up this bed sheet, and you can just see what initially when we seen this, the plastic right here around his face, and then of course we seen lacerations on his chest. And of course the amount of blood that was there. We just appeared to be somebody tortured.
When you pulled the bedspread up like that, the red pole that we see there, is that something that you have put in, or one of the crime scene team members has put into the scene there?
Yes, and to be honest with you, I think that it was one of the firemen's poles. We were just trying to get a peek of what was in there before we disrupted anything.
And was Mr. Faulkner's shirt like that?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 30. What is this?
That shows, that's Mr. Faulkner. It shows somewhere around his chest area. Well, you can still, up here, you can see the bag. That was wrapped around his face. You can see blood all around his neck. You can see a big laceration right here on his chest. Right here.
State's Exhibit 31.
This kind of shows the same picture, just closer, but you can see the dog in this one. This, like I said, his whole face was like wrapped and tied in plastic. And of course he had the big laceration on his chest, and this little brown looking dog here was laid up here beside him.
State's Exhibit 32.
And that's when we uncovered the blanket off of him, and he's still laying in the same spot, but we had kind of got a vantage point. And like I said, I don't know if it's like a store bag or what kind of bag that is, but it was like you tied it over his face.
And what is what would be sort of the right upper corner of the picture? If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that this is, I don't know, I know that, I'm pretty sure that this is Dora, but I don't know, I think this is her back, because her head was laying down the other way, and her legs going out that way, from what I can remember.
And what, sir, is this?
It appears to be maybe old blood or possibly a chemical. I don't know.
Is that on additional bedding, like sheets or a mattress cover or something like that?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Was that all removed and collected as well?
Yes, as far as I know, yes.
State's Exhibit 33. What is that?
That shows Mr. Faulkner. It shows damage to his hands, and just shows his legs, his belt, an old flannel shirt that he had on.
And State's Exhibit 34. If you can describe what that is.
That's after we removed Mr. and Mrs. Faulkner. And something From 21:15 to 22:19, which that's right a little over an hour. We moved the tarp. We got photographs of the victims. We removed the mattress, set them to the side, and we also had to wait until the fire department cut brush, and we had to clear a path. They had an ATV with a backboard on it, and between us and the fire department and the EMTs, we all helped carry them out of there. They put them on the back of the ATV, which was equipped for that, equipped for a backboard. They drove them up to the top of the hill and put them in an ambulance from there.
Did you do the same with the dogs?
Yes.
And once Mr. and Mrs. Faulkner and their dogs were placed in an ambulance, where did they go?
Went to the Greenbrier Valley Medical Center. We sent them there to await transport because at that time we thought that they were going to go to our chief medical examiner's office, but they were waiting transport from their morgue to the chief medical officers.
So when you say you took them to the hospital, there were not any life-saving efforts that were going on at this time?
No, it was very well. I mean, you could tell that these people had been passed away for quite some time.
They were being transported just to be held in the morgue, is that correct?
Yes. So autopsies could be done.
And was the truck removed from this scene after Mr. and Mrs. Faulkner were removed?
Yes, ma'am. We had, I've got the name of the company. It was a tow truck company. Let me see here. I've got the name of that company somewhere.
I don't know that necessarily.
Okay, it was.
I don't know, we need to know the tow company. So was the truck eventually towed from there?
Yes, they, just like I said, this is coming from my memory, best I can recall. First, they got above, right on the interstate. They took the cable down and pulled it straight towards the interstate for so long. Then they were able to back down just a little ways where the truck traveled, like I said, a very short ways, and they were able to drag it back up to the top of the interstate.
And once the truck got to the interstate, what happened?
We sealed it up with evidence tape and plastic the best we could, some of the windows, and another trooper followed it to the crime lab in Charleston.
Was it secured there?
Yes, they have a garage that they put it in.
What did you do next?
After the truck was pulled up, we went ahead and secured everything. I went with the medical examiner over to Greenbrier Valley Medical Center, and I didn't want to disturb the bodies, but I wanted to, or the victims, I'm sorry, the victims. I didn't want to disturb them, but I wanted to get as much evidence as I could. So I went over there took a few more additional photos.
And when you say get as much evidence, were you collecting any evidence from their bodies?
I mean pictures, photographs.
May I approach your honor?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you to the jury room for just a few moments while you're in the jury room. Do not discuss this case among yourselves, and do not form or express an opinion about this case during this time. That's your excuse to the jury room. record to reflect Jerry's asked from the courtroom. Yes, sir.
Yeah, the photos, I know the court hadn't seen it yet, but the photos that prosecutors got to show this crime scene investigator, or not crime scene, and they're at E&E's office. My understanding is they did not do that examination in West Virginia, they did one in North Carolina. I certainly understand that those photos will illustrate the testimony of the medical, or some of them will probably illustrate the testimony of the medical examiner, but I do not believe that there is, I mean, we believe that the photos at the medical examiner's office in West Virginia are just prejudicial. There's not a really good reason for this particular witness to be testifying about what he saw at E&E's office in West Virginia. It's unrelated to the crime scene.
Judge, Corporal Ellison has testified that this was at the morgue, if I may approach. Judge, these are State's Exhibits 35 through 48. I will tell you that there are several from the morgue there at the Greenbrier Valley Medical Center that the state is not attempting to introduce. This is not at the medical examiner's office. This is not any exam that the local ME there in Greenbrier County did. This is what Corporal Ellison noted about the bodies that he couldn't note or take pictures of because of the terrain and the way that the truck was positioned. Judge, this was on January the 1st. The autopsies that were completed here in North Carolina were not done until January the 5th. This would be an accurate representation of the way that the injuries looked on January the 1st. There in West Virginia, and I believe that they are probative, and their probative value certainly outweighs any prejudicial effect. I mean, of course they're prejudicial, but bodies have been tortured, but it's more probative than prejudicial.
He's gonna have photos from the medical examiner's office.
Yes, sir.
Are they going to repeat this? Yeah, there's some of these things that are here, the dogs. Are you objecting to that?
Well, yeah, Your Honor, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's more under the circumstances of what the scope of this officer does. It's going to be reflected on what the medical examiner does. And it's just based on basically the Hennis type case objection where, you know, showing more photos for the purpose of showing is not appropriate. And of course, there's that photos. We recognize it. Some of this information is going to be from the jury or something. We object to these circumstances. And I will say one final thing, Your Honor. I mean, I understand that the officer's just giving his impression of what he saw, but I think words like torture are probably inappropriate. He can describe what he sees there as far as factual, but not conclusions like that. That's sort of a separate thing. We would object to that. But the basis of the objection is the relevance and the prejudicial impact, or the
got from the medical examiner that are
Judge, certainly, I mean, his testimony is not to give any sort of opinion about what these injuries are or how they were sustained, just what these bodies look like when they were removed from the truck on January the 1st of 2015. To be sure, the medical examiner has documented and did document every one of these injuries and other injuries, the multiple injuries that were sustained on both Dora and Jerome. But the purpose of these is to show the jury what the bodies look like when the condition that they were in when they were put in the truck, and because that's how they were found. And these pictures just couldn't be taken because of the terrain. And he testified that the firefighters had to come and cut back brush in order just to remove the things that were on top of the victims. But these are just to show what the condition that the bodies were in.
And what did the dogs show?
And it's the same for the dogs, the conditions that the dogs were in when they were removed. And there are pictures that are also taken, and we will seek to introduce from the necropsies judge, but we have gone through those with Dr. Tucker, as well as the autopsy photos that we've gone through with the 2 medical examiners, and culled those way down in order not to overshow these gory photos to the jury. We believe we are using some discretion, but this is the way that the bodies looked on January the 1st when they were removed from the back of the truck, and that is relevant.
Anything further?
No, sir.
I allowed you to pick one of Ms. Faulkner and one of Mr. Faulkner and one of each dog. Otherwise sustained. That was conflicted in. Particularly since the medical examiner is going to testify as to the individual wounds.
Yes, sir.
And will have his own picture.
May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. This is out of an abundance of caution.
Yes, sir. If we can have just a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome back to the Law News Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. It looks like we're approaching the end of the day in this case we're covering out of North Carolina. It's a case with a 23-year-old accused of murder and a litany of other cases. I think there are 10 charges in total related to a multi-state crime spree that stretches all the way from Texas all the way over to the Atlantic coast. Florina Altschiller is here with us, and you've been tracking a little bit of this case. It just started today with some opening statements this morning. And it just seems like there's a bulk weight of evidence here that the defense is going to have to try to get over. But the defense itself is interesting in that they're not really contradicting or complaining about much of the evidence. They're just characterizing it as evidence that's the result of a son who was overpowered by his father, who himself would have been a defendant but for the fact that he killed himself in custody. So that seems to be the defense's strategy based on the opening statements this morning. Do you think it'll take any traction?
Well, blaming the empty seat defendant, who's now dead, is an effective strategy at times. I think the jury has the potential to have some sympathy for this 23-year-old defendant, especially if a long history of his abuse at the hands of his father does come in the course of this trial. And there's going to be the question of just how much this 23-year-old defendant participated in the acts. What culpability does he have? Is he going to be considered criminally liable for merely being there or for actively participating?
Well, and these are all great questions because we're hearing the state argue through some of these discussions that we've heard into what turned out to be a pretty boring afternoon of testimony, that he was involved enough, at least in the state's position, to be held liable. We've got all kinds of rules in play here that legally would seem to make it easier for the state to attach punishment to this particular defendant. We've got the felony murder rule. It says that if you're doing one thing and it's part of an act that results in a death, then the liability sticks. So if the two of us just hypothetically decide to rob a bank and I'm holding the money bag and then you shoot and kill somebody, I'm on the hook, because I'm involved with an underlying felony that resulted in a death. So we have all these rules that would seem at face value to make it a lot easier for the state of North Carolina to get charges to stick in this case.
And that's for the first phase, for the conviction. I think the defense attorneys here are thinking longer game plans since this is a death penalty case. All of the evidence that comes in through the course of the liability portion of the trial would be evidence against their client in the death penalty phase. And what they're probably thinking, my guess is mitigating factors. And the less involved this 23-year-old is, the more there are mitigating factors to take the death penalty off the table. The more involved he is, the more there may be aggravating factors, which would put him at risk of execution.
So what's the end game then? Let's say that they can wipe the death penalty off. Is it then just life in prison, or do you think that the real end game is to try to knock off the most serious charges that could result in life in prison and say, okay, well, we've got burglary or robbery, because it seems that they're almost admitting to that, or they are admitting to it. They're saying, oh, he just thought it was going to be a robbery. He didn't realize it was going to turn into a murder.
You know, the long game is a spectrum of possibilities. Best case scenario, they could get some charges knocked out and they could get a few not guilties. Worst case scenario, they've at least laid the groundwork to keep the death penalty off the table. I mean, it'll be on the table for the jury to decide, but with enough mitigating factors that they can establish during this stage and then reiterate in the sentencing stage, they could at least keep this defendant from being executed.
Where do you think this case goes? Do you think that these are all long shots, or do you think that they're strong possibilities?
I mean, this early on, it certainly seems like there's an overwhelming amount of evidence against the defendant to convict him. Is there enough evidence for a death penalty in a state that hasn't seen the death penalty since the early 90s? I don't know. I would be really surprised if this young man is executed, considering his background, considering his age, and considering what appears to be a limited amount of involvement in the actual killing themselves.
You make a good point here, because I can see the defense attorney ultimately giving an argument that says, we haven't had the death penalty in North Carolina in quite a number of years. This isn't the case for it. Wait for the really hardcore case if a jury wants to enact it and bring it back. Now, what if this were Texas or Florida?
Different story, different jury pool. People who are perhaps a little bit more eager to execute. But you know what? I think even if this was in Texas, we still have a 23-year-old defendant with a history of abuse at the hands of his father, without a significantly long period of time to establish a long criminal history, and somebody who hasn't been actively involved in the actual murder itself, while present, while complicit, not the one who actually killed these people. I think it's a long shot to get a jury to say, yes, there's enough aggravating factors necessitating the death penalty. I think even in a state that's happy to execute people like Texas, they're just not going to.
I think we might actually be getting the jury back in the courtroom. There were some lengthy discussions outside the presence of the jury, and I was thinking that they might be wrapping for the day, but apparently Kathy Russin, our senior trial producer, is telling me that the judge said to the jury, "We excuse you from the courtroom because we didn't want you to know what we were doing," which may be the most circular logic I've ever seen come out of the judge. So it looks like we might be getting some more testimony on the stand here. I want to dip back into the trial then and see what else we might get. This case might run a little bit past 5 p.m. today.
Of the Faulkners, Dora and Jerome, and also the dogs.
And do these where were these taken?
These were taken in the morgue of Greenbrier Valley Medical Center, which I arrived there at 01:11 hours.
And what is that in non-military time?
Sorry, it's 1:11 in the morning.
And do these fairly and accurately depict what you saw at Greenbrier Valley Medical Center in the morgue there on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And would they aid you in illustrating your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit these exhibits into evidence.
Objection, no objections, overrule the motion to introduce the evidence.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you, Corporal Ellison, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 36. What is that?
That's the face of Dora Faulkner. It shows, of course, she's got laceration here, a big laceration, several lacerations across her head. Just the blood and everything was around her face, and also you can see it's the same bedspread and shirt that was in the back of the truck.
So when she was transported to the medical center, which I take it she was transported or wrapped in the bed sheet and the things that were in the back of the truck?
As far as I know, she was put in she was put in a body bag, and then what happens is whenever they go to a morgue, it's the local medical examiner, it's not the doctor, but the local medical examiner will respond to the morgue. They're responsible for sealing up the body bags, and they actually tag the body bags to where it matches from there to wherever they're transported, whether they're transported to Charleston, West Virginia, or North Carolina, or wherever.
And is that what happened in Dora's case? Did you see her placed in a bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see her sealed and the number given?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 38, what does that show?
Shows the left hand of Mr. Jerome Faulkner, just the condition. You can also see some injuries, what appears to be, to me, it looked like burn marks on the hand. You can see some bruising and other things on his stomach there.
And I know the picture, the earlier State's exhibits from crime scene 2 Mr. Faulkner was depicted with a bag around his head. Did that remain on him in this particular picture, or while he was at the morgue?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see Mr. Faulkner's body placed into a body bag?
Yes.
And was it sealed? And was that done so in the condition that he was removed from the truck?
Yes, we didn't. We did not disturb anything.
And now I am showing you State's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize that?
That's the little light brown dog that was in the back of the truck.
And the dogs were also transported to the same morgue, is that correct?
Yeah, they were placed, now the dogs, from what I can remember, they were placed in one single body bag. Both of them were placed in one body bag.
How big were these dogs?
They were small to medium dogs, just kind of a smaller dog.
And did you see that bag sealed?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 47. What is that?
That's the darker colored brown dog. Just the face shows the face and some trauma to its face and blood.
And is that while it's actually in the bag that it was sealed in?
Yes, ma'am.
And so they were sealed together, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. After you,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our evening recess at this point. During our evening recess period, it is your duty not to talk among yourselves about this case. It's duty not to talk to anyone else, not to allow anyone else to talk with you or to say anything in your presence about this case. If anyone communicates with you in any way, talks with you, email, Facebook, any of those kind of things, you come into contact with any material about this case, whether it's printed, television, over here something, be careful and mindful of that to avoid it at all costs. If you come into contact with someone who tries to contact with you, let the sheriff know about it when you come in tomorrow morning. Have no contact, communication with anyone participating in this trial. Don't do any individual research or investigation on your own about any issue touching on this case. Stay away from your computers in any form. Don't go on Facebook or any of those kind of things and say anything about this case that invites comment. We'll know about it right away from a whole lot of sources, and you don't want to have that problem. You've agreed not to do that in your jury responsibility sheets. And do not form or express any opinion about this case during this time. Leave your notebooks in your seats. And with that, while everyone else will remain seated, I'm going to excuse the 18 of you and ask that you return and assemble in the jury.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network, everybody. It looks like they've wrapped this case for the day. This is North Carolina versus Eric Campbell. He's accused of shooting and killing an elderly couple with his father. And the defense tactic thus far is to blame the father. The son, who's the only one on trial now because the father killed himself in custody, is saying it's all the father's fault. The son is saying, however, that he thought he would be going along with a robbery on a multi-state crime spree. An interesting defense tactic. Florina Altschiller is still here with us in the LawNewz studio, and we were talking about whether or not this defense tactic is going to stick. I could see potentially a person on the jury saying, this guy was 21 years old when he was arrested. Is he just going along with his father because he was afraid the father would hurt him? It seems that there might be enough testimony coming out of this to go that way.
Well, you know, and it depends on whether or not he'll testify to this himself. If he does, he's subject to cross-examination by the prosecutor, which is a risk. The father certainly is no longer alive to testify to this. I can't imagine where else that evidence would come from. I don't know if there's any friends or other relatives that would corroborate that. But he'd really have to take the stand himself to put forth that defense, which is a risky move.
And I'm wondering if indeed that's going to happen here. What would the advice be? I mean, there's one chain of advice that says you could get attacked very harshly on cross-examination, but if it's a trial that's potentially got to be the trial that'll save your life, do you want to do that?
And you know, he could come across as a very sympathetic witness on his own behalf if he does in fact have this long history of abuse at the hands of his father. If the father was creating a meth lab at home, physically brutally beating him, taking away his medication for ADHD, and a litany of other things that have been revealed. That could help instill sympathy from the jury in him, make them feel bad for him, and perhaps acquit him on the highest of charges. Whether or not that's following the law is a separate question.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm almost wondering if you just tipped a bit of a hat towards what we're going to see here. Is it going to be the ADHD expert on the stand saying, okay, in the absence of this medication, you know, this is what we could expect? Is it going to be someone else who says, oh yeah, I examined him and he exhibits the traits of someone who had been abused? Maybe it could wiggle in that way if it doesn't involve getting any statements of the defendant on the record in a way that would be prejudicial to his interest. Maybe.
Sure, but that forensic either psychiatrist or medical expert is not going to be able to testify about what happened that night without the defendant taking the stand. And so the only way I see the evidence coming in of the defendant blaming the father, who's deceased now, is by the defendant taking the stand himself, unless his attorneys are able to effectively elicit that kind of testimony on cross-examination of the different law enforcement officials, which would be difficult since they're piecing the evidence together simply based on forensics, photographs, and what happened after, not from statements that they've collected.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, as I always say. And we could see that, or we could see the old argue what's not in evidence and then hope nobody notices.
And raise reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I mean, we could just see the argument on opening statement, which we did see, pointing the finger back at the father. If they don't bring a lot of evidence out in court and then argue it on the back end, some members of the jury wouldn't draw a harsh line between what actually is evidence and what actually is argument and tie the two together and make a decision based on that.
Sure, and then the prosecutor in closing argument will certainly have an opportunity to tie it all together and to explain concisely and clearly exactly what facts meets which element and what crimes she believes they've proven.
And if it's a prosecutor who's tenacious, then she would stand there and say, hey, they just brought this whole theory and threw it on the table in front of you without any testimony in that chair that links facts to their cockamamie scheme.
Well,
you know, I think that would be a way to deflect.
She certainly doesn't want to risk shifting the burden to the defense because that would be mistrial territory. The burden rests with the prosecution. It never shifts over to the defense. And it's a dangerous statement to say, hey, they threw out this theory, but what did they do to prove it? The defense does not need to prove anything, but what they do need to do and what they always do is stick different things out on the wall and try to raise reasonable doubt and say, hey, the prosecutor failed to meet her burden, but the burden is hers and hers alone. I really think that the sympathy factor and all this other evidence that's going to come out about this young defendant's background is more looking at the long game and more trying to keep the death penalty off the table.
I don't think it's an unreasonable observation. So Florina Altschiller, thanks for joining us again here on the LawNewz Network.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to wrap the day up here. Just a reminder that we're on the air from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. We stay late when we have late testimony, but since we have trials on the East Coast this week, the chance of that happening is relatively slim. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. for more coverage of this case and the other case that we're following. It's the case of a doctor in Ohio accused of boating while intoxicated and slamming into another boat, killing one occupant of that fishing boat and injuring another. It's a case that could have implications on the doctor's medical license and his ability to drive for the rest of his life. So an interesting case legally in that state as well that we are also covering here on the Law News Network. Again, we'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. For now, this is Aaron Keller at the Law News Network. Have a good evening.